If I heard that you 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 What a shame Lately I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control when dark against the sky. It's not so black and white. It's like I told him there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly. I can't control when dark against the sky. It's not so black and white. It's like I told him there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Hello there. Welcome to the OWCS Midseason Championship here at the Esports World Cup, live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It's day 2 of the Overwatch 2 B stream. Great to have you back with us once again. My name is Adam Savage. Delighted to be joined by the brilliant Wolf and ZP here on the desk as well, as we bring you loads more action here from our studio. Let's just recap yesterday, fellas. What a day it was, day 1 here. Wolf, highlights for you. What really stood out?
I mean, we expected Korean dominance, right? And I had a lot of my Korean Overwatch people texting me like, okay, we won all of the games. Like, we did have every Korean team advancing out of the group in first place. But they were close games, right? A lot of these go into 5. A lot of these actually much closer than people expected. And with a few more mistakes or a little bit more capitalization by their opponents, we might actually have Korean teams playing today instead. Teams like T1 looked a little bit better. We had, like, you know, Falcons pushed to the brink a little bit. And so I'm hoping that, you know, teams like Crazy Raccoon can take the time off they have today to continue to improve. As a Korea rep, you know, I'm a little bit biased for my region.
Yeah. I mean, look, truthfully, I felt very baited yesterday for all of it because you had all these series that went to 5, and they went there in dramatic fashion. It wasn't just, you know, one map, then one map, and going back and forth. No, it was reverse sweep territory for all of them. And no one was able to actually do the reverse sweep. It's like, come on, man, you could have done this in 3, or you could have given us a reverse sweep. But repeatedly, we just had the opportunity and no one was able to actually finish it out at the end.
I know. They were baiting us. The drama was there, though. Let's take a look now as well at the Kadir top plays of day one as well here. I know some highlights that happened yesterday and some things that really stood out. But we can see here we have ourselves a lot of the action coming our way here, Wolf, and it was toe-to-toe, wall-to-wall, non-stop action the entire way.
Yeah, it was a really good day of matches across both streams yesterday, and obviously the stakes were high yesterday because you didn't want to drop down to that lower bracket match where you face elimination. We do, of course, have 4 of those matches today across both streams. All 4 groups will have those, so we will be sending 4 teams home right away at the beginning of the day. But then you move into the decider matches later on, and by the end of today, we will have our bracket fully completed. And I think the tension was high yesterday, but it's double today.
Also, you're looking at the highlight reel here. For the most part, you're seeing something very similar or appearing more often than other things, which is that Sojourn had a really good day. Coming into the tournament, there was still kind of the idea of, it'd be more on the Freya side. But all the best plays, all the MVP plays, especially think about players like Tree, who was our MVP on the B stream yesterday, it was Sojourn all day long. Even into cases where teams lost, like VP losing to Weibo, guess what? Shockwave had an incredible map on Sojourn. So to me, that's been kind of the story of highlights. Then the one thing that's been defining your really good teams from those that are struggling just a bit.
Absolutely right here. You can see as well on screen, you have the Bravia top reactions coming away here as well. So some great player reactions, the highlights, and we love those too. I love to see it as well. I mean, that's one of the great things we highlighted yesterday as well, Wolf, is the players. Obviously, we are lucky to have them behind us here, but enjoying their time here at the Esports World Cup and embracing every second.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the pop-offs. You can see how much this means to so many of our players and fans to take these wins, especially in some of the upset wins, some of the near losses, right? You're down 0-2, you win that 3rd game, you get that 2nd lease on life, you go to that 4th game, and then you have players like, we heard from Kelix yesterday, where you stop the reverse sweep, you're relieved, like, oh man, that was such a marathon game. We did go until 1 a.m. here local time in Riyadh as well, so a lot of those players here early on, prepping, playing their first match, then trying to get out of the group late at night, so it was a super intense day, and some of those emotions are going to show up there in those reactions.
Yeah, and I mean, the emotions are going to be even higher here today because yesterday you had to deal with the idea of, you're going to be knocked into the lower bracket. Well, guess what? Today we are eliminating teams. They are getting sent home. So you talk about a little bit of desk slamming and a little bit of emotion coming out when you just, you're still in the tournament. Think about what happens when you get knocked out.
Yeah, one of those things that happens, of course, is those keys being crushed, which is going to be very exhilarating. We'll find out more about that later on. For now, though, let's look at the attending teams here as well. Who's actually taking part in this competition? You can see them on screen here, and it is a stacked lobby of our teams here, 16 of them, and as I said, losing some today, but there are some big hitters in there.
There certainly are. We still have our big favorites, T1, Crazy Raccoon, Team Falcons, Alcazia. These are the teams that everyone's saying right now are the top dogs. We've had some surprises, though. I think Team Liquid being one of the big dark horses. I mean, no pun intended, of course, with Team Liquid's logo and the traditional StarCraft horse that Nazgul put in there so long ago. But I got to say, players like Tree really impressed me yesterday, kind of breaking expectations, sending us into a day 2 here where, we still have clear favorites. However, some upsets are definitely possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest trend that people didn't see coming, and I mean, it's a tale as old as time in Overwatch, where EU came in, and look, EU had great PR coming on into this. It was the classic, guys, EU is so good. EU's going to dominate. I mean, EU still had good results, but it wasn't quite this idea of you got Alcazia, versus a team like EK. They're just going to easily 3-0. It's no, nothing was easy for EU, and the NA teams came out far, far stronger than I think a lot of people gave them credit for in this tournament.
Yeah, they absolutely did. You're right there. I mean, talking of domination as well, obviously the STC Club Championship is currently going on as well here. Let's take a look and see how the standings are in the Esports World Cup here as well. And we see that Team Falcons now top that table, 2,700 points, and they're looking in a good position, but other teams naturally are right on their tails.
Yeah, I think Falcons has some good representation in the chess tournament that's actually ongoing as well right now. So really strong showing for them. Of course, they were the winners of the club championship last year. So really big win for them. And you can see some of these reps, obviously, in our tournament. Team Liquid, AGL, Virtus Pro, kind of knocking on the door. Not even 1,000 points behind here. AGL, Team Liquid, just 700 or so behind. Means that actually if you can actually get that upset, if you can push your way through Overwatch 2 here, you can really make a dent in that deficit to potentially take the club championship away.
Also, one funny thing with Falcons leading is that Falcons, to some of the other teams here, are a little bit the villains, where I don't even remember the context. We were just getting back to the hotel last night, and players were sharing stories. It was for a different game entirely, and one was just like, so I was like, I took down a Falcon, and like kind of made a bow and arrow motion. So, you know, the Falcons, people realize that they are very good, and they are far ahead in the overall club championship. So people also take as a point of pride as like, well, you're not getting this in this game.
Yeah, other teams naturally want to knock them off that perch, don't they? Let's take a look here as well and see exactly what the tournament format has in store for you as well here. You're probably wondering exactly how Overwatch 2 plays out here at EWC, and it's all about group stages then into playoffs, Wolf.
So starting tomorrow, we have the playoffs, which is a single elimination bracket for top 8. Today, we're down towards the end of our group stage, right? We kind of explained this, the GSL format a little bit yesterday, but only the top 2 advance. So today, we're going to be sending 2 teams per group home to get that top 8.
Yeah, and of course, one thing we saw in spades yesterday is the impact of hero bans on the series, and part of why the series that went to 5 got very interesting, because you have hero bans, of course, that happen before each map, and you see the strategy just evolve as teams lose their best heroes in the early parts of the series, but then when you get to the final part, you know, teams have usually spent all their best bans, and it kind of comes down to more just general who is good. And, you know, overall, of course, there's ways of playing around it. The same role cannot be banned twice in the same map, so you can protect by, say, like banning something like a Mercy and going, okay, well, you're not going to be able to ban the support we really want to play, like a BAP, you know, for example. So there's some cool metagame stuff you can do with the ban system.
There is. And of course, pricing as well. Look at all that money. The total pricing here for Overwatch 2, 1 million big ones here. Yeah. Incredible.
And now when you consider also the difference between, you know, obviously getting top 8 is a big jump up in prize money that you're going to make the playoffs, but the difference between actually getting eliminated first in the matches we're going to have first here on the B stream, and then actually even making it to that final match and getting that additional step up doubles your prize money from 10,000 to 20,000. So even if you don't make it out of the group stage, making it to that final match later on tonight is a significant jump up in money.
That's right. I mean, we should talk about the brackets as well here. I mean, whiz through these two to kind of give you guys an update on exactly how things got to where they are here today on day 2 of our competition. Let's go through Group A very quickly first. ZP, what stands out for you?
And what stands out is that Falcons, you know, people are wondering how good was Falcons going to be coming in, because you take a look back at stage 2, they kind of took the stage off in some respects, but they came back in here, they're back on their game, and while they got taken to the limit by Weibo, guess what? Falcons now one of the leading candidates to potentially win it all.
Yeah, I mean, they had a really dominant showing against Zeta in that last chance qualifier. Weibo had a tough time against Virtus, but then they got brought to 5, so not looking as dominant. Similar story here, I was talking about at the top of the show. Crazy Raccoons also struggling a little bit, nearly getting eliminated by Tree, and Team Liquid here. That one ended up going to 5. It's one of those stories you were talking about, ZP, with a near reverse sweep. The Crazy Raccoons clutch it out in the end. We have a really exciting storyline down there on the bottom side of the bracket as well. This is my favorite group, Group B, where you have TL going up against Varel, potentially, if they can take that one over Rock.
Yeah, I mean, I love that entire thing where it's just like, okay, we have the team stats, also we have tree stats, and they're 2 different things. But moving along here, I mean, Alcatia, look, the reality is that the team that came in as, you know, kind of all the hype from EU, and they got taken to the limit by GK, where GK, honestly, looking very, very good. And, yeah, I mean, again, it's just kind of the story of, like, NA performing way better than people may have expected.
Team Liquid, you know, they had that close run, right? We had a close run, of course, with Weibo Gaming. But T1 was like, nah, this one's, for us, we're actually going to be the Korean team that goes in 3-0. I think a lot of expectations have changed. I said coming into this tournament that T1 played very, very close on that finals against Crazy Raccoon, but I think people shouldn't say the gap is large between them because T1 looked so good. And so far, they've been the cleanest Korean team in terms of fundamentals here of our 3. So T1, I think right now might be the team to beat.
Yes, I think you're right there. And we also have the Aramco Power Rankings as well here to give you guys an update on exactly how it currently stands with which teams are kind of doing it superbly in this competition. We have top tier High Potential, ZP, and Mystery as well here, Mystery Box.
I really love that. We weren't sure if we would be able to get that in if we weren't able to get the question marks there, but it is so good and actually representative of where it is because, you know, when you take a look at the bottom teams, there's still teams that have had really good results in the past and maybe could bounce back here today, especially with how the meta seems to be a little bit more, favorable to doing hero plays with, heroes like the Sojourn.
I mean, for me, the difference between High Potential and the question mark is really that you look at Weibo, Team Liquid, Geeky, they all brought games to 5 yesterday. They played against opposition they were the underdogs in and were able to bring them to the brink. So you feel like, okay, these teams are on form right now. Question mark teams, on the other hand, like Virtus Pro, you're not ready to trust just yet. You know, they haven't played those big BO5s where they were able to take the top teams to the edge, but they still had some good moments, right? I think these teams like Twisted Minds definitely have the opportunity and could bounce back in a big way, but I'm not ready to say, like, this team is a potential challenger just yet.
Yep.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting how it goes down, but yeah, overall, a lot more closer than expected. Today, it's going to be interesting because elimination is at stake. I think there's a world where it actually may be a little bit more straightforward today, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. And speaking of today, the schedule, what is coming your way in terms of matchups. You can see on screen here, we have 4 BO5s coming your way. The first to 3s, you can see it kicks off very, very shortly indeed here with ZK versus CC, which is going to be an interesting one for sure. We'll break it all down for you in just a moment's time. That you can see later on with the likes of Geek, and we have Sign waiting in the wings to see exactly what happens in those first 2 matchups, Wolf.
I think the first 2 matchups, definitely we have clear favorites in, right, in CC and Twisted Minds, but we'll see if upsets happen, because we have seen some near upsets, like some really, really near upsets so far this tournament. But I do think the gap between them is quite large. So that's why we said so much yesterday, you don't want to drop down to that loser's bracket, because that's where things get tough. That's when your last life is on the line.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting how it all pans out here between the teams. I mean, also I stop and think about, like, there's weird transitive property going on. Like, going back to VP, where VP actually played Weibo pretty close, where they took a map and, you know, Shockwave was able to do ridiculous things. And then Weibo goes on and, like, nearly takes down Falcon. So it's like, okay, where does a team like VP actually stand? Because you're getting...
And the question mark tier.
Exactly.
Let's focus on the now, though, and the game that is coming your way very shortly indeed. Let's take a look here and see exactly what is up here, our first match of the day, and really break things down for you, introduce you to those teams that we're going to be going up against as well here for you and your viewing pleasure at home there. We have their arrivals here, and first up we have Team CC walking into the building here, Wolf, looking relatively confident and just having a good time.
But it should feel confident as well here in this series against Zorp. Zorp are one of the big underdogs of the tournament. I feel like, you know, if everyone had them kind of at the bottom of their power rankings, they did give us a little bit of a fun show yesterday. Yeah. They didn't play things completely standard. But, you know, this is going to be a closer matchup for them, I would say, than what we saw against GK yesterday. However, I do think the gap between these teams is quite large. And I don't want to oversell Zorp. Do you guys want to be frank and say that I would expect and would predict a 3-0 here?
Okay, well, let's take a close look at Zorp first and foremost, see exactly what they are bringing to the party courtesy of their team here, because it'd be interesting to see what they can do today to turn things in their favor perhaps as well, to ensure that they are the ones that go through to the next round. Meeting the players here. ZP, what can you tell us about this team? What should we know in advance?
I mean, the number one thing is protect Love. The one time they looked good against GK was when Love had a lot of space. Now, part of that was simply the fact that they gave Love a lot of space and went, I don't know if that Cassidy is going to hit their shots. Well, he did hit the shots. But also, the plan got kind of leaked afterwards, where it's like, well, if you just dive this one player and focus him first, you will win the team fight. And CC may have been watching the match. So if you know that's going to be a thing, you probably should come in with some sort of plan of like, okay, if we're going to run the Cassidy, how do we protect the Cassidy when the dive is going to be coming?
I think Wilma also really impressed. Like, he had some flashy moments. If they can find a little bit more consistency, then I think that there's a real chance for the squad. The problem is it's just such a quick turnaround between yesterday and today, right? So, you know, you get crushed yesterday, you're coming in as underdogs, you know your opponent, you were able to see them yesterday, but to improve and make those incremental changes over such a quick period, you know, if it was going for, you had an extra day or 2 extra days off, perhaps you'd have the opportunity to then really change your playstyle and focusing on some things. Instead, I think you just got to focus on your own game, focus on your fundamentals.
Yeah, one of the great things about being here on the B stream too is we can actually hear the players behind us. You can kind of feel the energy. There's laughing, there's having a good time, which is great. So it's a great sign of things to come here. Their opponents, though, Team CC, what do they have in store for us? Let's take a closer look at the team and that lineup as well here, ZP. And again, we meet some of the players here to walk us through.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that has some veteran talent on it, players that going back all the way to the Overwatch League. It was the number 2 team in China, and honestly, they play a very, very, like, good high-tempo style. Is it entirely flawless? No. They oftentimes make mistakes, and sometimes mistakes that are avoidable. But in terms of raw, natural talent, like, just the idea of if you have a neutral fight between ZK and CC here, who is likely to win? And I think the reality is that CC is going to be getting a lot of fights just won long before anything like Ult Economy actually becomes becomes a factor.
And I think the difference in experience between these two teams gives CC such an insane edge because these players have played in the most competitive leagues. They've played in the Chinese region where, you have had such a competitive region since going as far back as like 2016, right, for Overwatch, back in Overwatch 1. And they've just been honed. They've had multiple coaching staffs to run them through. They have played some of these players basically since the very beginning against the very best. And I think we just can't say the same in terms of the experience on the other side. So a little bit of a tough one here, but what a Cinderella story it would be if Zocorp could actually bring us to that decider match.
Ooh. Yeah, can you imagine Busan here is the first map we have in store here, ZP?
Yeah, and I mean, the bans are pretty interesting because I'm trying to think if we had saw it on the B stream yesterday. Banning Tracer generally isn't something teams usually do because both teams just realize, hey, you got to have a good Tracer and you're playing around it. I feel like banning Tracer, Wolf, when I look at this, it feels like a huge sign of weakness.
For me, I think it means it's a knowing that you're the underdog. Like, sign of weakness, that's a bit strong. I see where you're coming up with, but it's like, okay, maybe we're going to run a different version of Dive. Like, they might want to run something like Venture instead and look for backline access in a different way. And if you know the enemy Tracer is just going to outclass you in the mirror, then you just want to get rid of it. But it is going to happen in Game 1 as well, so we won't have this opportunity for the rest of the series.
In a matchup like this, where it's they're playing each other like a new blood matchup, if you will, what will be the X factor, do you think, ZP, to kind of separate one from the other?
I mean, I think for ZK, the number one question mark that you have to answer is, do you even get real fights? Because oftentimes when you have a massive skill difference between the teams, you don't actually get to play Overwatch. You're like kind of poke at the other team and you just see eliminations go down. You're like, well, I guess I don't get to play the game. We reset. And then maybe you get ults, but you never get to use them because people keep getting picked off.
I gotcha. Well, here we are. We are starting things off with a plum right now as we have a BO5. The first to three coming your way here. Zocorp versus Team CC. Who will take control, literally, in this first match with this first map here as we head on in with Wolf and ZP. Let's see what happens in Busan.
ZP seeing Gaga on his iconic Winston. Potentially Winston dive here would be really fun. No, we don't always want to talk too much about the hovers, but it's going to be very exciting to see what CC brings to the table. Wilma back on that Venture I was talking about before, but Love on the Cassidy. And they're going to keep Connie, at least on the outset here, on this D.Va. D.Va, a hero that has seen mixed success, but honestly not a hero I'm really a big fan of right now in this meta. It's just been punished so much.
Also, I don't know if Connie's going to be providing the best protection to what should still be a really high-powered dive, with Gaga just simply going on to Love repeatedly. I think the mission to keep Love alive may be harder than the statement ban fly. Take a look, though. Wilma on the Venture. A little bit of poke going back and forth between the teams. Pineapple on the Freya on the other side.
Yeah, and, with this Sombra composition here for Zocorp, it is a very snowball-y composition. If you end up winning the first fight and getting control, and then you get the EMP, you just snowball it so easily. And it's incredibly strong into D.Va, who's always the hack target. Connie survives, though, and they get the turn onto the Gaga.
Yeah, I mean, they commit a little bit too hard on the dive. Connie's able to live despite the hack, and kind of a rough start right now for Team CC. Wilma, under a little bit of pressure, able to back away, and it's going to be Zocorp with first control of the point.
This is really huge for them. Gaga built very little ult charge, was the victim of that turn by Zocorp, and Connie was able to survive despite getting hacked here, and Gaga's actually going to swap onto the Ramatra here, and I think they're going to look for a turn to get the flip on this EMP push, so they have to slow push it, get Kaneki up to the final parts of that EMP, and then for the fight. But here comes the engage from Pineapple.
Yep, Pineapple has the bowl shot ready to go. Wilma a little bit overextended. One up right now is Team C, but they're being a little bit slow on the approach here, Wolf. It's not a sense of urgency per se. Bola comes out. We'll see if the fall through is going to be there.
It really isn't, though.
Yeah.
And Love gets taken out here in the follow-up regardless, and they are just going to steamroll their way onto the point, ZP, but I think that things could have gone a little bit better here for Zocorp, especially after Love did survive that initial engage. They're trying to buy time right now, but here's where things get scary, because you're looking at EMP, you're looking at the sound barrier here for Team CC on the defense here, and the retake is going to be so challenging for Zocorp. Now, they have 44% the lead, but I do think that Kiwi is going to have to wait for that sound barrier before they can look for an approach.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the problem, too, is that when you're trying to retake into the Freya, Freya can really abuse a lot of ridiculous spots to get in good poke.
EMP angle.
Approach really unfortunate, but there we go. EMP comes in, and the follow-through, Wolf, absolutely decisive. Everyone grouped up, and Kaneki says, get on in there.
Now, when you're the defending team against against Sombra and you have a D.Va, she's one of the best spy check heroes in the game because you can spot the Sombra so easily. But when you're on the attack, it's just so difficult to predict the angle Kaneki is going to take. He finds an amazing one there. Multi-man EMP. He's trying to shut down the sound barrier, but still Kiwi didn't even have it, CP.
Yeah, I mean, well, still Kiwi will get a moment, but yeah, I mean, Team CC suddenly looking very much in control after a tough start. Love also getting off the cast, going over to the Sojourn, but we got the dual beat for beat camp starting up here, and Kaneki actually gets caught. Kaneki gets hit while trying to go for it, and now Zocorp, they're going to engage. They drop the beats, but you take a look for Team CC. They can wait a little bit, drop the beat later, but losing Pineapple actually makes this a lot harder.
This is still a winnable fight for Team CC, though, if they want to re-engage with that sound barrier. They have this Ramatra, and there it is.
Yeah, the re-engage is here, and now we're going to see if they're going to get anything out. Respawns are going to be back up in a moment. And now here comes Wilma. Tectonic is going to be used, followed up by the self-destruct. A lot of chaos here onto a point for Team CC. Able to disengage. How nearly goes down, but is able to get away. And now Zocorp getting poked down from all sides. Pineapple starting to hit their groove, builds up the bola. And now going to be looking for it here. Doesn't even need to use it.
Now really powerful re-engage here from CC with the sound barrier. And that's the power of Ramatra. Pineapple got isolated and killed, which is a good punish from Zocorp because, like, oh, you're not going to sound barrier. Your Freya's off on an off angle. We're going to focus her down first. But the reality is they used so many resources to kill Pineapple that the turn was so easy for CC. And, you know, despite the barrier being used there and Zocorp actually having the faster engage barrier, still Kiwi just hasn't built that much up. And I don't know if he's going to have it before this last 20% comes through, especially with the ability to rush off the point here for Team CC.
Pineapple right now just making the engage from Zocorp. All sorts of annoying, slowing them down. 90% Zocorp running out of time to get here on the point. Kitsune is going to be used, and here comes the engage, looking for Gaga. Gaga getting real low, doesn't have Annihilation in store, but now Kitsune back there. They're going to be able to save Gaga, who's still super low. Team CC now starting to poke around the outside, real close to building up EMP. Kaneki can't get it. Gets punched by Still Kiwi instead. Zocorp really wounded, but still in a better spot here so far.
Yeah, getting that pick onto Kaneki was actually massive. They are going to be able to continue to fight this out, but I don't think it's a winning fight. And since it's overtime here, leaving is probably the best option because this is just going to give Zocorp so much more ult charge. Still Kiwi with a later sound barrier there. And you can see Team CC has the faster respawns here, but they do not have control. Trying to force this awkward fight before Zocorp can regroup with the EMP, and there it is.
Yep, two-man EMP, but it's all you need when you're able to both demech D.Va and then immediately erase the Lucio. So Team CC all the way back in, 5-on-3. Just an EMP that secures the kill wolf, that's all you need. You don't need the full team EMP.
Yeah, and I think still Kiwi with that late sound barrier was such a liability here, as Zocorp just could not regroup, cannot regroup now. Love going to look for some last-minute attempts here, but it's just not going to matter. Connie cannot touch the point here on the Wrecking Ball, and that's the first round to CC. Closer than I think most would have expected, but I do think that CC was kind of running around Zocorp in terms of their composition. The EMPs were super powerful, and even in the wins that we saw from Zocorp there, it was never really a trade-up. It always felt like the advantages were going to be temporary because the ult economy was rough, and that final sound barrier from Zocorp there meant that they just could not actually take any sort of fight when they got split like that. And the EMP there is the final nail in the coffin. And again, D.Va continuing to struggle, but especially into Sombra on control, it's really, really hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. I mean, they were able to punish a Sombra a few times, but overall, I mean, here's one thing I'm wondering, though, Wolf, is that, you know, I look at trends between teams. Zocorp came in, and they also looked really good in the first round of Control the last time we saw them play. So I do wonder if this is going to be one of those cases where it's like, look, Zocorp, they're good for like one close Control round, but then the other team adapts, and we go from there. That being said, I mean, I think the composition that CC is playing doesn't as play into like a really high mechanical edge. It's like very finesse when you're running with the Sombra, and I feel like there's a world where this may be more one-sided if something like the Tracer was available.
Yeah, it is we do have a pause. Just want to give you guys an update on that. We're going to have a small pause here, but I do think that the way that Zocorp played is how they're going to have to play this series. You know, a lot of people might look at this and say, well, they should play a little bit more meta. They should play a little bit more measured. They should play a little bit more standard. I think it's the frantic, aggressive, super dive-oriented style that kind of matches CC they have to try to play for. And it's a question of whether or not they'll get punished by CC, because we did see so many good punishes there from CC. And yet, it was super close. Maybe if a sound barrier is a little bit better timed there, Zocorp could have actually stolen that one away.
Yeah, I mean, there's ways it could have went better. Also, kind of surprising given the performance yesterday, but Love was mostly invisible. Like, started out on the Cassidy, didn't get too much, went over to the Sojourn, got a few picks towards the very end, but there's probably a few different reasons for that, but not the least of which is that I think it's just harder when you're dealing with range versus range when you have the Freya that was just constantly pressuring down Love, where you saw Love just constantly having to back up, get healed, break line of sight, go back in. Freya's looking at me, go back.
Yeah.
Like, Love was stuck in the cycle, and I think it limited the ability of Love to go in and
He's calling for a 3-0. And Super Rich, by the way, coming in, from the org side, an ex-pro player himself, but not usually the one to take the stage, but showcasing that he's still got hands. Not sure if it's for funsies here or not, but he is on the starting roster today, which I think it surprised a lot of people who's been following CC on their qualification run here on their play yesterday. As Zocorp's still just waving to the crowd as we get this tech issue resolved, hoping to do it as soon as possible.
Well, you clarified on that means 3. I was like, wait, am I about to get punched 3 times? It's like, I'm getting ready. But, yeah.
Well, they don't have the 1 yet, but they do have the 1 round. Still exuding confidence, though, ZP.
Yeah, and also, I mean, players just kind of having a good time right now. Tech Pause doesn't seem to have anyone too rattled. And, these things tend to happen where, especially beginning of the day, you never know quite happens. Previous days, someone kicks a cable. It's like, hey, why is something weird happening here?
Yeah, the scale of the pause is yet unknown because, there's obviously different things that can happen in terms of hardware, sound issues, and stuff like that. I'm hoping for the best here for these 2 squads so that we can get you guys back into the action, get these players who've prepared so much for this back into the action as soon as possible.
Actually, Wolf, I think it just means you're in top form because the reality is that yesterday we didn't get a long tech pause, and that is your signature. Like, that is the thing that has just followed you throughout all games.
I have had some of the most iconic Overwatch tech pauses of all time with my voice over them. There was the iconic Kongdu Panthera one, which was the first time a pro Korean Overwatch team was just awarded a win because of the Lucio disconnect there where he lost his ult charge. I was in the Great Unko pause of 2019. I was involved in the very long Overwatch World Cup pause where they had to redo the entire map to get it to the exact same game state it was in at the time of disconnect. So I've seen my fair share. There's a lot more than that. Like, Achilleos is the better historian on tech pauses. Like, he probably could tell you every single one we were a part of, but those are definitely some of the ones I think of first when I think about Overwatch pauses.
It doesn't beat your long history of tech pauses, but I did have one of the more ridiculous tech pauses in an online tournament recently where I was casting in a team just like, look, we're going to need about 10 minutes, and they've paused mid-map. It's like, wait, what's going on? It's like, well, it's been a really long day, and our players just bought an OLED monitor, and like they have refresh cycles. He's like, well, he actually can't see his screen, and he can't cancel the OLED refresh cycle, so you're just going to have to wait 10 minutes until he can use his monitor again.
Yikes. Well, it sounds like the TOs were pretty understanding in that situation then.
But the TO was me in that case.
Yeah.
It's just like, wow.
Sounds like good old ZP is a kind TO.
I mean, look, no one wants a forfeit. That's just what it comes down to, is that the worst case scenario is having the forfeited team, but that was just one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen.
Indeed. So we're looking to resolve this issue. As you guys can see, the game is still paused, and people are still thumbsing upping. And it looks like we are going to take a short break, guys, and we will come back as soon as the issue is resolved. So stay with us.
Welcome back, everyone. We had a quick little tech pause here, but we're about ready to get into the game here once more. A little bit of audio issues here and there, but, you know, look, every now and then you're just going to have a few tech pauses that delay things, but we got good staff on it, Wolf. We're going to be good to go soon.
We certainly are. We're good to go now, in fact, as we move into Mecha Base, I believe, here as we are going into our second round of Busan. So this is where Ramatra is incredibly strong. The fact that Tracer is banned shouldn't really impact this at all because it's a little bit tougher with the choke points here to play Tracer on and find the flanks. Speaking of flanks, we may have, with Connie here on this Junker Queen, the opportunity to look for some really nice choke point purples, but I'm kind of on the Team CC composition side, if I'm honest with you, ZP. The Symmetra is really strong right now, especially on Mecha Base. Yeah,
I mean, Love could be alive one moment and then dead the next, but Connie goes in, finds the right area, takes down 2, and Zocorp making the JQ work.
I mean, this is kind of crazy. They'll get the first cap off of this. They're even getting that stagger kill on the Gaga, which is massive. And you're looking at now, with this composition for Zocorp, it's hard to punish Love because there is no ability to flank. There is no ability to speed your way in there without the Kitsune Rush. Gaga's even going to swap to the Orisa here. And, I mean, with a late respawn for Pineapple, too, this gets so much free percentage. If Connie can actually build his Rampage before the contest, I mean, this is kind of a done deal almost, it feels like, on this second round. I mean, that's the kind of advantage that Zocorp have here. Now, Gaga isn't going to be able to sneak around here with this Orisa. And he's actually going to even get on the point and threaten the back cap.
Also, Pineapple able to land the shot on the Kiwi in the back. The point I was about to say is that, hey, you still got Sojourn, one shot, all you need. And, I mean, Zocorp, they don't even try and contest off that pick. They just go, nope, point, you can have it. Gaga, free real estate as Pineapple, again, able to pick off the stragglers as they try and regroup.
This is one of the most frustrating ways you can lose control of control on a map like Mecha Base because you had so much control, you had such a great ult lead, and it's just an Orisa goes out the other way and there's no one covering, and then you just lose formation instantly. They just didn't expect that. And now, gonna have to look for a Kitsune Rush engage, but Love's already down, ZP.
Yep, Gaga just runs at him, and I mean, we see from Zocorp, if they're running the cast comp, they rely on Love to get things happening, and Team CC right now finding their groove after what was a rough start. However, take a look at the next fight here. Wolf, Connie may have something to say about it.
Moving into this,
you know, right now things may have changed up a little bit here. Get back with Wolf here in a second, but what you do have to look at here is Connie. 94% ready to go. Beat drop by Kiwi, but it's only a 2-man beat. Maybe Wilma can compensate here with the Tectonic. Creates a little bit room for Love to get one, and Zocorp, even with the beat that wasn't the greatest, the Kitsune layered on in, still gives them a reasonable approach. Team CC, though, they're kind of stuck in the area. I do wonder if they're going to sit here and look for a bit of a contest. Connie going to drop the Rampage, going on in. Team CC, 3 get hit, but in comes How, gets the beat, hits everyone, and the counter push from Team CC. Very, very close now. Potentially against it, but there's the Deadeye. Whoa, it's going to shut it down.
All right, this is a really huge win here for the side of Zocorp. They need to get these kills here on the exit, deny the retreat so they can get additional percentage here. Great deny of that teleporter there. The Deadeye is massive here, but bigger still. I feel like Super to Sound Barrier really saved the day, forced at least Zocorp to use some additional ultimates there to win this fight. But now we're kind of dead even. Everything is reset. Ult economy and the percentage is evened out, and Wilma going to get a pick here, but it's traded.
Yeah, I mean, it's a trade. You're not that upset over the trade here, but it's going to limit Team CC's mobility. 57% right now to 65. Zocorp trying to get their first round here of the tournament. Weren't quite able to get anything in their first go yesterday.
Pineapple here on the angle, really frustrating Zocorp on their approach.
Yeah, Pineapple also plenty of room and landing shots in front. You can only take this so much before people eventually fall. Gonna take the teleporter. A little bit back and forth right now for Pineapple. Just going for any angle possible. Deadeye now charged. However, Wilma goes in and Wilma goes out. Pineapple, no issues whatsoever. Deadeye comes on in, deals some serious damage even without the elimination.
Yeah, the shield coming through from Connie isn't enough. Wilma goes down. Love looking for the Deadeye here, but does not have any line of sight. Is denied by the Javelin as well.
Well, Abs able to take down Kaneki. Zocorp right now 99% there, close to getting their first round, trying to get CC away from the point. Gaga, though, moving on forward, has ult ready to go, drops it in. Looking for a little bit of cleanup here, comes close, doesn't quite get it here just yet. Team CC coming back to that point, and Gaga is punished. Down 2 is Team CC. Zocorp about to be back at the full strength, and Wolf, they've taken a round.
They've taken a round. And this series already closer than their last. And that was a lot of really scary moments, though, for Zocorp. Despite the win, there were so many moments, CP, where I was like, they're just not dealing with the flank angle at all of the Cassidy. The teleporter being utilized incredibly well, the bounce back constantly, they just weren't able to collapse. Wilma really struggling to actually find the right timings to go in and take down the enemy Cassidy. Looked a little bit scary, but it was their big 5v5 ult fights that actually were the determining factors there, where they were able to, with the massive lead they had, take things. And that's despite, after having that first cap, losing all the advantages they had. And Connie, having that Junker Queen in his repertoire is actually going to be pretty massive, as we do see a Mei composition here to come out for Zocorp on our third and final round.
Yeah, a little bit of change up here from Zocorp, change up from Team CC. At the same time, gone is Orisa. Here comes the ball back in onto the Sombra. So big swaps on both sides. And you think about heroes Gaga's played historically, a lot of ball in the resume.
Yeah, and I think that part of the reason why we see this Mei to come out here, but he is isolated. He's not with his team, so Gaga just does not care about that attempted freeze.
Gaga right now?
At all.
A little bit of trouble with the grapple, but gets on over, takes down Wilma, who is very, very deep. And now Zocorp, they come close to getting the point here, Wolf, but now Team CC, they use it as a resource, go back in, they wait the right amount of time, and now they're likely to get the flip.
Yeah, the Ana purple there as well onto Connie, making it just so difficult to recover. And I think at this point, Zocorp, you got to just concede the point and back out. You don't want to give that much percentage over. I understand that, but staying here will in fact just give them more percent and ult charge on top of it. So they do eventually get the retreat there. But that pick onto Wilma was a really big problem, as he died early, and then they just did not have enough damage or peel there. Connie gets purpled. And Team CC, half of an EMP here, half of that nano boost. They're in great shape here.
I think that's the other problem too, is like losing first fight on control is not good, but losing first fight on control when the other team is running a Sombra is even worse because of her ability to just give you such a big edge in ult economy. Wilma gonna get hacked, has to ice block relatively early. Zocorp right now, just scanning around for the proper way to engage. Meanwhile, you look at progress on the point, still going up. Kaneki, a little bit poke here into the back line. You see Mei right now looking for help back, not gonna happen. And just like that, Team CC, easy kills on the flank here, Wolf.
Yeah, Wilma is just getting bullied in this game. He's never able to regroup with his team. He's like using a wall solo there, trying to deny Kaneki. He's like, I don't even know where he is, but I don't want to have any part of this. And he's just completely isolated, and this is not a team fight. And this is kind of like what you were talking about, ZP. We didn't see it on the first two rounds, but this is I'm just trying to play Overwatch, and they're not letting me play Overwatch, you know? Where you just keep getting staggered. You're not able to regroup, and when you finally get the chance to do so, you've given over so much time, so much ult charge and percentage here. As Kaneki is going to look for the EMP engage here. Nice block there on Gaga's pile driver, but Kiwi does not have the sound barrier for the EMP, and I don't even know if they're going to EMP this fight.
Pineapple was in a 1v1 with Wilma on the outskirts and just barely won it. A huge swing from Pineapple. And as a result, Zocorp right now down one, and they don't even get the EMP out, Wolf. So now Kaneki can use EMP to outright put the match away.
I mean, there's 4 ultimates coming online here for CC at the same time. Dede is going to be the opener here, but they can just avoid line of sight. And Zocorp just don't have any angles here, any opportunities. The minefield's going to deny the approach, buying some additional time, but they don't know where Kaneki is. He's looking for that EMP angle in the back line.
Kaneki looking for his prey, invisible, up and over. Again, ready to scan it out. And look, Zocorp, they need the touch. Here comes the EMP, and the follow through instantly there. How? I think they have just booped Wilma off the map. And it just gets worse right now for Zocorp. A tough round where they're just outclassing both the neutral and an ult economy.
And it's not that Zocorp just didn't know what to do about the EMP. You can see what happened there is this is just going to be a wipe and the map to CC. But they knew what to do. They were super split, right? But then they end up getting caught by Super Itch. The boop happens because they're so far away they don't want to all get caught by EMP. And instead, Kaneki opts for the solo EMP on the Lucio because he's like, well, I don't want sound barrier to counter this. They're super split anyways. He didn't even have sound barrier. He was at like 97%. He gets solo EMP taken out, and the fight is just a wash. And you can see that even though Zocorp know exactly what to do in this situation, they're not able to get enough control. They're not able to stay grouped. The Mei pick just did not work out at all as he was constantly bullied. And yeah, unfortunately, Wilma there was kind of like, please, CC, no! Like, let me play the game.
I've never seen a Mei just that isolated and alone. I mean, it was the loneliest freezer she continually kept locking herself in.
Yeah, well, that was that one ice wall where, you know, Kaneki was trying to harass him but hadn't, like, gone for the right-click hack yet, and he just, like, ice walled because, like, I think he's coming from this angle, but I'm not sure. That was the moment where you knew things were going a little bit awry, as the compositions here for CC are not really orthodox. They're not that common, even on a map like boosts on Mecha base. I'll give you that. That was a little bit more stock standard from them. But I think they kind of just wanted to create some additional disruption here because, again, they're the more experienced team. And I think Zocorp did know what to do. They had the right answers, but the execution of those defenses needed to be crisper. And unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, we saw the minor hiccup there in the second round. However, Team CC come through and get the first best of 5 going in their favor here. Interesting as well, I think in that kind of third round, we saw the kind of like the rotational domination, I guess. Was it Gaga with Wrecking Ball as well?
Yeah.
How important, how integral is kind of, you know, rotating around the control point there to ensure that you don't let them even breathe, never mind try and get in there and take it for themselves?
Well, I mean, Gaga just had really good awareness of how much point you had to give, because the reality is, right, is that the other team is on the point. You have like time where you can go for people on the outskirts. In this case, he went for Wilma. And meanwhile, you just kind of internal time was like, okay, I need to go back to the point in about 3 or 4 seconds. And he's just off the point long enough to take down Wilma and then rolls back over at the right time to be the tank on the point. So, I mean, Gaga just had really well-tuned awareness for that entire round.
Yeah, I mean, Cassidy can help somewhat slow down the Wrecking Ball and has a lot of burst damage, but Wrecking Ball is a character, a hero that has a lot of shielding, has a ton of mobility. If you can punish the Wrecking Ball when his mobility is on cooldown and then freeze him with Mei, the Mei can be such quite a strong counter, quite a strong response. You know, other responses we have are the Sombra we've seen in the past where you try to look for the hack to limit that mobility, but unfortunately it just didn't work out. Like, the answers were there in a traditional Overwatch counter sense, but they were just so outclassed in terms of mechanics and coordination that they couldn't execute on it.
Do you think that Zocorp, I mean, going into this next map as well, obviously we know how integral this one will be, obviously, because 2-0 is a lot tougher a hill to climb than it being 1-1 at this point. What is Zocorp's reaction to this, do you think? I mean, how do they go for those surprises we talked so much about? Yes, they do something different. Is that the way they kind of try and separate themselves away and get back into this competition?
I think it probably gets worse for them. Again, I think back to the idea of like where they decided to ban Tracer early on. Well, now they're going to have to deal with top-tier Tracer play that they might not be able to match. It's going to make things way tougher for players like Love. It's going to enable things like, you know, running more things like Tracer, Sojourn. I think it just gets more difficult from here from Zocorp because they did use what I think, after seeing that, was probably one of their best ban options.
I would like to see more Junker Queen. You know, if that's not banned, CC might actually be thinking the same thing and might look to take that away. But the Junker Queen performance was actually really good. They played well around that Rampage ultimate. They were able to win that one round, right, of the 3 where they played the Junker Queen. There's definitely hero mastery there on the JQ. So maybe something like that maybe isn't meta, but you're really good at, could be what pushes you over the line. All right.
One change we think is going to happen here is a roster change in the form of subs as well. That's going to happen just now, so we'll take a quick break here on the broadcast, but stay exactly where you are as the rest of this series will conclude right after this break. We'll see you back here in just a moment.
swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you.
This land is calling.
Welcome back into the OWCS Midseason Championship here at EWC. We are right in the midst of our first to three in this best of five, and it is 1-0 to Team CC. A change, though, it seems, Wolf, in the roster, and I think the tank has been changed.
Yeah, I guess they just feel like they don't necessarily want to play the Winston anymore, as we're going to see Billy Dang coming in here for Gaga. Again, the main player here for CC, but playing the Wrecking Balls, playing a little bit of Winston. We'll see what Billy Dang has in mind. Hard to speculate just yet without knowing what the map is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, when you have a player like Gaga who's known for playing from like really heavy dive things like Ball and Winston, and you have tank swap, it means the other tank that's coming in is going to play things that are slower, like things like a Ram is probably more likely to come out here. Or, haven't seen too much of it, thankfully, but, Maga and some metas, we've been spared. We've been spared.
Yeah.
Maybe he's going to play Reinhardt CP.
Oh.
He's not going to play Reinhardt CP.
Do a lot of the substitutions that happen in teams? We saw a lot yesterday as well here. Is this kind of a preconceived thing that happens, or is it kind of an organic thing that happens in the moment usually?
I mean, it really depends on every situation. Like, oftentimes it's map dependent. I'd say that's the most common. Like what we saw with Max yesterday, for example. For some teams that are the heavy favorites, and a player hasn't played for a really long time, sometimes you just are like, hey, here's some playtime for you, because you don't have that many opportunities, especially to play on LAN like this in front of fans, as we are heading to Circuit Royale. So we'll see what is going to come across. Actually, the Illari ban here from CC, pretty interesting. We've seen a lot of teams really favor this. We didn't see it played actually yesterday here on the B stream, but this is the Illari map.
Yeah, I mean, Circuit Royale has always been good for Illari, kind of regardless of meta. It's kind of one of those things where you have that law in Overwatch where you think things like Lijiang Control Center. It's like, well, I don't know what the status of Mei is, but she's probably good on this map. Sometimes that is just too much, which is also why if you don't see things like a Widow being played on Circuit, you know that the hero is not in a good spot.
Is there a world in which Team CC here, if let's say, like, let's think ahead here, if they do drop one of these maps to the opposition here, the CK, Will that affect them much? I mean, we talked about experience being a big factor yesterday. It seems that CC have got exactly what is necessary to fight back, but they seem so confident.
I think they're incredibly confident, and I think it depends on the way in which they drop a map. You know, if they're actually just completely outclassed when they're playing their best and they're playing a super meta composition, yeah, you might start to worry. But with how they've been playing so far with these Sombra compositions and stuff like that, you know, dropping a map might make them lock in a little bit more. But again, they're so incredibly confident because they are massive favorites, and I think that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Here you can see, folks at home, that we are about to dive into that second map of this BO5 here, Team CC versus Zorp Esports, as they assemble their teams, get them together and get ready for what is deemed to be a very important match in this series. So back over to Wolf and ZP. Let's jump on in, fellas.
You know, Wolf, as I look at this, I don't love the Freya ban. I feel like the Freya ban, given the level of power that we've seen from the heroes in the tournament so far and what people have done really well at, banning the Freya just alerts your opponents like, hey, you actually should be playing Sojourn. Like, I feel like you're doing them a favor just being like, actually just play the better hero.
I am 100% with you. I'm not sure if this Mei is actually going to be just a hover or if they're going to keep this locked in. And again, I think Wilma's been one of the big performers here for Zorp, especially yesterday. We saw, you know, specifically on the Venture. But based on what we saw in Busan, it's not necessarily a encouraging sign that they would run Mei here straight out the gates on attack. We'll see if that ends up being true, or if he's just going to look for an Ice Wall pick potentially and swap. It's going to be a Sojourn swap here with the Batiste, and Wilma is sticking with us, so I'm going to be honest with you, ZP, I wouldn't necessarily call this a standard composition because you have the ability to Ice Wall and potentially set up targets for Love, but at the same time, it doesn't have a ton of synergy with this Sojourn at all, so it can be quite tricky to execute as Kaneki is going to lurk here and wait for that drop-down flank.
Yeah, I mean, I think you play the Mei here just when you get to the turn and you can go into the building around the turn and use Wall for some opportunities, but I don't think it is the strongest pick. Kaneki right now, just go for some poke here on the Venture. Pineapple building in turn. So Corp getting a decent amount of payload progress, but it's really going to be around this turn where Team CC makes her stand.
Yeah, Wilma looking for the Ice Wall, the lockup here, but it's not going to work out. Love gets taken out first.
Yeah, Love down early. Pineapple able to find the quick pick. Building ult super quickly, too. So not only does Team CC get a relatively clean fight here, but Zorp, the next fight, is probably going to be a wash because Pineapple's just going to pop overclock pretty early. Yeah, he's got it already, like you say, and this makes everyone a vulnerable target. Even Wilma, if he's not quick with the ice block, can just get his head taken off. We used to see attack Mei on Circuit Royale on like the Juno release patch on this map last year, but it just feels so dated right now. As again, an Ice Wall attempt to lock up Billy Dang. It's strong into Ramatra if you can pick him, but he's got so much healing here. He's got the Immortality Field, and he is not going to go down. Kaneki, on the other hand, not as lucky. Pineapple can swing this back, though. Team CC is down one, but this is one of those scenarios where you drop the window, Pineapple under pressure gets taken down. They went for the dive on the Pineapple. It was successful. Love and Wilma getting in there, and this is going to be some good progress for Zorp. The target changed there. On to Kaneki. The focus of the Venture as the flank attempt is there for Kaneki is actually massive when you consider they put everything into the attempted kill onto Billy Dang. It did not work out, but that quick focus and then the ability to knock Pineapple out before he could get value with the window, it was a really good, clean attack from Zorp because it was such a predictable way in which CC was going to play it on. I mean, you called it right before it happened, ZP. Well, here we go. Pineapple going back in. This time around, has the overclock, but it's popped really early. I mean, Zorp, this is actually a very nice disengage, Wolf. It's a nice disengage, but it's still a good time buy here. It slows the push. Now looking for the re-engage, and Love's got his own overclock. Love ready to go. Very good pick off here from the start. Zorp looking absolutely great. Now, going for a little bit more. Connie under pressure in the point. Is going to be able to get the Annihilation up here in a moment, but so is Bilideng on the other side. So, Annihilation right now, potentially for Annihilation. Blizzard out here on the point from Wilma, freezing things, keeping it down, but Team CC still alive and still able to contest here. They've actually weathered the storm. Abs has used his Immortality Field already here. They're going to drop the Annihilation. They have so much sustain on this point. Sound barrier as well. I mean, it doesn't get more sustainable than this. Yeah, I mean, it's going to fade away, but not before Kaneki ends up falling. If you're Team CC, you're going Pineapple. Give us a little bit of help right now. Bilideng gets saved by Farway. Really nice Immortality Field in the moment, but Bilideng can only live for so long. Zorp just swarming over the point, and Pineapple just struggling to find anything where Love is not. I think, unfortunately, here for Team CC, making those plays, dropping the Immortality Field and trying to buy time there, sure, it bought you a few seconds,
but you also just gave most of a blizzard to Wilma. You know, this is the kind of fight where it's actually unwinnable. Like, you will never stop the cap, and yet you've given over so many resources to Zocorp, and now get also free corner control and have gotten the high ground here. It can kind of kite back as the cart moves over. So big win here for Zocorp. Complete turnaround.
Kaneki, though, able to just do a little bit of burrow, finds Love. Probably one of the most important pickups with how Love has been playing this round. And Kaneki adds on 2, makes it 3. Just a really nice venture engage, backed up by Hao and Villadeng.
Yeah,
and you lose a lot of momentum here.
You really do, because they had that high ground control. Like I said, they had the straight and the ramp, but they strayed a bit too deep, and I think disrespected the fact that the venture engage range is quite high while they're trying to kite back. It's a really good punish from CC, and like I said, lost the momentum here and kind of back to the drawing board. Yeah, but that Blizzard's almost ready.
Blizzard's almost ready, but this isn't really the best terrain for it. I mean, Team CC has multiple ways of getting away, or you just take down Wilma immediately. You can't summon the Storm if you're back in spawn. So, nice little pick off by Far Away, and this just feels like one of those scenarios where we're just going to see Zocorp bleed.
Yeah, well, that's the scary part about this, because they had a decent time bank, but now they are struggling to regroup once again, and this was not the setup they were looking for. This is a disaster.
Yeah, Pineapple just opportunistic overclock. Racks it on up. Oh, gets another at the very end.
You're just so outranged, ZP, when this Mei comes through. Sure, you're playing into a Venture, but the Venture can threaten the backline and the front line at the same time, and it makes overclocks like this one so much more potent. As Kaneki is looking for a potential tectonic shock engage here on the flank, does get pushed away. But forcing this corner is the biggest challenge. Now he's got the angle, but he's taken out and returned by a rail shot.
Pineapple continuing to stay on streak, taking down the Immortality Field after Love. Finds Wilma right after. Wilma throws down the Blizzard, but doesn't really get much done. Again, it's not the best terrain to get a good Blizzard at this point. I think the Mei probably should have been swapped a while back, and Love's had enough. Love going to the Widow. We'll see.
You know, shots in the dark, I feel, was a apt metaphor potentially for how that attempt from Love was. He had line of sight for just 1 second. He's like, all right, I don't know everyone's position, but I've got this one chance. I'm going to press Q and I'm going to hope for the best. But he's just instantly taken out. Pineapple predicts the exact peak angle, and down he goes.
Well, we got the window coming out here from Abs, trying to get something happening, and Pineapple has just come online. The last few fights, right place, right time. Focus on the Immortality Field, immediately finds another, takes down Love. Gotti gets a little bit done here with Annihilation, but it's so far back, Wolf. I mean, Team CC, they're going to be back in plenty of time to keep defending.
Yeah, there's so much distance this card needs to go, and this was a very expansive win here, and it's honestly not even a firm win, as it's taken them a really long time to take out Billy Dang, so that's further time lost. If it was like a 130 time back, I'd be like, Billy Dang, this doesn't mean that much that he dies here, or it actually could mean a lot, because like he's staggered, but they have so much time to regroup here, and there's only 15 seconds on the clock, and he's got Annihilation. And Pineapple, we've already seen what these overclocks can do here on Circuit Royale for this guy, and I am very worried for Zocorp. They're going to play up forward here on the choke point to try to deny Pineapple's line of sight. It's still very risky, and if he gets one angle, he might just be able to take this defense.
They just have nothing to defend against.
There it is.
The overclock. Like, he has free reign. There's no support ults. There's plenty of line of sight. Pineapple just gets to do whatever he wants. Easily picks up a 2-piece towards the end. Overtime ticking on down. Annihilation just to seal the deal. And Team CC, after a little bit of a rough first point, really just locked down Zocorp on second. And to me, I look at that, Wolf, and I just see Wilma on the late Venture swap. That swap probably needed to happen as soon as I got.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, after the first Blizzard, probably time to move on, right? Especially when you don't have corner control. You mentioned it, like you're fighting into a Sojourn that has high ground control, corner control. Like, how do you even Blizzard? You have to wait for them to engage to you, which means you're never going to have that tempo advantage. Beyond the Mei, though, I do think their response to the overclock, like the track of the ultimate was amazing, right? They knew Pineapple had ult. They knew they had to play up in that choke. They went all the way up. They put one on the cart. I think it was one of the support players sits back on the cart. They go up to the choke point and try to make sure that he can't get line of sight as they continue to push that cart so they can take that overtime final defense, or take down that final defense as they're all grouped up so the overclock doesn't pick anybody. Because if anybody dies, it's just over, right? The problem is they weren't quite sure what to do next once they caught up and had the choke point controlled, and they couldn't deny Pineapple from just getting out, sliding through, and finding the angle anyways. It's just like what we saw in Busan. They know what to do when the Sombra has ult. They know exactly the game plan, but the execution is just a little bit too slow. It's just a little bit too off, and a team like CC will just punish you.
Yeah, and I mean, now Team CC taking to the offense. They don't have very far to go. We'll see how they approach this here. I mean, Hanzo, we did see get a little bit of play yesterday, so even though it's spawn door stuff may not happen.
Might just be a little Sonic Arrow action.
Yeah.
ZP, I like the Mei on defense a lot more, to be honest with you. It's not necessarily my favorite still. But it is backed up by this Lifeweaver, and it's rare to see Lifeweaver. We did also see this yesterday out of Admiral, but it gives you a little bit of a spacewalk kind of vibe where Wilma can play up aggressively, can ice block, and then get pulled back to safety as he tries to build up Blizzard quickly. So you have a little bit of an extra edge, and it's fantastic for sustain when you have Tree of Life for this Ramattra composition. A lot of ifs, to be fair, but I think it can work in the right circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, you just described like the 15-step program. Just like, okay, like, can we just narrow this down to about 3? It seems to be, simple, a little bit easier to execute here. I mean, but also that's kind of Lifeweaver in general. You're like, okay, how do we get value off the pull? Well, here come the equations. But also here comes Team CC. Kaneki dives into the back. Pineapple taking advantage of the disruption, finds love. And now Pineapple's going to have so much room to work with here on the Sojourn. Gets the BAP after. And if you're Wilma, by the time you get back, first point's about to be gone. The value that you could have had this May, likely also gone.
It's already gone. I mean, this time bank for the little distance they need to have is going to be phenomenal. I just don't think there's really going to be much value in a last-minute contest here as Abs swaps over to Juno here as well to try to further that sustain war. But without Tree of Life, you've got no legs in this composition. We talked about how challenging it is to actually pull off on all the circumstances, the conditions that need to be met, and they just simply were outpaced by Kaneki here. They are going to look for that last-minute contest, but they don't have the Blizzard, they don't have the Tree of Life. They need to buy time. This composition certainly can do that, but Pineapple's got other ideas.
I mean, the tree just has not grown quickly. Here, you just look at Kiwi's, like, is he about to have it? Doesn't matter. Pineapple's already taken down 2. It is a slow build, and now you're finally going to get it, but it's going to be last fight, and Pineapple's going to be good to go. The overclock, real set.
Yeah, now what Pineapple can do here actually is just play far up. As you can see here, look how far up they're playing. They're like, yeah, you guys can contest. This is the same idea, right, to what we saw just moments before where Zocorp were trying to punish. But this time, they're the ones who have choke point control with the overclock. You can't even approach. Good luck setting up your Tree of Life. He swaps off. He's like, this isn't going to work. We're never going to get close to the card. We got to actually put Lucio through. We got to speed up. And he's down already.
Yeah, I mean, Pineapple just going to the well once more. That wasn't even overclock, by the way. That was just... he built up the charge, drop the railgun, go from there. Kaneki, though, dives into the Tectonic. Zocorp, super push far back. Meanwhile, they got 1 on the payload, and it's just about done.
Very, very one-sided affair here as Team CC will take the 2-0 lead. And this one, for Zocorp, felt like a big compositional issue. They, we said, play your own style, play your own game. They pick Circuit Royale. They try to play the May. But when Pineapple's playing like this, I just don't know if that's ever going to work out. And the Tree of Life, if they actually get it for the contest of A, I think there's a real angle where they buy enough time, delete some of that time bank, make some later swaps, go for corner control, try to match the Sojourn, swap composition completely. But instead, they just were just a few percentage points off.
Yeah, I mean, the tree never ended up growing to its potential. Also,
they needed some miracle grow, ZP.
Exactly. Also, I mean, this is a real deep cut that at this point we're so far moved that, like, there'll be like 2 people in chat that remember it. But, this is for those 2 people. That may have been the first wins moment we've seen in the games we've casted there, where it's just like, the entire team's far forward. Where's the Lucio? The Lucio's just on the card. It's just like, you'll play the game. What is your role?
Yeah.
Push the cart.
Well, I mean, that's just kind of how Circuit Royale goes, too, when you win a fight and you want to control that choke point and maintain high ground on the ramp, as you just send the Lucio or any support player back to this cart sit, and that's kind of how it goes. We saw both teams do that, right? But the setup was way better, in fact, for CC when they had that control. And, like, even if you stuck, a lot of people might be watching that going, why'd he swap? He had Tree of Life. Maybe they actually win that. Like, they finally had the ultimates. The problem is you're never going to get to take that fight the way you want to on the point. You don't want to take that fight with Tree of Life and the choke point. There's nobody touches the cart. You just lose the game instantly, right? So it makes sense to swap. Again, Zocorp are smart. Like, they know what they're doing. Their strategies make sense. But I feel like this is something Team CC could just read so easily, and they have the best responses.
I think obviously the hill has now become a mountain for Zocorp as well here. Well, interestingly as well, I think we've seen this with dare I say, the stronger teams that are more composed perhaps, pushing so far ahead, not allowing them to come even close to the point that you're trying to move as well. That's something that I guess comes with time, with a lot of practice as well, because it feels like the strongest teams don't allow them even into the game, never mind, kind of trying to compete and take something over.
Yeah, it's very common. I mean, you just have this gap in neutral fights where you don't necessarily get to play the ult game evenly whatsoever. Also going into that, I would still like to go back and look at the ban where I did not love the Freya ban going in here, where it's just going, oh, Pineapple normally plays Freya. I guess you have to play Sojourn here on circuit. Like, what are you doing? That is an upgrade right now.
Also, you know, Freya is really strong into the type of comp they were trying to run because her damage stacks up. She can burst those tanks down. And when you're stacking all that healing, especially when you're going like all in on Juno, Lifeweaver, Freya can sometimes just burst those tanks down before you can get those ultimates online. So I get the concept there for what they were trying to do. But like you said, Sojourn is the most successful hero so far here at this tournament, and yeah, it didn't look great. And the performances we've seen from the Mei, from Wilma, makes me just want to see more of his venture. Like, this seems like a much more successful hero for him.
Absolutely. I mean, we now have ourselves a situation where it's one more map. That's it. They're through to the next round. And we sadly lose our first team in our competition in the form of Zocorp. It's last chance saloon. I mean, what can they possibly do here, ZP, to remain in this? Is it about pride at this point? Or what can they do to try and remain in?
I mean, it's very difficult because at the end, when you look at the eye test here, you don't look at this game and be like, oh, they just had a few strategy errors, but it was super close. No, there's a very tangible skill difference between the teams. Where, yeah, I mean, players like Love had a few moments here and there there were times where Zocorp could win a fight, but the consistency between the two teams, a lot of it just came down to mechanical difference, and that could be a very hard gap to get over because, you know, you could have the best coach in the world, but eventually it's going to come down to, like, they're shooting us better.
My crazy prediction, you know, crystal ball this a little bit. If I'm Zocorp, we go to Shambali Monastery. 100% that's the map you pick. With the style they're showing, that's exactly where you want to be. You ban either Venture or Sojourn. I'd say probably ban Venture. Just try to hunker down, sit on a point, and just say, we're playing Mei, we're massively blasting out healing, we're just going to run you over. Play Ramatra. Play Orisa if you want, but I think Ramatra is probably the game plan. And just try to just lock down on the cart and somehow miraculously bring us to a game 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. I think no matter what, you're kind of throwing a Hail Mary here. I mean, the other option is that, you know, you go to something with a little bit more chaos overall map-wise, where just, I don't know. I just feel like the way to win right now is very, very far from Zocorp just because of how we've been seeing the back and forth between the players. But it's also going to be even further if they bring out the Mei again. I think the Mei
I should correct myself in that Shambali Monastery is not available because they picked Circuit Royale already.
Oh, that crystal ball. That crystal ball.
They should have picked Shambali in game 2.
Let's take a look at the stats here on the screen as well. We're getting some great stats here, right? Eliminations versus assists, damage, and KD, etc. as well here. And you can see the strength of CC on the right-hand side there. Not to mention, I mean, every single area, despite damage, has been very, even keeled at 52K. I mean, the KD alone, you just showed 5 times almost.
I love stats like this where you actually see the damage is directly even. It showcases the effective damage and how important getting eliminations with damage is over actually having, you know, the damage that just not leading to anything while you're trying to do those sustain and heal comps.
Yeah, I mean, a big difference there is just, okay, you're both running Sojourn. Which Sojourn is actually hitting their headshots and having effective damage that bursts and kills versus which team is, you know, just generally shooting but not having it be as effective.
We can see here as well, we're going to Atlas. If only the crystal ball said Atlas. We're going to Atlas.
Yeah, no, I should have crystal balled after game 1.
We can see Atlas in the back. The bans coming through as well here. Talk us through the bans, EP. Why would these be effective going into this third map?
Well, you know, the bans were just up and now they disappeared. I didn't get a good look at them.
It was Cassidy and Diva. So I think the Zocorp ban was Cassidy and CC's ban was Diva, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, here it is, the confirmation. So interesting to see a Diva ban on Atlas. Again, I'm not a big fan of Diva right now in this tournament. I think the hero is not performing well. Cassidy, on the other hand, very, very strong here.
Yeah, Cassidy's really strong, but also between the two teams, the team that's liked playing Cassidy way more of the two has been Zocorp.
Yeah, and I think CC are like, well, I guess I'll just play Sojourn.
Yeah, like, this feels like you're against yourself here. It doesn't seem like the right play.
Well, can they do it? You can see there in orange, white there again. Match point is officially upon us in this first of our 4 matches coming away here on the Overwatch 2B stream here. Who will be the winners? Will it be CC going through the next round and saying goodbye to Zocorp? Or is there a chance at a comeback? We've seen it over in our best of 5s yesterday as well. Can it happen this time around? Looking unlikely, but we're optimists here. We'll ask the crystal ball in a short while too. But for now, let's jump on in and see exactly how this one pans out.
All right, so Love is going to go onto the Tracer. Haven't seen Love on Tracer quite as much. I'm trying to think if we saw it yesterday. It was maybe for a split second, but certainly haven't seen it here today. Pineapple going to go on Tracer in turn, and I gotta say, Wolf, on the eye test, this feels like a somewhat imbalanced Tracer v Tracer setup.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to play Junker Queen and run Wilma back on the Venture, so this is kind of what I wanted to see from Zocorp in general, and Atlas is a fantastic map for this type of dive. The problem is that there's not a great dive target here. With Billy Dang actually staying in, they didn't sub him back out. He's going to stay on this Ramatra. And I just think that when you're in this mirror matchup, they have the more robust tank setup, and they have the stronger Tracer player. So it's going to be an uphill battle. But sometimes you just have to say, well, I'm going to play my best and see if I can match, as Love is going to be the first to fall, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, Love immediately punished there between far away. I think Pineapple may have been in on it too, and already a really nice O-Pig here from Team CC where, you know, just deciding to dive on far away may not be the right idea.
And to go back to the point of the Tracer v Tracer, just because the enemy Tracer player is stronger than you doesn't mean you can't play the mirror. I mean, that's what being a professional player is all about. You have to be like, well, he's better than me, but maybe not today. Maybe not on this day, on this match, at this moment. I can outperform. You have to trust yourself. And Pineapple is trusting himself so far and is getting the better of this matchup. But Zocorp still with that signature Junker Queen pick here. They lose the first fight. Not a whole lot of ult charge built here. And now regrouping is going to be a bit of a challenge. You can see Team CC are just slow playing this. They don't have to engage just yet as Wilma on the flank is spotted.
Thinking of looking at flanks here. On here on the side, the flank coming on in here from Love, trying to make something happen here into the back. Once more, looking for the Kiri, but Pineapple is one that's actually hitting Pager and on Kiriko in the back, and Pineapple, far more being done. Throws out the pulse bomb, nearly connects, does enough damage building the follow through.
All right, big win here for the side of Team CC. Once again, Connie, nowhere near a Rampage. Like, so poorly paced, unfortunately, with such a low impact on that last fight that, like, we're not even talking about Rampage 4.2, you know, where they're looking for that prio there to look for the fight. As they're going to actually engage here instead of giving this one up, despite the fact they don't have ultimates. They almost have that sound barrier. It's not quite ready. This is going to have to be a miracle win here for Zocorp in this fight, especially with Annihilation online. As Love looks for the flank again on the support line, but he can't come up with an Elim ZP.
Love right now trying to add pressure far away, doesn't like what's happening, drops to Kitsune in response to the beat. Building has the Annihilation good to go, but Pineapple once again hitting Paydirt in the back. Wilma down, Kaneki free to work. And Zocorp easily fending this off, the beat into the garbage from Zocorp, and the first point to Team CC.
The scariest and worst part about this is I think the sound barrier for point control on second flashpoint is way more valuable than the Kitsune Rush. And the Kitsune Rush is used for far away to actually help get them into position to then get that Annihilation set up. It was a phenomenal play from Kaneki there, who didn't use his ult either because he didn't have it yet. So for Zocorp, you somehow need to force a sound barrier out here early. They're super rich. Maybe if they can get Love into position, try to pulse bomb, that could be a way, or if they could Tectonic early. But if he gets to sound barrier on point open here the way he wants, it's an almost unwinnable fight for Zocorp no matter what. They do have point control, but Kiwi is down.
Pineapple's just getting such consistent value into the back, oftentimes before any engage happens. Zocorp, I mean, you're down one and you throw in the Kitsune. Maybe you get the sound barrier out, but the pulse bomb hitting. How's just sitting pretty and going, nah, I don't need to make any music, Wolf. It's fine.
I mean, Love, he listened. He actually can't hear me, but he did what I suggested. He tried to pulse the Lucio, but he just whiffs it, finds nothing. And then he has to recall out as the fight is lost. Still no sound barrier for CC. They are just holding on to this ultimate. And it's not a good sign if Kiwi gets a second one here before it goes down, as they're going to get 2 picks here to start. Good punish from Connie.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Hao, you probably have to save it here. I don't really think you want to beat. I mean, you can. Okay, he's going to go for it.
The greed is real.
Yeah,
the greed is real.
Look, they just want to stall, buy some time for Pineapple to come back in and do Pineapple things. Is it the absolute best idea ult economy-wise? Maybe not. Building's going to go down, far away, out, and yeah,
that was extremely disrespectful, ZP. Like, that fight with the heroes they had left with no DPS means, yeah, you have a Ramatra, it could sustain through a lot. He's got that additional armor, but you're never going to win the extended fight. And even with the fast approaching Venture and Tracer, not only did you just waste your ultimate, you gave control over to the point, but you also gave Kiwi sound barrier advantage. So can't say I agree with that one. I think a lot of disrespect, a lot of greed, and it just is not going to work.
It was just surprising. It's like, oh, he's not going to use it. It's like, wait, he's using it. Does not work out. However, Zocorp, look at the defend. Hao gets a little bit of advantage on the apps. 1 up right now for Team CC. Pineapple working the outskirts again. Finding still Kiwi. An easy cleanup now coming in from Team CC.
Knowing the Lucio is their biggest threat because they just use their sound barrier, they focus him down, they try to force his barrier out early. He doesn't even have it. He's killed again. And that means Zocorp don't actually get to use the advantage they have now. They will have it still, but they have to use it to approach the point. Means that Billy Dang can use his Annihilation to buy time through that sound barrier. They could even try to force a fight off the point to force it away. His Pulse Bomb is going to go wide here for Pineapple, so that's one other tool gone here as Zocorp really needs this fight to be there as the Kitsune Rush is going to close the gap.
Kaneki, meanwhile, into the back, a little bit of pressure. Love Pulse Bomb, nothing but shield. Now, though, looking for Bilodang. Bilodang, are you going to drop Annihilation? Under pressure, drops it, gets the extra armor, but still, heavy pressure here on the Bilodang. Team CC, though, able to keep it alive. The beat from Still Kiwi down, and so is Still Kiwi. Pineapple, again, the Lucio pressure, very, very strong. Love, though, equalized. Both teams down, one support here so far. Team CC, though, about to build up the beat. How? Getting ready to drop it, super low HP. Be careful here. If you drop it, you're really low. You don't want to throw it away. And Team CC, they don't even need to use it.
They didn't need it.
Yeah.
They didn't need it at all. And, you know, if things had gone dire, he absolutely would have pulled the trigger. But this time he has the restraint, but for a different reason. It's because they're winning so hard that he doesn't want to use it. Not that they're losing so hard and he wants to desperately save it.
I'll be honest, but my eyes there just went there. It just went.
You were in Ajax. You were in Ajax detection mode. I understand.
Yes, exactly.
But like Billy Dang actually bought so much time with the Annihilation during Still Kiwi's ult that they still were able to sustain through. That's what I was talking about. You have to fight off the point, and then Billy Dang's just like, well, I'm chilling. As once again, the target is this Lucio as the flashpoint unlocks and Prio goes to CC. This should never happen, and they're going to get it anyways.
I mean, this is just painful. Still
Look at this pulse angle.
Still Kiwi walks out, and Pineapple's just there, and it's just, I mean, I haven't seen this level of consistent brutality since you go back to grade school and the bully's just like out for your lunch money every single time you walk out. It's unbelievable.
It is certainly feeling that way as Abs is just taken out here by Kaneki straight up. He's going to Tectonic. And they're going to take the fight off the point. He just kind of goes in 1v4 because the rest of the team is so disjointed here after losing that first pick onto Abs. They can't decide if they want to look for a recontest. They don't have ultimates, and so they just kind of sit there trying to wait and regroup. And Kaneki's like, I'm not going to wait. I'm not going to give you guys time. I'm just going to Tectonic, win a free fight. And that was extremely ult efficient. They still have double support ultimates here. They're at 40% of the 100. They need to 3-0 Flashpoint and 3-0 this series.
Wolf, this is elimination point now for Zocorp. If they cannot flip, if they cannot grab it, their key will be crushed. It'll be thrown into the press, it'll be over. And Love, a little bit of, mutual destruction. But the Pulse Bomb there still gets away with Pineapple. And with how much Pineapple's been doing, I think you're okay with that trade.
Yeah, the problem is they still have to deal with this sound barrier. The Kitsune Rush going to give them the cooldowns they need to continue to force this fight on the point. Billy Dang also with Annihilation. There's just so much sustain here, and you have to win the fight decisively, and I just don't think they can do it.
92%, Zocorp, desperate to make anything happen. Team CC, they drop the beat. Zocorp, can you stay alive, or is your key about to be crushed? Kaneki takes down Connie. Overtime, ticking on down, 99 the Team CC. Pineapple with another on the Still Kiwi. Billy Dang looking for the cleanup. Overtime, ticking on down. The cleanup is Team CC's, and Zocorp, your key is crushed.
Zocorp will be the first team to be eliminated here at EWC for Overwatch 2 at MSC. And man, 2% away from the sound barrier there for Still Kiwi. So close. The attempt there and the positioning of the Terra Surge was actually amazing because it could buy enough time. Maybe it gets that last percentage to get the sound barrier. They use the sound barrier a second. They could save the fight. As soon as he dies, he's swapping to Wrecking Ball. He thinks he's going to get back in, but they got outclassed here. Billy Dang playing 2/3 of this series after Gaga was subbed out, making a big splash on that Ramatra pick. And Team CC with a dominant victory here. They'll move on to that decider match.
I mean, Wolf, I just had Groundhog Day, feelings there where it's just like, all right, a team fight's coming up, and Pineapple has killed Still Kiwi. New team fight's coming up, and Still Kiwi is down. I mean, the focus fire coming out from Pineapple to just suppress Still Kiwi, absolutely ruin the momentum of building sound barrier on top of it. It was ridiculous, and I mean, Still Kiwi got no real help in terms of Peel or the rest of Zocorp recognizing just the beatdown that was happening.
And even though I don't think I can remember a single Pulse Bomb landing for Pineapple that entire series, he would definitely be my MVP. Because his Sojourn, which was the hero he played for the majority of the series, was absolutely phenomenal as well, ZP. And it's such a tragic loss here for the side of Zocorp. Remember, this team came in just yesterday, played their first match, and they get eliminated 2 matches in a row, not taking a single game, of the first team to go home. And that's not the kind of story you want to write home about. You know, they were so so ready to play in this. They were dominated on their road to get here, and yet at the tournament itself, they just were simply outclassed. And the rest of the teams, the rest of the regions they wanted to face just won't even get a taste of what this team has to offer, and it's got to be frustrating.
Yeah, indeed. And for now, we're actually going to catch up with one of the players from Team CC, the victors. Unter is with them on the show floor.
An easy victory for him. Super Rich, in stage 1, you were a player. In stage 2, you were a coach. Here at the Esports World Cup, you're playing again. Are you disrespecting the opponent, or is this to win more?
I think our team need one leader, so I play one more. Yeah.
Okay.
After this.
Will you play again?
Yeah. Maybe just play this match because now we need one more goal 8. You know. Yeah. We need to win 2 times, and we can get more money.
Yep.
Yeah.
What is your plan for the rest of the tournament? Can you beat GK?
是什么意思来着？ Can one more thing?
What's the plan for the rest of the tournament? Can he beat GK, or are they here to have fun?
就是你后面比赛有什么计划呢？就是你觉得你们能打败 GK， 还是只是过来相当于打就是娱乐赛一样的？
我觉得如果打 GK 的话，我在这几天就昨天晚上开始训练了嘛，然后我觉得我在脑袋里我已经在想我们谁采访的事情了。
Actually, we've already prepared ourselves to beat GK. In fact, yesterday, in my room, I was already thinking about what to say during the post-game interview for that.
Good call. Final question. If there was one team that you wanted to be here but didn't make it, who would it be?
有哪支战队你是希望也在这个电竞世界杯，但是很遗憾没有见到的呢
？Zeta 吧，Zeta， 因为跟他们的本纳选手，我挺想再见见他的。
It'll be Zeta, Team Zeta, I believe, because they have a.
我在哪？
Because they have a player called Brenda over there, or Berna, that I was really looking forward to be able to play against them, but unfortunately he isn't here.
It breaks my heart that you didn't say Space Station. Thank you very much. We'll send you back to the desk. This has been Super Rich.
Yes, thank you very much, fellas. I love the...
A Bernard enjoyer, that's right. I love to hear that. Yeah, I wanted Bernard to be here too. He didn't quite make it through the LCQ.
I want to say shout out to the translator there as well. We needed a translator to teleport it in automatically there. I mean, incredible. EWC, everyone. But I mean, it's great to hear from the team as well. This fact that there is a real confidence there, and great questions there from Unter. And it was a dominant display across the board there. We say about Zocorp and how they maybe didn't have what they needed here coming into this competition, but Team CC have their sights firmly set on a future part of this competition, particularly the latter part of it.
Yeah, I mean, Team CC is coming in with the right attitude. Do I think it's going to necessarily translate the results from what we've seen here so far? I think the jury is out, but if nothing else, they're going to have fun with it. And, they won the game here that everyone expected to win. So for now, they're meeting expectations.
Yeah, this was kind of, as he mentioned, you were already kind of thinking about the GK one. For him, he was already thinking about the GK winners interview. But I think realistically, a little bit of trash talk aside, probably that's the one you're really prepped for. That's the tough one. That's the matchup that actually feels like it's really going to potentially go to the distance. That's going to be a matchup that, based on the performances we've seen from both these teams, I think should be close. And this one was kind of just an appetizer, a warm up. You get your hands warm, you get the momentum, you're feeling really good. You did your winners interview, so you're coming in hot for that next series.
Yeah, you will certainly see that later on today as well here. I mean, GK versus Team CC later in this competition here on the Overwatch 2 B stream. But there's more before then. We have a brand new best of 5 coming your way right after this break. A short one from us here. We're right back. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few. Welcome back into OWCS Midseason Championships here at Esports World Cup. Great to have you here with us again. We just saw our first key being crushed. Well, we felt it. It's happening somewhere here in the building right now as Zorp have gone out of the competition. Sadly, commiserations to them, but Team CC progressed to the next round. We have Unter and ZP here on the desk, as always, and giving us all the greatest things that are happening in this next matchup we'll see very shortly here as well. Unter, you were there on the main stage just now talking to Team CC. The vibe felt very strong. There was a good energy about them, at least, anyway.
I mean, Team CC, they were over the moon. I'm not really sure what their expectations were going into this match. Super Rich, the coach, who is now the player, he said that they needed more of a leadership voice in the server, but I do feel there's an element of disrespecting the opposition as well by subbing in your coach for an elimination match. But their spirits were very high. They were all smiles, and it was a dominant victory for them. You'd expect as much.
Certainly.
Yeah, moving on here, I feel like this is a very different matchup where on one hand you have a team with a little bit of upset potential in this case in Gatos. Do I think they're going to win? Probably not. But I think for Twisted Minds, given the expectations on them coming into this tournament, this is very high stakes because you know the other team has enough punching power that like things could go bad if you just whiff a few fights early on, especially on control. And you kind of have something to prove after getting knocked here yesterday.
Yeah, we saw Gatos Guapos here yesterday on the B stream here at EWC. First time for us having them here in the studio with us, Twisted Minds, that we see them walking into the building now. Give us a bit of context for yesterday, Twisted Minds. What kind of happened there? And so what was the downfall, if you will, and what's brought them here today against Gatos Guapos?
Well, Twisted Minds suffered a real upset yesterday. Everybody was expecting Twisted Minds to completely blow out Sign Esports. This is third seed for North America coming into the tournament. But Sign Esports, they managed to edge it out 2-1. A classic situation for Twisted Minds is they tend to lose the map where UB is banned off Symmetra. They are famously a Symmetra-heavy team, and they did lose that Simban map, but they also lost a control map where UB was able to play his signature pick. A lot of it came off the back of very strong performances from Rocket, Chronic, the DPS line of Sign Esports, but really it raises some huge question marks about Twisted Minds here at the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of those things where they were on the bad end of the variance, where a lot of the EU teams got challenged yesterday, but they were able to sort of get through it from a, not so much VP, but overall, it was just more hard fought than they expected. Whereas Twisted Minds, they actually got knocked down to lower bracket, so it's a far higher level of severity. And I mean, see if they're able to recover. I think Hunter brings up a good point, the idea that the Symmetra ban is not going to be as impactful here just because it's going to be a first to 3 as opposed to a first to 2.
Yeah, we have Twisted Minds as well coming up on the screen here. You can see the roster who'll be taking part in this elimination best of 5 ultimately, because another team here, the loser of this, will be going out of this. Their key, I love the way you said that earlier on, ZP, went, the key is crushed. Which added a lot of gravitas to what's going on here. But it's ZP. It is the fact that Twisted Minds will have to put on a show here if they're going to remain in this competition.
Also, I mean, I think Twisted Minds could probably use a little bit of good luck. I think overall going to the tournament, they've had like some unfortunate things happening. Where over in the EWC chess, there was a moment where one of their players made the only misclick. Like it's pretty rare in chess, but it just happened, and it probably like cost Twisted Minds like significant team points. So I think for Twisted Minds, just say here's like, come on, universe, just give us one. Like, don't have this happen here. Like we can't lose to Gatos Guapos. Like that would just be a terrible sequence of events for a team that's usually done pretty well, but seemingly just runs into like terrible luck at EWC.
Yeah, the STC Club Championship, of course, the points are so important. We have the team there on the screen we saw very briefly. Just a player we should all look out for, Twisted Minds as well. Who do you think is worth us keeping note of here, Hunter?
I'd say keep an eye out for Quartz, often heralded as the best hit scan in the world. It's pretty difficult to miss him, to be perfectly honest. As soon as you see this team performing in the server, you will see Quartz performing, I guarantee it. He is an absolute dominator. He's won the Overwatch World Cup. He's had very solid performances, multiple tournament wins under his belt, and he is just an absolute demon.
He's a demon. But where are the demons on Gatos Guapos? Let's meet them as well here and see their lineup, their roster. ZP was still in. We saw Color Hex yesterday. We kind of celebrated as well. A great player on their unit.
Yeah, I mean, Color Hex, one of the biggest veterans in the Overwatch space. But now I'm just like considering this idea where we're hyping up Quartz, and for good reason. Quartz, of course, is excellent. But what if we live in the world, Hunter, where we go in and just all the energy has just been channeled into Color Hex. There's just like Color Hex is diffing Quartz. No one saw this happening.
I'll tell you what, ZP. If Color Hex is consistently diffing quartz throughout the duration of the match, I will shave my head here on the broadcast.
Excellent.
Wow, that's huge. That's an exclusive we have for you here. We need to find a razor, maybe, just in case. But we saw them here on the B stream yesterday, of course. And one thing I love about Gatos Guapos, one of those teams that do have a great support network here as well. We've seen kind of like banners, we've seen lots of cheers. So I'm sure you'll pick that up and you'll hear that as well as it's going on. But we can see the full lineup there as well here, and they are a team that definitely are worth kind of considering that they could cause an upset here.
This is a team that loves to put on a show. Last year they qualified as the Great Showman. Now they're here again, trying to have a bit of fun with it, play some off-meta comps, change things up. We saw them in their match yesterday versus T1. They were playing Doomfist, a character that we essentially never see in the tournament nowadays. Last year, Color Hex was pulling out the Widowmaker, the Junkrat, all sorts of characters that are very off-brand, off-meta. They want to put on an entertaining match, and they want to throw the enemy off guard. They've got a good approach.
Yeah, I mean, there's just kind of an entertaining history for Australian teams in Overwatch of, sort of being a mini dark horse. Not in the sense that they're going to get to the semifinals usually, but you think that things like Overwatch World Cup, they do surprisingly well in the quarterfinals, and it's like, whoa, they've done some cool stuff. They didn't win, but that was more entertaining than possible. I don't know what it is about the energy of Australian teams. They don't usually get completely blown out, even if they don't go as deep as some of the other regions.
Yeah, what do you think of the big regional differences in the two teams here as well? What do you think is going to be the big factor here, Hunter, as well? What will separate one from the other?
Well, I think the Guapos, they do have the disadvantage that because they come from the Oceanic region, they've qualified through Pacific, they do really lack a lot of experience versus the Symmetra that is Twisted Mind's bread and butter. This is a team that did not boot camp in Korea. This is a team that's just flown out for the event. This is essentially the start of their practice when they land here in Riyadh. I wouldn't be surprised if they've had less than 2 scrims since getting to Riyadh, since forming as a team, essentially. So really, they have to adapt on the fly every step of the way, whereas Twisted Minds, they get all the practice in the world. They go over to Korea, they boot camp, they've been working all stage for this moment.
Yeah, I mean, look, one team's well-rested, the other team actually treating it like a job. What more can you say? It's like, look, we're coming in, we're feeling good. We've been able to sign up for some of the great player activities here at the Esports World Cup, making the most of the time and the amenities, and we're ready to play. And worst case scenario, if we lose, well, we didn't have tons of expectations on us anyways.
Yeah, but both teams as well capable of a comeback. We've seen a lot of comebacks. I mean, not quite going to fruition yesterday with kind of like the 2-0s, the 2-2s, and suddenly the team that was 2 up managed to come back twice. Are both teams capable here of doing something similar? If they do go down, they can somehow turn it around, do you think?
I don't think that the Gatos Guapos are going to have any issues with tilt or losing momentum. Any map that they can score, that's going to be a crushing blow to Twisted Minds. But the inverse, if the Gatos Guapos lose any maps, it'll be water off a duck's back. They will be completely unbothered by this. So I really think that all of the upset potential is in the hands of the Gatos Guapos. And the fact that Twisted Minds are here in the lower bracket, there's already so much pressure added on. This is not where they expect it to be by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I mean, for Twisted Minds, it's kind of a weird thing where on one hand, you need to make sure you take care of business here and you're not having your key crushed in approximately about an hour and a half. But on the same note, they're also, of course, thinking about other opponents to come later in the day because they're a team coming in here that at the bare minimum expected to get into the playoff stage that's starting tomorrow.
Yes, we have that later on. I think the winner of this will play Sign later on today. So, are their heads thinking about that already? Do you think they're kind of looking ahead? We saw that with Team CC, they were kind of thinking ahead to what might come their way down the line. Zocorp were just in the way, like a road bump on the route to that. Do you think our players are kind of thinking about that, both teams, like what is coming later, or is it all about the now?
I would very much think for Twisted Minds, all they're thinking about is Sign Esports. I think they would look at this Gatos Guapos roster and underestimate them. Last year, a roster of this Gatos Guapos core took Twisted Minds to map 5 because they underestimated them. But I would not be surprised at all if they haven't learned from this mistake. Yesterday, they lost to Sign in a horrific upset for them, and they have to beat Sign to qualify through their group. So I'd imagine that's where their head's at, despite the fact that right now they're on stage preparing to go up against the Gatos Guapos.
I don't think I've ever seen Astro look so serious. We didn't really talk too much on it. We talked about Color Hex being a veteran, but I mean, Astro at this point, I mean, he's been top in the support role going all the way back to 2018. Still an excellent player. Feels like he's done the world tour in terms of all the different teams he's been on. And even as all his teammates around him have all slowly retired, Astro's still out there, having 8 accounts in top 10 on the ladder, just the man is a grinder among grinders.
He grinds all the time. Sadly, all of the joy has been stripped from his eyes. All that remains is Overwatch competence. There's just nothing left of the man.
Yeah, I mean, it is weird. I look at that, it's like, man, Astro, like, you know, you go back to his Atlanta days all smiling. I'm just looking here, it's like, Astro is locked in. Like, that is serious Astro.
I mean, if you watch Funny Astro's face year upon year upon year, you can actually see the light in his eyes slowly die.
The light in his eyes slowly start to fade. Speaking of fading light, we are in the kind of moonlit surroundings of Liyang Tower here for our first map. You can see on your screens in this best of 5, the first to 3, if you will. But it's we see the bans they're coming into, Hunter. How does that affect things?
Classic ban coming out here, Farah on Lijiang. We saw this when there was a non-Symmetra team versus a Sim team yesterday. Lijiang, a very good Farah map, a very good Symmetra map. A classic counter to Sim. Twisted Minds being the Sim team, they're going to take Farah out the game. They're going to make it as easy as possible for them to execute their game plan.
It's also kind of funny how time flies, where Twisted Minds of all teams, we've gone into a meta where they're like, actually, we want to ban the Farah, because you go back enough in history, they were the Farah team.
Of course. I mean, these teams from Saudi Arabia, they're famous for playing the Ashe Farah compositions, all of these hit scan Farahs, and now Farah's fallen out of the meta for them. They've become the Sim region.
Yeah, I mean, time flies. I feel like you go back 2 years ago, like, do you guys know Sim's going to be meta? It's like, what are you talking about? What has happened?
What is happening indeed. Well, this is happening. It's coming your way. Kiriko and Farah there, both banned, coming in this first map. Control as well. I mean, either team here, I mean, who, I guess, has the advantage, a history of Control being kind of more in their favor here? Is it both teams kind of equally well pitched for this, or is there one that you think has the edge?
I'd say Twisted Minds, definitely your overwhelming favorites here. If we see a win for the Gatos Guapos here, if we see a success story right now, it's an upset. Even a map is a huge upset for this team. They've got a lot of passion, they've got a lot of heart, they've got the lovely mothers in the crowd watching and cheering them on, but at the end of the day, they are overwhelming underdogs. Really, no expectations on them here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting how this one goes out. I mean, also Control in general. I mean, there are a few exceptions in Overwatch history, but usually, you know, while there have been teams that, you know, are really good on some of the other game types, Control just tends to be this test of what is your raw mechanic ability, right? Where it just rewards people that can make plays happen in neutral, where things are a little bit more scrappy. You get less set plays on Control than you do on some of the other game modes. So most of the time, when you have a matchup against teams, while it is kind of the one mode where you can get an upset, overall, if you look like who's actually winning most time, it would probably be the team that's more mechanically skilled.
Sure. I'm looking over at the players right now and kind of seeing those facial expressions. We talked about them yesterday, about looking at them and their kind of general demeanor and who's kind of more relaxed than others here. Both sets of players, yeah, sure, Twisted Minds look a little bit more serious. I maybe potentially kind of the idea that if things do go wrong in this first map, it is going to maybe play on them and cause them problems. I just can't see it happening with Gatos Guapos. They just don't see that kind of team. They see there's a spirit about them, which is like we just crack on, we just carry on.
They're truly here just to have a laugh. They're good for a map. They will leave the stage with a smile if they secure a map. You can see Punk reclining in his chair, enjoying himself. Color Hex, apparently he's a little bit more dialed in on his sensitivity, but I wouldn't worry about that. I'm sure a smile will break out at some point. Anytime now, Kelsey. But the Gatos Guapos, they are very happy to be here more than anything else. And I mean, over to Twisted Minds, I would expect serious expressions from them, right? They've been upset. They need to just plow through this team and crack on against Cyan Esports deeper in the bracket. I mean, look, KSA's managing half of a smile there, so it's not all frown.
Astro cracked a smile, but also, can we just talk about the general progression of analysis on the desk, where we've gone through all the relevant material that's here. We're still waiting for players to tweak their sensitivity, go from there. And we've now just finally hit the point of like, all right, but we know the normal power rankings, and we've talked about the teams going to win, but what are the smile power rankings? Like, what is the joy that each player is feeling in their life? And win or lose, like, which team is going to walk away with more joy? Like, this is actually the depths we have sunk to here after about 10 minutes.
I mean, there's a truth to it, ZP. Back on the Los Angeles Gladiators, when I used to work with Funny Astro, we always used to say one smile, one win. Apparently, Funny Astro, he's trying to carry his team across the line in that regard by forcing a grin. I'm
glad you mentioned that because, of course, we have Wolf here in the arena with us, and one of his best all-time bits was every time the Gladiators lost, he dropped the Sadiators down JPEG. And obviously, if you lose, like, it's the sad lion for the LA Gladiators, like, it kind of goes to theory. There's no smiling, no winning.
Very true. Very true. I need to learn more about this, by the way. The kind of the Sadiators, you say as well?
Yeah, well, you know, we were the Gladiators, but there were so many crushing defeats over the course of the franchise that we did develop a reputation as the Sadiators more so than the Shields Up Gladiators.
I mean, there's also other things for the Gladiators as you go into the deep lore where, you know, the Gladiators, you know, at the very top of the chart were very good at shoulder checking people. You know, you walk into a hallway and, you know, the people's elbows coming for you. The real ones who know. You know.
Yeah, of course. For you guys at home as well, just to remind you the stakes while we get things set up here for our first map in our best of 5 here. Of course, in this particular best of 5, our last on the day, where there will be one of our teams knocked out of the competition here. You see the keys in front of both of our teams. One will be crushed after this match, and then we'll have two less teams in the competition here. Obviously, the A stream as well. They have the similar thing going on there. So 4 teams eliminated today. Then we really progress into the kind of final stages of the competition coming this weekend. So as always, we asked you yesterday, you know, we'd love to hear from you, you guys watching online here as well, who you think will be the victor. Of course, we kind of mentioned both teams and kind of the strengths they have, potential weaknesses, but we love hearing from you as well, who you're kind of cheering on as we go into this best of 5. We should see the map kicking off very, very shortly indeed here. Players are starting to get more locked in now. You can kind of see that laser focus, despite the dimness in the eyes of some. You can see they're kind of ready to go as well here.
Here's a laser focus I want to see from Astro going forward, is that if he's able to crush another key, you know, there's a difference between the players and like how long they hold down the button. I just want to see Astro make continued eye contact with the camera and hold it down until it's like, whoa, the press wasn't made for this. But Hunter, finally the fill is over. We're into it.
Looks like we're ready to get into the action, and it appears that we do need to switch the teams around up top, as the Gatos Guapos do not have KSA on their roster, but Punky on the Ramatra, KSA on the Malga. Not sure if this is a real commitment for them, because KSA, more known, there it is, for the Ramatra. But no surprises here from Twisted Minds. Ram Sim, their bread and butter, ZP.
That's an unfair jump scare from KSA. Like, we've been mostly Maga free over the course of the tournament. Like, you don't need to do that.
Got a nice slow neutral taking place here at the start. You can see an early form timing for both Ramatras as they just scrap it out. Nobody really losing any health, but a first life for Aki.
Yeah, I mean, Quartz was able to get to the side, got plenty of clearance, and immediately finds 2 on the Cassidy, and that is the one thing that you can't have happen. And we saw it to a lesser degree with the ZK game, where Love was able to find room on the Cassidy and looked really good. Well, Quartz is like danger factor 11 if Love was danger factor 5. It is just a completely different level of punish if you give Quartz that level of space.
Exactly right. If you were being punished by ZK, you will be punished 100-fold by Quartz. You can see right now, Color Hex is over on the Venture, trying to shut down Yubi, trying to shut down these teleporter plays a little bit. And Young is actually hooning the way towards a bowler shot, but already Twisted Minds, they're doing so much damage in the choke.
Yeah, I mean, Punk right now able to walk a little bit forward for the Guapos. They get rid of the Immortality Field, but overall, okay, Yubi gets caught. Early pick here coming in from the Guapos, and the problem is, as you look at it, the trade-out still happened. It's not 100% clean, and it's still in control by Twisted Minds.
Rack Attack getting a little bit too excited, goes flying into Quartz's face. KSA is so incredibly low. You can see they're looking for the finish, and they will secure it. This should be the cap for the Gatos Guapos here.
Yeah, very, very close. We'll see how much Twisted Minds wants to go in. I mean, Yubi's able to get the pick. There's a chance here. Just when you think you have the cap, well, guess what? The contest is happening. Quartz comes in, somehow gets a little bit of Deadeye value, and just like that, so close yet so far, still perfect here for Twisted Minds.
Somebody has got to stop Quartz. This man is killing everybody right now. You can see him hiding inside. Uncontestable Rack Attack comes flying off the top ropes, trying to take him down, and just gets ripped right off the wall. Clean shots non-stop from Quartz. 70% and counting for Twisted Minds right now, and the ult bank for the side of the Gatos Guapos, it's a little bit slow. They need to play slow and charge these up before they go in, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, with how aggressive Astro plays, I just see them immediately going in on engage. I mean, there's a world where you can wait a little bit back. Now you both have beat, but, you know, if you're Twisted Minds, you just need one more good fight here. But here we go. Window out here from the Guapos, looking for a little bit of anything. And meanwhile, Twisted Minds, they just disengage.
It's a clean disengage right now from the side of Twisted. That's 2, 3 ultimates coming out. 4 for the side of the Gatos Guapos, and they're not getting any kills, ZP.
Yeah, meanwhile, I mean, Twisted Minds also dumping their ult bank, but getting far more Quartz. Again, room to work with, and if you don't do something about this Cassidy, you're simply not going to win the game.
It's such a difficult ask for the Gatos Guapos here. I mean, I said it rolling into the match that Quartz is a force to be reckoned with. He is a terrifying hit scan player, truly top class, and for the Gatos Gatos Guapos, they will not be used to playing against an opponent of this caliber. This is somebody who, even with Overwatch League experienced players on their roster, Punk, Colorhex, both people who have played in Tier 1, even they may not have had much experience practicing against hit scans of this level, ZP.
Yeah, I mean, you had players that hit those heights in the past, but the thing about Quartz, even comparing those, like some of the greats at their peak in older Overwatch history, Quartz is just ridiculously consistent in a way that few players are. And I almost feel like, as good as this cast is, for what we've seen in the meta, this is even Quartz's final form. I mean, you see Quartz on the Sojourn right now, it's just like kind of ridiculous.
Exactly right. Now we've got ourselves a nice little neutral here in the white room, but already Yubi has bullied the Gatos Guapos back. Colorhex is looking for an angle to try and displace this Symmetra again, but Yubi's very safe here in the corner. Colorhex actually looking to camp the exit of the teleporter right now, not actually engaging though.
Yeah, right now, Twisted Mind's more than happy to just have a bit of positioning here on the point. Simple, a bit under pressure. Gatos Guapos working the outskirts here. Colorhex diving in, seizing the opportunity. See if the opportunity is actually there. Goes for a few shots on Lucio. Not quite able to find it. Funny Astro just slips away. And while this is going on, Punk just gets focused down, and down to take this early. You're not going to be able to contest on the point.
You can see so many resources from the Gatos Guapos are going into trying to stop Yubi from playing his game. Everywhere Yubi goes, he's being marked by a Lucio, by a Venture. But if you put all of your resources into Yubi and Quartz is not playing off the teleporter, if he's just using his legs to flank, unfortunately Quartz is going to claim far too many scalps. That's what's so good about Twisted Minds' comp. There's so many problems that need to be solved in the moment. It is overwhelming. And you can see the Gatos Guapos really struggling with that. Now we're sitting in the room again and a fast push coming out from the Gatos.
Gatos trying to make anything happen here. The problem is they're going to be running into a buzzsaw. Twisted Minds about to have all sorts of ults online. Gatos pretty far away with the exception of window. They're going to drop the window, but you know the angle that's out right here, okay, it's actually good enough to KSA. KSA challenges it. Funny Astro gets caught on the side, but Quartz with the Deadeye takes down Colorhex. Still a threat. It doesn't matter if people are down. Quartz says, I will be the team.
No way. He's good for 3. He will not find a 4th, but the Gatos Guapos, their push has been cut short. Now they are being bullied off the point. Punk just holding up his hands, trying to get the last few points of percentage, and this is a disastrous scenario for them. You can see Punk in a lot of trouble, but most of the Gatos are actually back.
Yeah, the Gatos are back, but KSA also good to go. You get the wall up here with the Annihilation. Right now, forcing Gatos Guapos back, trying to create more room here for Quartz yet again. Funny Astro, though, getting really, really low. Just barely able to survive. So Twisted Minds trying to back up, do a little bit of healing of their own. And meanwhile, you have to think Quartz is repositioning right now. You see his ult charge going up, and he gets Colorhex. Yeah, you just see the ult charge like up, 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 and Colorhex is dead.
Already an opportunity for Twisted Minds to twist the knife here as they push deeper into the white room. Lamp forced out of the Gatos Guapos, and you can see now the collapse. Everybody for the Guapos falling by the wayside. There is only one fight left, CP, and they're actually staggering Punk. The speedster, Funny Astro, actually going to get himself picked 1 versus 5. Classic Daniel, but the Gatos Guapos, one last shot.
That hasn't changed. Every now and then it's just like, aggro Lucio play from ladder. Yeah, I'm gonna bring it. Oh God! Oh man, the wall into the Deadeye. Quartz finding all sorts of way to make this Cassidy unreal.
So easy for Twisted Minds. They're 14% on the clock for the Gatos Guapos, and in that fight, a 3 versus 5, Quartz just wills himself to victory, pushes the flank, hits every single shot. That was a dominant map 1 performance from Twisted Minds, a concerning outlook for the remainder of the series if you're the Gatos Guapos.
I think the scary part about Quartz is that he kind of is the total package in the sense that there's some players, obviously, as you know from doing coaching, where, wow, you got great aim, but where is the brain? Half the kills that Quartz was able to get there were also coming from really good positioning. I mean, case in point, if you want to get any value off Deadeye, you actually have to read the tea leaves and be in the right place at the right time, generally speaking, let alone what just happened at the end.
It's incredibly difficult to be a good hitscan player if all you rely on is your aim. Many hitscan players have incredible aim, but there's a select few that have the intersect of this positional knowledge, this positional understanding with top-tier mechanics. Quartz is one of those players. He's somebody who understands timing, understands positioning, and of course, above all else, understands how to point his mouse so that everybody dies to a headshot.
We don't have an enormous amount of highlights because it went by so quickly, lads. It went by so fast. I mean, I think you're right. Quartz was just popping off as per usual, but it seems as well that there was an answer for everything. Their strategizing was perfect. I mean, they didn't let anyone get close to them, courtesy of Gatos Guapos, and I think it maybe sets a tone for the rest of this series.
Very much so. I think the Gatos Guapos, they need to change approach again. I said this yesterday in these heavily underdog-heavy matchups, where it's essentially crucial that they play something completely different. Right now, we see Color Hex on the Venture, trying to counter out the Symmetra a little bit, but the truth of it is, they have so much practice against this character. This is not the first time the Twisted Minds have versed a Venture. The Gatos Guapos need to play something completely different and shake it up. Bring Light back in out on Doomfist. Change the game.
The problem is they can change things up, and maybe they do things like you could go in and ban the Cassidy. The issue is that when it comes to dealing with someone like Quartz, you actually can't ban him out. He has multiple options that he's going to be able to go on. And for example, let's say you ban the Cass. Guess what? It's going to be Sojourn coming on in. So it's really difficult to kind of deal with this, where even if you go off meta, even if you try and target some of the strengths that you have here for Twisted Minds, they're going to have options on top of it. So it's just a tough road right now for Gatos.
Yeah. As a coach as well here, let's say you put yourself in the position of the Gatos Guapos' coach. You know you've got to kind of inspire them and give them these instructions to kind of ultimately say, look, you need to do something different or kind of play something that will surprise them. How are you kind of motivating them right now? What's the way in which you would do this?
Well, frankly, there's a reasonable chance that I might actually be the Gatos Guapos coach, because they don't have anybody coaching them. It is just 6 players and their manager standing there backstage.
So you just disappear. We'll know exactly what he's doing.
Well, I mean, I think I stood in their huddle before the game and gave them a good little pat on the back. Yeah, good luck, fellas. Before the match actually started, because there's not a lot that you can really do other than say, fellas, look out in the crowd, look at your mother's eyes. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, more than that, I feel like it'd be more basic, hey guys, shoot better. Like, what are we doing? Like, and not in a serious way, because it's not a team that's really structured in that way, where you have the coach come in and be like, here's the battle plan, guys, here's what we're going to do. It's going to be like, oi, what's going on here? Like, actually just do better. Like, come on, guys.
I very much think it's a case of, there's one plan for map 1. There should be another plan for map 2. There should be another plan for map 3. You finish map 1, yeah, all right, that one didn't work, let's move on to the next. And just keep getting more ridiculous the deeper into the series you go. Because if you keep playing these standards, you can see the writing's on the wall. You are doomed. So they really do need to change it up a little bit, change in their roster, maybe get Light involved, maybe get Light playing a different role, anything to change the game a little bit.
In my mind, the plan is just like very simple and written in crayon. Where it's like, we're not going to go too deep.
Well, you can see why my team didn't qualify for the tournament.
When it comes down to the nature of which Twisted Minds, obviously 1-0 up now in the series here. They're gonna have a bit of wind in their sails. They're gonna feel like they're confident now. But could there be an element of overconfidence, if you will? Like, if they start being a lot more aggressive, looking ahead to that kind of matchup later on, that kind of sign rematch. Do you think that's something that they could be capable of doing here, being overly aggressive and it costing them?
I'd be surprised if over-aggression actually punished Twisted Minds in this case. I think they're so good at playing fast, and if they start to feel themselves, feel confident, I think it'll only make things harder for the Guapos, in all honesty. We saw a little bit in that ZK matchup earlier where they did over-aggress and they were punished for it, but I think the Twisted Minds are a little bit of a different beast when it comes to high-tempo play. They're not so much about the slow and the methodical. This is a team where when they're playing at their best, it's because they are overwhelmingly quick, because Quartz is behind you, Yubi is beside you, Funny Astro is skating about on a wall, having a laugh, and that's all it takes to overwhelm you.
Also, I mean, based on what we saw in the last game, I mean, the idea of overconfidence, when you're playing that well, you actually, no, there's no such thing as overconfidence. Like, the well is so high that you have infinite confidence storage at that point because you did everything well. There's nothing in there. It's like, Quartz isn't suddenly going to start, like, going in the spawn and, just shooting people point blank. Like, he's not going to do that. He's still going to play really good, consistent gameplays. So, yeah, I mean, right now, Gatos, they're in real trouble.
If we look ahead to the rest of the competition here, we're just waiting right now for our teams to be ready for this next map, which should be any second now. We look ahead to the rest of the competition here as well. Obviously, we're making our way towards finals weekend, and you can see our players here ready and raring to go. With finals weekend upon us, dare I ask kind of the teams that are most likely to be in the last 4, say? Have we kind of seen that already, kind of a separation of who is clearly favourites? So we saw Crazy Raccoons yesterday, T1 playing impressively, but is there kind of a clear few that might be there?
I think there's a very safe answer to this in that there are 3 Korean teams that do feel like they're just a bit head and shoulders above the rest right now. Team Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, T1 in no particular order. They've all had very strong showings. T1 actually the only Korean team to have a solid 3-0 to qualify through to the single elimination bracket. But ultimately these 3 teams all looking incredibly solid. Then we had Alcad and we had Geeke going really close with one another. Team Liquid as well. I think any of these teams could be contending for that 4th slot.
Yeah, I mean, I think you go by the numbers. The odds that one of the top 3 Korean teams wins is incredibly likely. However, I don't think they're so far ahead of the pack from what we've seen so far that 1 or 2 of them may get upset by some of the other teams here. Like, it is not that big of a gap. But if you go by the odds of just how good all those 3 teams are and where on paper they're a bit ahead, I think it is probably going to be one of those 3 teams, but it will be a bumpy road with a lot of surprises.
Yeah.
I very much feel that with single elimination, it's so easy to have these upsets. We saw some very close matches qualifying through to the single elim bracket, and even we're trying to predict a top 4 right now, but that is so fallible because we've seen all of these teams can play incredibly close with one another. All it takes is one bad day, one bad moment. You don't get any second chances from this point forward. Once you're in the top 8, it's do or die.
Certainly right here. You can see Watch Point Gibraltar has been chosen as our next map here in this best of 5 here. ZP, is it advantageous one of our teams better than the other?
I mean, I think for Gatos, I mean, Gibraltar is still a map that has a little bit more variability, especially if you mess up the interchange between first point and second. So, I mean, there is a world where teams can beef on here. We saw that yesterday in some of our matches. So, I don't hate it. I will say, though, in general, Hunter, it's kind of funny how when you look at the scrim meta, the teams have really only been scoring 2 maps in this game type, and we don't see Shambali a whole lot right now in this tournament. It's like a lot of circuit and a little bit of Gibraltar.
I was expecting to see lots of Shambali. I thought lots of teams wanted to play the Ramatra, play the Orisa, but apparently I had a completely incorrect read on that. We've seen it, what, once, all of the B stream here. Over on Gibraltar, I think I saw Hazard and Ana bands there. Yeah, Twisted Minds with an Ana band and a Hazard band coming out from the Gatos Guapos. This is a bit interesting, to be honest. I don't think Twisted Minds really play the Hazard.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird. I mean, you think about KSA is going to play. I don't think they needed to do that here. I mean, we may get a little bit of insight in regards to like the comp Gatos wants to come out here in a moment, and oh boy. No. We've had so much
Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait.
Yeah, no. I mean, look, they're not coming out here yet, but I just want to say, Punk, we've had a lot of good, clean Overwatch right now. You know, honestly, fair, you know, nothing dirty, and no. I don't like the shadow pick at all.
I would be so happy for us to get dirty here on the broadcast right now, ZP. We've had enough standards, enough basic play. Let's get absolutely filthy here on Watchpoint Gibraltar, why don't we?
I love how this is all like we're talking about Maga. It's just like, this is just the perception. I was like, oh yeah, it's time for a little bit dishonest Overwatch. Bring out Maga.
We've just had enough honesty for one day, don't you think? Oh, Punk hovering the fist now, but no, over to the Diva. Gatos Guapos, they're playing to their strengths here a little bit. Punk famously good at Diva, perhaps his best character overall. Aki, a formidable BAP. Not sure how I feel about the Rack Attack Mercy, though.
Well, you don't have to feel anything at all because it is back in spawn is where that's at. And yeah, I mean, for Punk, Punk is a player that was famously on Diva jail for seasons at a time. So yeah, Punk pretty good at Diva.
Down goes the Speedster, would you believe? You could set your watch to it. Quartz cleaning house, you could also set your watch to that at a much faster pace. As the Gatos Guapos, they are being camped in spawn. No funny Astro right now for Twisted Minds. The good thing about being a Lucio player is you are back fast.
Sports has been ridiculous even on this first point. Gatos looking for a way out, of course doing quick changes. Rack Attack off over onto the Brig.
Over to the Brigitte now, which is something that Rack is perhaps his signature character in a lot of ways. And Young's actually going to find an opening pick onto Yubi. Yubi's having a real rough time versus the Gatos, even if the remainder of his team is not.
You know, the ridiculous thing with watching TM is that for most teams, they lose one, you're like, okay, you kind of have to disengage a little bit. When TM loses one, I'm just like, but does Quartz immediately equalize? Like, it actually changes your expectation of events when watching Quartz here, as Quartz goes over, nearly gets back on the flick on the color hack, and then still gets dang. That's just ridiculous.
Somebody stop him. He does kind of look unstoppable, I'm afraid, as he takes down 2. Once again, no Yubi, no problem. Quartz is good for another. I'm sure he's good for the cleanup kills here too. Yep, there it is. And Twisted Minds holding very strong here on first point. 2.5 minutes remain on the clock. We've already lost 1.5. The Gatos, they're coming in on a little bit of an ult swing now. Aki's going to have that window, Nyang with the bowler shot. But these are 2 ultimates that are very heavily counted out by a Diva. And KSA on the Diva, we've seen he's been eating everything right now. He's a very hungry man.
You know, I have a dear friend that does videos on Aim Train and like looking into the mechanics of pros. I feel like I need to link him up with Quartz and just be like, how does Quartz work? Because Quartz's level of consistency is elite among elites. even though he's just got taken out by Niang.
It does appear that somehow, some way, Nyang has made it work, and no ultimates actually required other than Aki's window for the Guapos, as they're just going to come in here and clean house in the first fight. This retake here for Twisted Minds, they have all the necessary tools, is the issue here for the Gatos. Simwall, fantastic for a retake. Beat drop, fantastic as well. Colorhex going deep, going for an early pulse bomb, doesn't connect. You can already see Yubi's talked.
Yeah, Mimon Niang gonna drop over and in here at the bull shot, takes down Quartz. The threat is over. Very winnable fight now for Gatos Guapos at this key first to second interchange, but simple. Off to the side, able to find rack attack. The wall from Yubi creating a little bit of opportunity, even as Niang is trying so hard to try and keep this winnable right now for Guapos. But here's the problem. If they don't finish this off soon, Quartz is going to be walking through that door.
Nyang has such a good angle right now to keep juicing damage. You can see Punk, he's thrown the bomb out, but Nyang is the one to fall. Quartz again with another crucial pick. 50 seconds remains, EP.
You had a timer there. You got the early pick on the Quartz. It's like tick-tock, tick-tock, he's back. And time ran out. 45 seconds here left on first as the Guapos try and keep the series in contest. Twisted Minds, though, having none of it.
None of it at all. Twisted Minds, they've only got Quartz's High Noon to play with. Nyang has been rock solid with these bowler shots. Aki is also threatening a window, but look at Quartz. He's got an angle in the server room. He's got a TP to bounce him back and forward if he chooses to pull out that High Noon. There are solutions here for Twisted Minds, and Punk is taking a beating.
Punk right now having to back up a bit, but with 20 seconds left, time is running low. And we're taking a look at Niang right now, but I do wonder, where is Quartz on the setup? Has the Deadeye, and I mean, this is where positioning-wise, you could just wait, drop the Deadeye, and it's going to force all sorts of movement and maybe pick up in a limb. But you take a look, forces advantageous movement, using the teleport back and forth. Niang right now up over the top, going to drop the ball and takes down Quartz. A
Start
huge
the timer,
ball.
ZP. Quartz is down.
Yeah, this is exactly what they're needing for. The opportunity now for Gatos up and over. Kitsune is used. KSA, though, was able to take down Punk. Surely Twisted Minds can't delay here. It's only Yubi and KSA that are left. And KSA finally gonna go down 1.73 meters, and finally we're into second.
We're witnessing a Freya masterclass right here from Nyang. This is an outside shot of a player if ever I've seen one. When I played Overwatch in 2019, I teamed with Nyang. This is a man who has been around the block, and now he's showing up and taking it to Quartz. I'm very thankful that Color Hex is on Tracer rather than Hitscan, otherwise I might be shaving my head after all. Fortunately, I've been saved by their draft.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can find a way to like work that in and shaving the head. Like, you know, it doesn't have to be here, but eventually we'll get it. But here we go, Yubi in on the teleport. Back the other way as Twisted Minds looks to re-secure, and this first fight on second, always so important that you don't fall behind. Quartz, though, Beat gonna come down, looking up and over. Gets a little bit stuffed up by the break. Force in danger as Color Hex, the bomb gets two.
Color Hex good for two with the Pulse Bomb. Cleanup kills galore as well. And Twisted Minds, they invested their beat into this one. Gatos Guapos, they're in a fantastic position to keep the ball rolling here. Punk's got the bomb. He can hold up very aggressively on the high ground. Nyang and Aki both 90% on their own ultimates, the window and the bowler shot. Already KSA has used a lot of his defense matrix just to walk through the choke. Twisted, they've TP'd up top, but the Gatos, they've still got this opportunity, ZP.
I think it's a decent recontest here so far by TM just to get back over and onto the point. Better than perhaps they should have gone. Gatos Guapos. Meanwhile, we'll see how they play it. Niang again finds Yubi, takes down Quartz after. You talk about Freya not being played as much. Don't tell that to Niang, who is putting on a masterclass.
Good for three. Might as well give him the remainder as well. That passive needs feeding. And the Gatos Guapos, they're over to the third point versus Twisted Minds right now. You can hear the crowd of three mothers going absolutely wild right now. The Gatos Guapos, this is an unprecedented result here. They were just a lick away from being full held. And now they're on third with 2 minutes to spare. Looking over to the ults, the ball might stop rolling here a little bit. They are actually dry on their ultis, and Yubi does have that sim wall. But Twisted Minds, they're losing momentum, ZP.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the risk when you go to Gibraltar, is that if you have a bad first to second point interchange, it can really end poorly for you. It happens to Twisted Minds, gives Gatos a way bigger chance here, but now the sim wall is down. Quartz playing around it, and this engage, finally, a little bit of security here for Twisted Minds, but they're still going to have to play far back after this, Hunter.
Quite the gambit coming out from the Gatos Guapos in that fight. They recognized their old situation and they actually put Rack Attack on the Life Weaver. He wanted to try and grip somebody out of danger, but the problem is Twisted Minds, they can put their teleporter anywhere. Yubi is perked up at this point. He's got that 50-meter teleporter. Young's going to fall on the side. Again, set your watches, folks. Quartz got another kill. But again, the Gatos, they're now playing Life Weaver, which is a much more susceptible to dive character.
Yeah, I mean, the Life Weaver swap up here is interesting. It's one of those things where, given the fact that usually when we've seen Life Weaver here at the Midseason Championship, it hasn't done well. So to me, there's just kind of a gut instinct of like, I don't know, just because it is associated with failure so far.
It's been quite difficult, but Rack Attack, he knows his way around the Weaver. And this is a safe position. He can play far back on the third point. You can see the high ground already being maintained by Yubi, though. Ramform forced out early from Punk and KSA. He wants to press that advantage. Look at Quartz on the high ground as well. Yeah. Just blocking both supports.
He hasn't left here, by the way. This terrain way more advantageous than the middle of second. Easier sight lines here for the Cassidy, and they just know there's a raid boss up at the window, and if you ignore him, you give him the greatest sight line ever, and oh man, just going down.
Oh
ridiculous.
no. Quartz is flanking again, DP.
And it works. He takes down the threat. Yang out of the fight early. Quartz finding his footing once more. The watch has been tuned.
He cannot keep getting away with it. He's holding that high ground for so long, ducks down to the mini for a quick refresher, and then he comes back in and kills the entirety of the Gatos Guapos squad. Last fight now, 70% to that annihilation for Punky, but who's even going to touch the cart?
Well, it won't be Life Weaver because we've swapped off of it to the Lucio. Rack Attack, let me see if they're able to get on over. KSA able to punish Color Hex with his first touch. Deadeye, so good for zoning in this sort of situation, and that is it. Still arguably winnable for Gatos. You're not guaranteed to get through second on Gibraltar, and you know they gave themselves an opportunity, but man, did they get stuffed at the very end.
A significantly more convincing showing than we saw on Control here from the Guapos. The change-up, playing a bit more diva, going to a more vertical map, not getting caught up in these ground tank brawls, looks to be a flavor that is working for them, but they need to close it out here on Gibraltar because they're running out of maps in the pool where they can exploit this plan. If they go down 0-2, it might be time for the light Doomfist Gambit on Flashpoint because the alternatives, they really start to run thin. There's only so much Punky can do on the diva, and Young, you said the death of Freya has been exaggerated because Young's playing it here. Ultimately, there's not many places you can actually play the Freya unless there's lots of high ground and lots of open space for you to fly away to.
I think the other problem here too is that was a ridiculous performance, but you look at what we've seen from the Guapos here so far, and generally speaking, Yang is not putting up that level of performance overall. Like, I don't, like, for Quartz, I kind of just expect him to come out and just do Quartz stuff every single time. But for Yang, that just felt like a little bit of an outlier.
This is the truth of hitscan players, where once you reach this level, everybody can get a team kill. Everybody can have these flashy highlight moments. What really defines a top-tier hitscan at this level is the consistency with which they do it, more so than are they capable. We're seeing a bit of a switch up here, ZP?
I think Quartz, if anyone can make the early Widow shot work, it could be Quartz.
They're TPing him to the angle right now. He's peeking over on the side. Or is he staying back in spawn? I can't actually see it.
I think he stayed back in spawn. I may be wrong, but yeah, it's back to Cass. I mean, look, it's the rarity when you see the Widow get the first point shot, and a lot of Widows aren't going to do it. Quartz is probably one where I would have faith and be like, yeah, actually he could make those.
When it comes to faith, I have all of it for Quartz. You can see Twisted Minds right now, they're just jockeying for a little bit of position, trying to push the cart underneath. Color Hex on the Tracer means that he will be able to contest the cart underneath quite a lot, and Twisted Minds, they're going to have to get bulk bodies underneath because KSA, that free cart push that he's securing right now, soon enough, Color Hex and Punk are going to start ping-ponging on the payload, unless, of course, Color Hex is exclusively looking for a dive, which he seems to be doing.
I don't love playing Tracer in the sense of, like, Color Hex's job here just seems ridiculously hard, where, like, you have to be careful as Tracer to begin with, and that's without a man that could just, like, snap tap you at a moment's notice. I mean, Color Hex has kind of entered the dark souls of playing Tracer in Overwatch 2 right now. We'll see if he makes it work, but it's going to be real difficult to get consistent pressure, I feel.
TP onto the high ground right now, already a good angle for Quartz. You can see Punk under so much pressure as Aki is forced to use the lamp, but Nyang!
Whoa, the Bola is good. It sets up Color Hex for the fall through. And with the Freya setup, that's a lot of time that's going to burned off the clock here for Twisted Minds. And again, you think about ways you could lose Gibraltar. You can get full held at first, or you can get stymied on second. So the fact that Gatos Guapos were able to get through second, I mean, this is very winnable.
Fantastic performance from Young. He must carry, and he is delivering right now. But
and he's gone.
The pace of this retake from Twisted, unprecedented.
The old caster curse there. It's like, this player's so good and so instrumental, and they are absolutely back in spawn. Color Hex, meanwhile, getting hunted down. Quartz saying, look, enough, takes him down. I mean, doesn't quite hit at the end, but just needs to hit the left clicks.
Such a good Suzu from Simple there, keeping the carry alive. The Gatos Guapos, they've got one last shot to recontest this. They have Aki's window. Window comes out on the high ground. Punky's on the payload, but this clash is so difficult for the Guapos.
Yeah, I mean, Punk is a sacrifice here, and not a long-lived one at that. Who's going to be next up? It is a meat grinder here on the payload, but is one... I don't know if they have to enter, actually, because here's the problem. If you go in here and stagger and all die, your second point's going to be awful, and that may just be the case as they all die right at the gate of first.
There's a slim consolation prize here for the Gatos where the symbol has been taken out from Yubi. He did invest that ultimate, but it's not much of a consolation prize, more of a participation prize, really. As Twisted Minds, they get a stagger kill onto Rack Attack, and look at the ults right now. They've got the High Noon for Quartz, they've got the beat drop from Funny Astro, and Quartz in pole position atop the ship, already looking to hunt out Color Hex, force his cooldowns, force his position to something less valuable.
Quartz on top of the ship, has the Deadeye. Just good old left clicks, takes down the threat of Nyang. And you think about team fights that Gatos have won without major Freya contribution, it's probably about 0 right now, Hunter.
Look at the aggression on this push right now, ZP. We're on third point, despite the cart being in the middle of second. Quartz and KSA together, recognizing that they can just walk over the backline of the Gatos Guapos, and we haven't seen a single contest here on second point. Shades of the GK series versus Alcatzir yesterday. KSA now on the payload, just punching away.
We got a tree. We finally done it. We got a tree. Color Hex, though, instantly down. Punk gets dropped the self-destruct, and he lived for now, but the fight very much going in favor of Twisted Minds. The tree amounts to just about nothing. And why are you peeking Quartz there? That is ridiculous.
Clean-up kills here from Quartz. Really do want to highlight Simple on that retake for the Gatos Guapos. Nyang flanks. Nyang hits the bowler shot and a bolt on Yubi. But Simple, such quick judgment, teleports over to Yubi, Suzu's him, cleanses everything, keeps his carry alive. Fantastic support play coming out from Simple right now. Gatos Guapos really staring down the barrel. They have one fight left. The cart is so incredibly close to the end, and they're down on ults.
They need Color Hex. Color Hex has to land the Pulse Bomb of Dreams, or they will get run over by the Suzu, or rather by the Kitsune Rush. Or it's the classic Cassidy spot, up over the top. Call it for 10 years, it's what it's been, and that is enough for Twisted Minds to go up 2-0 and put themselves on match point.
Yeah, that's already a 2-0 lead for Twisted. Some signs of life here on Watchpoint Gibraltar, but ultimately, when Twisted get to play their game, they were this close to a full hold. That was a dominant attack. They lost one fight, and then they just kept it rolling all the way through to the finish line. So they are looking, I don't want to say unbeatable. Last time somebody described Twisted Minds as unbeatable, they didn't win a match for a month straight, but they're looking pretty solid.
Also, Hunter, I have one problem here is that, like, we've seen Life Weaver get picked, and even in the time that Life Weaver gets a tree out, it is instantly taken down, and we don't even get the tree on screen. Life Weaver has been the most cursed hero when teams have tried to run it, at least for the games that we've personally casted.
Every time they pull out the Weaver, it does feel like despair is soon to follow. You have to respect them attempting to change the pace of things a little bit. Rack Attack, he had some success in the support ult trades on the Brigida. Funny Astro would try and go for a beat push. Rack Attack would be ready. The Sentinel with the shield rallying and bashing everybody who teleports in, but ultimately, you know, you have to respect him attempting to grip some people out on the Weaver, try and cheat the ult economy a little bit. Sadly, for the Gatos Guapos, their second point did not exist, so no value.
Fellas, question for you. Do we start a petition to have a star on the boulevard here in Riyadh for Quartz? Because that was a sublime performance. I mean, the aggression as well of dominating in that second point went so quickly. There was no contest at all. Due to like his just kind of consistent aggression.
I mean, given that Quartz is the hometown hero here for his contributions on Team Saudi Arabia and more, I mean, there's a non-zero chance that that star already exists. We just don't know where it is.
Yeah, I think he might actually have a star somewhere here.
Really?
On the Boulevard.
We should find it. That's amazing.
Twisted Minds roster, they won the Overwatch World Cup in 2023. They are national heroes here in Saudi Arabia.
That's awesome. That's amazing. I mean, it was a really dominant display. I think, you know, as we all said, we came into this Twisted Minds. They were the favourites to a degree coming into this. But we knew. I mean, if Gatos Guapos didn't have some way of counteracting that aggression we talked about, it was going to be a struggle. And it really was. They just couldn't really find their feet, particularly in that kind of with the third point as well. There was just no way that they could cohesively come together and stop what was happening in front of them?
I mean, look, I'm just going to make stuff up, because the camera is on the players right now, but for all you know, right now Niang is just on the floor right now receiving back treatment after the attempted carry that we just saw from Gatos Guapos there, but it still wasn't enough.
You need a player like that in your team. Well, you need multiple players in that team when you're being pressed like that.
Young, I mean, he did so much, but you do need everybody firing on all cylinders in order to take down a team like Twisted Minds. Every couple of ult fights, Young would hit a game-winning bowler, but ultimately, there are game-winning counters on the other side. We saw it from Simple. Young, he hits a fantastic group bowler. Simple, he can cleanse that right off. So really the counterplay is there and you need more pressure. Color Hexy came through with a game-winning pulse bomb at one point, but again, there's so many problems to solve all the time versus a team like Twisted Minds. You really do need to play almost perfectly to beat them.
I think what we're going to see coming up next year is probably the time that the sim ban is going to be used. I mean, you've been dealing with UB on the sim in both maps here so far, so why not throw in the sim ban, see where it goes. Maybe you drop a Cassidy ban, and we'll see.
We'll see indeed here. Third map's coming away very shortly here, and I guess it is the last chance for Gatos Guapos to do something and try and turn the tide here because it seems so strongly against them. How do they do that? I mean, is there a way in which they can find a way? I mean, you talked about the meta and changing kind of like heroes and such as well, but anything else they can do with themselves, or is it kind of a losing battle at this point?
I think change is the solution. We saw a big change up in the matchup on map 2. They changed map types, they changed tank, they changed style. I say change even further. Sub in Light. Bring Light in. Doesn't matter whether he plays DPS, support, or tank. I know he's good for all three. So sub him in on something, give him a shot to take a crack at Twisted Minds as well, because change is the name of the game here.
I mean, if they're going to sub in Light, what would probably happen is that they would bring us to a Flashpoint map, and then from there they would put Light on something like Doom, which did look really effective for them in the series they lost. And that's probably the main change-up that they still have left in the tank. Now, based on what we've seen from both teams, is that going to be enough to, break it open and give them a map? No, I do not believe so from what we've seen so far.
Do you think that obviously Sign await in the next round again? If Twisted Minds make it through, Sign will be their next opponent. They're probably watching this with with a lot of attention, kind of trying to understand what's going to come their way next time round. Do you think Twisted Minds will have to completely switch things up if it goes that way? I'm being an optimist here that they're going to continue and do a 3-0. Do you think there'll be a big change here in the way in which Twisted Minds approach that later on potentially as well?
I very much think that's the case. I think Twisted Minds, this is one of the smartest teams at the tournament. They are so good at making adjustments, coming in with a different plan every single time. UB in particular, their Symmetra specialist, heralded as a genius of the game. He is so good at considering adjustments, and I think that they are going to be changing the game series upon series. Having lost to Sign yesterday means nothing about their performance today because they will come at it with completely fresh eyes. Also, we got about 80% of what I was saying here. They did ban Sim. They did bring us over in the Flashpoint, but I don't believe they've subbed in Light. Maybe we're going to get alerted about that in a moment. So we got, 2 out of 3. I'm casting my eyes behind us, ZP, and I've got terrible news for us. For any of the light heads in the audience, he is continuing to sit behind the team, coaching them up. I mean, there's no coach that I'd rather have, to be honest. I think they've really upgraded on their coach this year. But Light will not be in the server for the third map, so apparently, for all of the marbles, the roster stays the same. Light stays out of the lineup.
Hunter, we should do a little bit of pro wrestling strategy here where Light should actually get the steel chair and force his way into the match mid-map. We just do like a change, playback, takes out his own teammate, comes on in, swaps Doom.
I mean, I for one would love to see that. I would love to.
I thought that ZP was going to suggest I head back to the green room and throw on my spandex that I was showing you earlier.
We see here on the screen as well, we've got the Sim ban, but also Orisa. How does Orisa being banned affect things as well here, and what happens in map 3?
I think that the Orisa ban is a little bit of a non-issue, to be quite honest with you. Punky, he's happy to play the Diva, happy to play the Ramatra. He's by no means an Orisa specialist. Neither of these teams are super keen on actually playing the Orisa. I think the only impactful ban here is the fact that Sim has been taken out, is the fact that Yubi is going to have to play something other than Symmetra.
Well, this is you saw it on the screen there, match point in this second best of 5 in our day 2 here on the Overwatch 2 B stream. Will Gatos Guapos be able to fight back, or will Twisted Minds make it 3-0 and clean sweep their way into the next round of the bracket and eliminate Gatos Guapos and crush that key? We'll find out now as they prepare to attack.
Well, really, the strategy also holds firm. The only difference is that it's Punk playing the Doom rather than Light. But other than that, they did show this exact read yesterday, and they've gone back to the well. What could be one last time? And, come on, Punk. Come on.
one for the road here, as Punk is going to actually stick to the standards, walk out on the Ramatra. Color Hex not showing any nerve, no Junkrat, no Widowmakers on Flashpoint, nothing of the sort. Going to be playing something that is relatively standard, and we're going to have to see whether or not the Gatos Guapos can pull out something truly tremendous here. Tracer v Tracer, Yubi on the Tracer, Color Hex on the Tracer. Yubi, he's not a Symmetra one-trick. He's no chump on the Tracer. Neither is Color Hex, though, so we're going to have to see how this head-to-head goes on the side.
Yeah, I mean, on face value, I don't think that is as bad of a matchup for Color Hex as it would be against some of the other Tracers in the game. Doesn't mean that it's going to be bad, but also, you have to play Tracer, where you also have to deal with Quartz, which is a little bit unfair.
Quartz is quite an unfair opponent, as he does seem to diff everybody. Color Hex actually good for a kill onto Quartz. A rarity, as Twisted Minds are so good at protecting the President, but the Gatos Guapos, they are slow spawned. Punk and Quartz are respawning at the same time, which means that Quartz, he'll be back at the same timing as everybody else.
So the problem is, Color X got Quartz there, but then you do like the pan shots to the rest of the Guapos, and they're all like in medical beds with like broken arms. It's like, oh great, you got him. It's just like
somebody call the good doctor, because it does seem that the Gatos Guapos are in desperate need of medical attention. If only we knew somebody that could help us out in this situation.
It's a sponsor that we got for that, as it turns out. But either way, Quartz right now, plenty of room to work with. Gonna back up a bit around the corner, looking for opportunities. Color Hex also working around the backhand side. Niang on the Sojourn, didn't really talk about that. We'll see if Niang's able to make the Sojourn work the same way that the Freya's been working. And Color Hex right now, it's a long approach, while meanwhile Funny Astro just going in.
Beat push coming out from Funny Astro, and that is going to shatter the Gatos Guapos. Very difficult for them here, as they just couldn't deal with that tempo. You can see Rack Attack, he's only 70% to his own beat, so the Speedster's doing a lot more damage, a lot more healing. Funny Astro, he's charged it up so easily, and the Gatos Guapos, they're on their last contest. Is Color Hex even in position? No, he's not. That's a 1-0 lead. This is a key crush game, ZP. Your life is on the line, Guapos.
Yeah, I mean, that key right now is just kind of thinking about itself. Like, I'm admiring the days right now where I'm solid, firm, you know, feel really good, because, let me tell you, the crushing, you could just feel it coming right now, unless the Guapos turn things around. They're going to drop the window.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, looking at Quartz with the Deadeye, turning back around, ends up falling. Aki able to find it, and Guapos, decent team fight here, should give them control.
Sign of life for them here, as they have an ult exchange. They have the window, the annihilation, the pulse bomb, and the overclock all thrown into it. And they will net a fight win for it. They are going to capture the objective. Twisted Minds, they're going to be back into this one very quickly indeed. You can see Young's actually going to find another pick onto Yubi. You can see when Yubi goes off the Symmetra over to the Tracer, more picks are delivered onto him. He does struggle a little bit more on this, but again, he's a very confident Tracer player. He's famous for his aggressive plays, hitting these incredible pulse bombs. Now you can see Punky holding forward, but a flank from Twisted.
Beat coming in here from Rack Attack. Doesn't hit Niang, who actually may be the victim here, but instead
there it is.
Takes out Yubi. No beat required. TM though, they have Quartz. They have hope. Quartz is taken out too. The great equalizer strikes again.
It is outrageous, the consistency with which Quartz gets these shots off. Again, no Yubi, no problem. Quartz just continues to swing on the flank, finds another couple of kills.
It's ridiculous, Hunter, because you look at OW stats, or even just the eye test, as anyone that's watched aim out Overwatch, the number one thing that often decides if a fight is win or lost is first pick. And then you look at Twisted Minds and they defy reality, so long as the first pick isn't Quartz.
Twisted Minds are a statistical anomaly, because the only stat that matters is Quartz alive? You can see that Guapos stuffed inside right now as KSA is getting very aggressive, and Yubi's on the flank. Color Hex is the first to open up with a kill though.
Yeah, Color Hex getting some work done, but so is Quartz in turn, and he's doing it again. He has decimated the support line. There's no more healing. It's over.
It's nonsense. Quartz is good for 3 here. He's dueling it out with Color Hex right now. Of course, he will win with the help of Funny Astro. You can see there's a 1 versus 2 taking place right now as Young slides up, can't get it done. And Twisted Minds, 73% and counting ZP. Ultimates to play with. Gatos Guapos have nothing. An annihilation around the corner, but a very staggered, very desperate touch coming in here on point C of Atlas.
About to be match point for Twisted Minds should they win this next fight. Gatos Guapos looking for anything to turn the tide. Color X having to rewind out super early under pressure. Here comes Quartz, Deadeye, and the zoning is ridiculous while KSA just disappears behind the corner. A little bit fisticuffs.
The Gatos, they're not even able to get a solid touch, a solid ping-pong contest. So now it's 0-2. This is match point. This is a key crush moment just around the corner. Yubi, he's hunting down Rack Attack. Nyang will be cleaned up as well. It's all falling to pieces for the Gatos, all to play for. A key on the line, ZP.
You can hear the hum of the hydraulic press because Gatos Guapos, their key is getting prepared as we speak. Twisted Minds about to have great positioning for what could be the final point for the Guapos here at EWC in the Midseason Championship for Overwatch 2.
Punk does have an annihilation. You can see him getting very aggressive, looking for a backline and a push. Window from Aki, that's going to trigger his push. Beat push from Funny Astro in response, though.
Right now, KSA able to take down Aki early. Twisted Minds is able to walk forward. The beat giving them all the durability they need and more. Simple, able to clean it up. And now you start looking at this in terms of fights left. The Guapos, they get maybe 3 more fights until they're just going to be enjoying the amenities for the rest of the weekend.
They are fantastic amenities, I will confess, but I won't get too stuck into the activities afforded the players here because we've got 70% of a flashpoint left to cast. We do have an overclock available for Nyang on the retake, pulse for Color Hex as well. You can see Color Hex is giving Yubi a run for his money right now, forces the recall, but Funny Astro does come in on the side. Clock from Nyang in main, will he find anything, ZP?
Right now, they're looking. Rack Attack gonna drop the beat here under pressure. Will help support a little bit. Court's actually a little bit low, but they have to back out from how that was going. They're not able to take the advantage on the court. Funny Astro chasing down Color Hex as if it's personal at the moment. Both teams, though, gonna be losing a Tracer. Funny Astro punished for being a little bit deep and perhaps a little bit hope here for the Guapos, but they're running out of time and Quartz is still alive.
Bad news, Quartz is alive, so Aki's going to fall. Color Hex, he's got the pulse bomb that could potentially turn it, but Quartz, he is still a presence on the side.
And here we go, Twisted Minds are looking at the Guapos. They're saying your key is changing form. It's going to be bent, broken, crushed, and destroyed. The Guapos are eliminated, and Twisted Minds will move on.
Making it look easy at the end there, a dominant performance on all 3 maps. Some slight hiccups on Gibraltar, just a flash in the pan, really, as Twisted Minds really showcasing that they were the stronger team here in this series. You can see all smiles, all confidence walking across the stage. You got KSA, we got Funny Astro, we got a couple of fist bumps going around. Color Hex apparently doesn't feel like standing up at the moment. Get out of your chair, Kelsey.
In a flash point, it's over, fellas. I can't. I mean, it's been a quick. I mean, Twisted Minds will be absolutely elated with a 3-0 and the manner of which as well, because it's been quick. They've disassembled a team who didn't really stand too much of a chance. You can see here as well the domination at third map. With every flashpoint they were there. They were able to lock it down, and Courts again just dominating the map too, not allowing them to even breathe. CP.
Yeah, and again, I think the thing that's a little bit scary to me, especially if you're signed who they're going to be up against next, is that was this actually the true form of Quartz? Obviously very comfortable in the Cassidy, but I feel like there's some final boss stuff going on where you're like, we will take out the Cassidy with the ban, and then you've just unlocked final form Sojourn. Like, it's just going to be a bit ridiculous going forward, and I think looking at this here, just on eye test, Quartz is having an even better day today than what he had yesterday.
That is absolutely right. It's going to be very interesting to see how the sign matchup goes later on today. I think they're probably. I kind of got the feeling that as well that their headspace, their minds were already kind of always the foresight of what's going to come their way later on in the manner of sign there. But I guess we'll be talking a lot about Twisted Minds later on in the competition. But Gatos Guapos as well here. I mean, kudos to them for being here and for having this experience. You said it's a great opportunity just to be here at the Esports World Cup, and they've relished it.
They are all well and truly happy to be here. They got their money's worth out of the trip. Some may say they didn't have to pay any money at all to be here. So they are more than happy with the event, and we are
going over to an interview. Thank you very much, Hunter. Yes, we are. We're going to the main stage now. Let's catch up with Wolf and Twisted Minds.
Thank you guys so much. I'm here with Quartz, the MVP of that last series from Twisted Minds. You just had an amazing performance, especially on the Cassidy. Popping off like you just did in front of the local crowd, how do you feel?
It feels amazing, especially when the local crowd are watching. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
Yeah, it definitely is. So you had a really important matchup here, obviously, against the Gatos Guapos, and then you will have that second match today. So both of those matches would be an elimination match for you should you lose. So what kind of preparation goes into a tough day like this?
Well, we prepared like usual, but today we prepared extra because it's a big day and elimination day. We can't lose today, and hopefully we'll show up with a good performance today.
So with the inspiring play that you just showed us, obviously playing in front of this local crowd in Riyadh, Do you have any words of advice or encouragement to some of the people here in Riyadh who wish they could be like you, maybe play on a stage like this someday?
Just keep grinding, keep playing the game, and one day you'll reach your dreams.
Just got to keep grinding. You're hearing it from the man himself. Just keep practicing. So you lost to Sign Esports yesterday, and I think what most would consider a pretty big upset. It was just a best of 3, but you guys ended up getting 3-0'd on that last point. So when you're coming into that revenge match today, when you're looking to get that revenge and actually make it to the bracket stage, what sort of changes are you guys looking to make sure that doesn't happen a second time?
I don't think we'll be making any changes. Just yesterday we weren't playing as good. We weren't feeling it. Just made a lot of mistakes. We just have to play like we usually play, and hopefully we can 3-0 them today.
And lastly, any words you have to the fans out there, especially obviously the local fans here in Riyadh?
Thank you guys for your support. It means a lot to me. This is the biggest tourney I ever played, and I really want to prove to my fans. Yeah.
I think so far you've definitely made some we've shown some really big proof here in the first series of the day. Thank you so much. This has been Quartz from Twisted Minds. We're going to send it back to the desk.
Thank you very much. I want to ask Wolf how I can be like him one day as well. I need his advice. But I mean, incredible there. Hearing from Quartz, who has been an absolute stalwart in that team and kind of getting them through to this next phase of the competition. I like the fact there was an over-preparation chat as well. Like they really overly prepared to make sure that this definitely was a case of them going through and getting that rematch with Sign.
Truth of the Esports World Cup is every day is a big day. This time around, they've got 2 matches. They need to put in that extra work. And honestly, I mean, you can see he's very happy to be playing here in Riyadh. They love to play with a local crowd. There were fans, not just for the Guapos, of course, but also for Twisted Minds standing behind us, cheering them on. And you could hear those cheers when they won. It was a very happy crowd, and it's honestly a privilege for these guys to play up on the stage.
I think the biggest thing for me when I look at this is that Twisted Minds easily clear the eye test here to the point that I don't care what team you are, even if you're Crazy Raccoon or Falcons, I don't think you love the idea of going against Twisted Minds. We see performances like this because, I kind of think about, players in Overwatch history, Hunter. There's times where if a hitscan player is playing this well, that sometimes there's no plan that works.
Nobody wants to play against the hometown hero on home turf. It is really tough versus this team. And right now in the lower bracket, it's no indication as to whether or not they've got it in them for a deeper run. Because again, that Sign Esports match that we saw yesterday could just be a blip. It could just be a little anomaly. And we go into a larger series, a best of 5 rather than a best of 3, could completely change the pace for them.
Yep, you'll find out exactly how that pans out in the rest of this competition down the road here. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the bracket and how things stand now. That our second team, Gatos Guapos, are eliminated from the competition. They're key being crushed later today. You can see Group D here, ZP, we see down there the decider match, and we're looking forward to that one later on.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a good one, and obviously one with some very recent history. When you look at Twisted Minds and what they're good at, I think that the format you're going into, that first to 3, is going to make that so much harder for Sign. And based on what we've seen from both teams, even though Sign beat them yesterday, I actually expect Twisted Minds to take it on the rematch later today.
The only thing worse than going up against Twisted Minds once is having to do it twice, giving them the advantage of preparation against you. So Twisted Minds, they got to warm up against Sign yesterday. We're really going to have to see whether players on Sign like Rocket, Chronic can show those high peaks, because we saw so much Quartz today absolutely dominating. That was Chronic yesterday. We'll have to see if he can do it again.
We will, yeah. It's going to be interesting to find out for sure. It's all coming your way later on in this competition here at the Esports World Cup and the Midseason Championships here. For now, though, we're going to take a short break because we need to reset and start our next matchup coming our way in a short while's time here. So do not go anywhere. Stay exactly where you are for more OWCS here at EWC coming your way in just a bit. We'll see you then.
Tomorrow when we're alright, that's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are.
Hello there. Welcome back into OWCS, the Midseason Championships here at Esports World Cup. Great to have you back with us again here. We're 2 matches down, 2 more coming your way here on the Overwatch 2 B stream. My name's Adam Savage. Great to have you back here. We have Wolf and Unter on the desk. Wolf, loved your interview there as well with Courts. That was awesome. I mean, great to see a team that are clearly relishing their time here and a 3-0 victory as well.
You know, it's my first time really like meeting Courts and seeing him in person, but I had this vibe of like, it's a big land for him, right? It's a big event for him. Now you could see it. You look up his stats, you look at where he's come from, and this is a really important moment for him, right? He's playing for his home crowd as well. You have that kind of pop-off performance, and I just had this read of like, I can feel this guy is really feeling that energy, that vibe, and I'm glad to see that that was actually accurate. Like, it means so much to him. Those are the kind of stories that don't happen every tournament. You know, you don't get player stories like that each and every time. Sometimes these players are so established, you already know who they are, you already know what their goals are, but for someone like Courts, it's just such a cool, awesome storyline we had already today.
Yeah, it was a great story from him. I mean, that's one of the great things about this competition in general. They're hearing the stories of our players, they're kind of like the backgrounds, their teams, and learning more about them as well. And for you folks at home, hopefully you're enjoying this as much as we are too here. But we do have 2 matchups coming through now, 2 eliminations done. Unter, the first one's looking very juicy, really. We can see the players warming up behind us right now.
We've got a case of a bit of heart versus heart right now for GK versus Team CC. I've talked so much about how Cuffer, he's the personality hire of the team, you know. He's always getting up and shouting at the opposition. I saw Super Rich down on the stage doing the exact same to his opposition versus ZK just before. So there is going to be a scrap here, and there's a battle of wills that we're about to witness. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be, I mean, Wolf, we're going to have a look at the teams now, actually, and GK coming through first and foremost. Mentioning Cuffer there, but there were 5 of them there, and they've all been excellent thus far, but now it's really on the line. They have to make sure they win this one through.
Yeah, I mean, I was fortunate enough to talk to Cuffa yesterday. I got to interview him. He's a very confident player. You know, you mentioned already, Unter, that he's kind of a bit of a hype man. He's definitely in terms of getting deep into his opponent's mindsets. But we saw some pretty unique stuff from this team yesterday in their very close loss. We saw them play the Lifeweaver. They pulled out the Hanzo. This team, I think, has really strong fundamentals, but also will throw a curveball every now and then.
Exactly. I mean, they've got these Lifeweaver compositions where we might see Rack Attack pull it out on a Gibraltar, but it turns out GK are actually good at playing the Lifeweaver, would you believe? We've got Ultraviolet, who pulls out the Baptiste and is just constantly carrying the game, flank after flank, game-winning moments time and time again. This is a roster that when they are firing on all cylinders, they are borderline unstoppable.
How do you think they would have evaluated their own performance in the competition thus far as well? How do you think they'll be feeling genuinely about how they've performed, how they could they have done much better? Where do you think they're at right now?
I think taking a loss like that to Al-Qadsiya is one of our big favorites. You know, we've kind of had them at the top of the tier list up with the Korean teams all tourney long. The fact that they were almost able to do it and they had that momentum means that I think even though ultimately the loss must have felt somewhat crushing, you can't walk out of that series feeling bad. I really think you can't.
Well, I saw Ultraviolet on Twitter just last night saying that we can win this tournament post-loss. It wasn't a, we played terribly, we'll do better next time. We're going to win it all. That is the mindset that they're coming in with. They know if they can go that close with Alcad, if they can give away a map there, Gibraltar was sold. If they can do that, they know they can go the distance in this tournament.
That's right. I mean, their opponents as well here, Team CC, let's take a look at their roster as well here, popping up on your screens. And again, we saw them perform earlier on today here on the Overwatch 2B stream, and we see Pineapple on screen there, was a dominant force as well, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, we have a little bit of a fun situation. Unter was telling me about this earlier. We have a little bit of a swap in for Super Rich coming into this team, even though he's part of the org. But I think Pineapple still stole the show. Like, we had Super Rich doing the 3-0, you know, and really hyping things up. Maybe he and Cuffa might have a little battle in terms of the hype when we come into this series. But Pineapple looked amazing on both the Surgeon and the Tracer, and I think he's going to be the main character if this team's going to win what I think is probably an upset for Team CC.
I think the thing about Pineapple is that he's always caught in the shadow of Shy. Pineapple is a very underrated hitscan player, but Shy always has this reputation as the greatest hitscan to ever come out of China. And as a result, I think that people sleep on Pineapple a little bit, but every time I watch a Team CC match, it's always Pineapple putting on a show.
Indeed. Let's take a look at the SNB match of the day as well here for you folks at home and see what has been suggested as the key matchup. And there it is, Sign Esports versus Twisted Minds, the vengeance story here, potentially for Twisted Twisted Minds to come back. It's a great game. It's a key match of the day. It's a great one that's chosen.
I mean, obviously we have to focus on the match we're about to have, but just a reminder that after this, we have such a sick one coming up. Court's ready for vengeance as well. We talked to him a little bit earlier on with the performance he had already today. Well, Sign should be feeling pretty confident since they were able to win yesterday. It should be the best match of the day.
I very much think coming off the back of that match, it's really going to be a case of can Sign keep firing on all cylinders, show that performance that they had yesterday, show that these North American DPS players have what it takes to compete internationally, and then comparatively it's a case of can we actually see the players on Twisted Minds adapt to what they saw?
Yeah, indeed. You can see the players here are kind of adapting right now as they get ready, get themselves the mouse sensitivity, get feeling out what's going to come their way in terms of their opponents. And we can see that map 1 is Liangtao. Been there many times over the course of the Overwatch 2 B stream here at EWC. And we're going back once again, Wolf. And I mean, Control, obviously a pivotal point here. Getting a 1-0 lead in any capacity is a huge advantage. But where does the pendulum swing towards? Which team do you think?
Well, I mean, I think in terms of how these two teams play, Control is one of those map types that I think could kind of favor CC. Really like the Wrecking Ball ban coming through here for Geeky, considering Gaga is starting. We saw already the impact he can make on a hero like this on Busan earlier today, so a pretty wise choice. The Cassidy ban is going to come out here in return, which allows Pineapple to actually play a lot more freely around the hit scan battle up against GK, so I think this is going to be a pretty good measuring stick, temperature gauge, so to speak, about whether CC can make that upset happen today, because I think if it's going to happen, it needs to start here.
I think some of the strongest performances for Team CC, we saw it on Control in their previous series today. It was Gaga on that Wrecking Ball. It does hurt to see that taken away from him here on Control now, because Geeky, they're a very formidable team on Control. They play the Baptiste, they play very aggressively, and without a Wrecking Ball to capitalize on that could be a little bit difficult for Team CC.
It certainly could, as we see here on the rooftops of Liang Tower, overlooking this glorious city here, and by some spacesuits as well, getting ready for our assembles of our heroes to happen in front of us right now. Who will be the winner of the first matchup? It's going to be a huge one, I'm sure, and both teams eager to make a mark on the map as far as this best of 5 goes. So, fellas, over to you. Let's dive straight on in.
Looking like we're going to see Ramatra here on both sides at this point of Lijiang Tower. It's incredibly powerful. We can see Sojourn still get value, of course, but see if Kaneki is going to stick with this Symmetra pick or if he's going to swap off after the initial teleport, because I think this is absolutely a composition where you can still run that Symmetra and get a ton of value.
Keep your eyes on Cuffer here, because in the North American scene, he has been nicknamed Iron Mike Tyson, and it is looking like an opportunity for a punch-out here as Cuffer taking a Ramatra mirror versus Gaga. Gaga, a more traditional main tank player, famous for his Winston, for his ball. Let's get right into the action, because Cuffer, he's already so deep in the white room, swinging for the fences. Gaga forced to backstep a little bit, but just a trade of blocks at the moment. Venture springs out of the ground, but it's a slow neutral on the objective here.
All right, so in terms of the objective, Control right now going to Geeky here, although Kuffa playing a little bit aggressively here. Won't get punished for it just yet. Gets that shield back here. And it's still a relatively even trade. It's about who's going to go down first, and Kaneki and Pineapple will both fall as really nice control of the neutral there from Kuffa around that corner. Playing aggressively, but backed up by his supports. And that's going to be the cap and a massive lead here for Geeky.
Already, you can see Team CC struggling to deal with the pressure that Geeky applies. First fight, CC are boxed into a corner. As the fight breaks down, CC, they try to break out, and they're just picked off from the sides, Wolf.
Lethal hands that side angle there to just slow down the approach here, as Team CC are going to have to split their DPS and try to push through here with Gaga, but with these mirror comps without the ults, it's so hard to approach the point. Once Faraway has a rush, they can make it happen, but right now they're just taking so much damage on the approach.
Ultraviolet pops the rush, and straight away, Gaga, he's just made the victim. Pushed into the back, his team cannot carry through, because Faraway does not yet have that Kitsune rush to match.
Exactly.
So BK Esports just choking him out.
And without that rush, the approach is impossible, and even with it, you're going to have to fight off the point and try to steamroll through the choke, and that gives Geeky the opportunity to sound barrier, disengage, and move back. Kuffa, with a sound barrier at the ready, will also then have the ability to use Annihilation to buy time.
Fast engagement right now, but Admiral, he's ready with the beat. He's popped it. Kuffa's got his hands up in the corner. He is booped, but not off the map. Super Rich not able to close that one out. Kuffa pops the Annihilation now. Tectonic shock from Maymone in the back as well. And Team CC, they're falling by the wayside.
Oh, Kuffa playing that so well, and the supports trust him. They know he can get in the corner, put that block up. They trade sound barriers, and because he has the block, because he has the annihilation, he can live long enough there to win out the trade. And that is likely the round-winning team fight here for GK. Sure, there's still one more fight left here in Team CC where they have the ults, and there's the push. They're trying to take the fight off the point.
Overclock outside from Lethal. He's looking for kills, but he is the victim of his own overclock. Kaneki finds a crucial trade, but still a player advantage for GK. Team CC, somebody has to peel over to the objective at the same time, but Kaneki's turning water to wine as he pops the tectonic shock, finds 2.
All right, that's a very ult-efficient push, all things considered here for CC. They are going to still, of course, look for, have to get the cap before this is going to be worth it here, but it's still a contest here on the side of GK.
So low, GK Esports, they need to stabilize, but Maymone has fallen. Kuffa's taking damage, but Ultraviolet, he's going to throw in the rush. He doesn't want to let this one go. Gaga's got the annihilation in the back pocket. He will throw that out. Pineapple with the overclock. He will take down Ultraviolet, and that should be the end for GK.
Now, a lot of people might be surprised by Ultraviolet using the Kitsune rush there because it was probably never going to be a winnable fight, but they get 2 ults in return, and because they have 99-0 here, I think that's a trade up. GK can actually just reapproach here, knowing their sound barrier is relatively close. All they have to do is win one single fight, so 1 ult for 2 is a big win for GK.
Such an advantage now for GK in the ult economy as things start to break down. As the round goes longer, there will be an advantage, a deep push right now, and Kaneki is going to fall victim to it. Maymone with the Venture, he's going to find this opening kill.
Okay, if they can get the pick on the Lucio too, they'll have a sound barrier advantage here. It's not ready yet for Super Rich. They're going to have to kite back.
Here's pressure though, far away. He feels that pressure. He pops a Kitsune rush, but it's too late. Gaga's fallen. The flip has gone through. Team CC, they're down 3 versus 5. Beats exchanged, but CC, they have to touch the point. They have to take the fight. They're crashing out into the white room looking for kills. Somebody needs to keep touching the point. It will be Kaneki underneath. He jumps up onto the high ground, a moment to breathe.
Just trying to buy some time here, but Lethal has full line of sight, pushing Super Rich away there. And now there's just no way for Pineapple to actually get in and contest that line of sight. There's the overclock, looking for the cherry on top.
Clock from Lethal, and he is starting to clean house. Super Rich, Kaneki both fall. No trades in response. Kuffa with the annihilation. Buying space, and that's just going to be an easy one for GK.
Yeah, they had such a huge ult economy advantage early on, and when you end up getting 99-0, and you could force your enemy to use their ultimates in contest, because there's no choice for CC in those moments. They can't just go, well, I'd rather save my ults, because if you end up messing up that fight when the Kitsune Rush comes out, if they outskill you in that skill check, sure, they're unlikely to win the fight, but if they do, you just lose the round, so you feel compelled to actually match those ultimates. Getting 2 there for just the Kitsune Rush means that CC are just out of luck, but I think the real big turning point in this one was Kuffa surviving for so long with that annihilation on that first fight, because that's the toughest one when you don't have a huge ult bank yet. GK hold on there, make all the right decisions there to win them out as they're 99-0.
This is Kuffa's signature style. The rope-a-dope, he sits in the corner, he blocks, everybody turns to shoot him, and then eventually they're exhausted, they're picked apart from behind. He's so good at juggling the aggro.
Really is, as we do have another neutral fight here. Kaneki moving over to the Tracer. This is going to be matched by Venture on the other side. Pick on the Ultraviolet, though, is a problem here for GK at the start.
Already Ultraviolet going down. Kuffa soon to follow. GK, you could see they really aggressed early on, pushed super deep, but found no value.
Yeah, Pineapple, you know, one of those Sojourn players at this tournament that if you give him a head to shoot at, if you give him a railgun angle, he will absolutely take your head off, and unfortunately for Ultraviolet, he was the victim of that, and then things just start to fall apart as you can't match the healing output. The problem, too, is that when the first pick actually is onto the Kiriko, you have a huge ult economy issue in terms of the supports as well. You can see far away doubling him, and he dies first again!
Ultraviolet 2 in a row now. Pineapple putting on a clinic, finding Ultraviolet's head time after time, and Team CC, they're starting to press the advantage a little bit, get some spawn shots in. Really, GK, they've got no room to breathe.
Ultraviolet's starting to feel the pressure, going to swap over to Batiste here, something a little bit safer, and that can empower Kuffa quite a bit here as he's getting closer to that annihilation. There's a ton of healing output in this pick. Oh, has to drop the lamp early, though.
Look at this push from Team CC. Maymone's over to the point, but Team CC, they're pushing inside at the same timing. Ultraviolet's up to his 3rd death for the round as CC just keep it pushing. GK Esports, they will secure the flip though, so it's not a hollow victory for CC, but it cost them something.
Yeah, they did lose a little bit of percentage here. It's going to cost them some time, but in terms of the ults used there, it's really just far away going for the counter rush there, and because the Kiriko was swapped off for Ultraviolet, it's not really a huge loss. They still hold on to the annihilation. It's Kaneki here going to grab this Mega and look to continue to threaten the back line.
Kaneki's looking for a pulse bomb angle, but everyone from Team CC's actually just completely been given the slip. You can see now, Geeko, they flipped over to the point. The overclock comes out. Cover, he catches a kill onto Pineapple. Lethal with far away, and Team CC, it has completely fallen through their fingers.
Yeah, a little bit of an aggressive push there from Team CC. They want to take the fight off the point. It's a greedy option where they can actually take it super ult efficiently, but Lethal spots it out, gets on that high ground, has perfect line of sight there. I don't think Team CC expected that angle, and they get punished super hard. But still a lot of ults in their war chest here, and still up 25%.
There is a huge bank available for Team CC. You can see they're trying to retake high ground. Pineapple gets a big, juicy angle up on top from that, but will he get it done? He pulls the clock, but the snare is perfect from Cuffer. He knows what's coming, so he blocks out Pineapple's angle. Pulse from Kaneki goes wide, catches nothing. You can see Admiral just playing off to the side. Beat drop available.
Yeah, beat drop available here. Whoever uses this Lucio ult second is definitely going to get the advantage. This Ultraviolet's already down.
He can't keep getting away with it. Ultraviolet's dead again. Beats exchange now as Super Rich and Admiral both going for the fences. Gaga has the Annihilation to keep himself alive if need be. Cuffer with another form timing here on the objective. Lethal will take down Kaneki. It's an even fight right now. Ultraviolet will be back soon, and we've seen what he can do with a window.
The control here is so good for the side of Geeko there with Lethal on that angle, but unfortunately they just don't have a backbone in this composition to continue the fight. Ultraviolet's going to try to change it with a window, but I think this may have been a mistake.
It's an even trade right now, and Cuffer, Kaneki, they're trading back and forth, but Gaga, he gets the better of it. Cuffer's now on the point, but he has no healing remaining. Faraway just needs to stay alive, and Gaga, Faraway together, they should be able to clean this one up. Cuffer is stuck all alone on the objective. Mamo not quite in the position.
He sees how low Gaga is there, and he wants to go in. Even with his recall, though, he knows it's just not the wise choice. I can defend Ultraviolet's choice there because that was such a round-defining fight. If they were able to turn it, it would have been so huge for them, but instead, ult's used for CC, but they're still behind significantly here, and they have to regroup. Lethal, close to that overclock. That may be what gets Geeko back into this.
We need our eyes on Lethal right now. He is looking for the angle to carry the game with this overclock. Team CC, they're stuffed into a corner on the objective. It's quite hard to find an angle. Pineapple, he's stuck on the side, and here comes the clock on the coast. Lethal, he's going for gold, but he's coming up with not even a silver from the looks of things as he just keeps swinging wide. Pineapple, he respects it. He swings once, but Cuffer, he's finding the kills.
That was such a nice angle. Even though he didn't have great line of sight, he was able to corral everyone into Cuffa there, who gets a ton of support. And, you know, we talk a lot about hit scan players and their aim, but sometimes positioning can actually be even more important. He knows Team CC backed off the point. It's hard to get line of sight. He still knows exactly the angle he needs to take the threatened Pineapple there and then allow Cuffa to go in for the cleanup. Cuffa now has nearly that ultimate online. They're going to have a sound barrier relatively soon as well. This could be the fight that decides this round here and potentially the map.
A little bit of a beat advantage for Super Rich at this moment. If they can go fast, if Team CC can just press this advantage, there could be an opportunity to close it out. You can see Geeko, they're playing very slow, very conservatively, hiding on the back of the point. Lethal?
Lethal looking for an angle here to get out. Is going to be pushed away, but this means the point. Very difficult to control here for Geeko as Lethal's going to have to rejoin. Barrier up.
Big push comes out from Super Rich. Admiral, he's 95%. He doesn't have it yet, but Team CC, even if they've pushed to the backline, Ultraviolet once again in a spot of bother. Beat comes out from Admiral. Doesn't actually catch Ultraviolet, but somehow, some way, he's escaped a 5-man beat push, and Geeko, they're crashing out on this push.
Okay, this push for Pineapple, he's so low, but he still gets the railgun shot here with the overclock. He's going to save this potentially for Team CC.
Pineapple, so
what a
close.
play! Oh, so close, but not enough. Oh, a near miracle save, but ultimately Geeko will still win the fight and take the 2-0. But I gotta say, Hunter, Cuffa is out of control on this Ramatra pick. Obviously, he's kind of pocketed a little bit. His supports are helping out a ton. But when Lethal's always finding these angles and he's able to find these off angles that CC don't expect, he doesn't really need resources. So you can put everything into Cuffa and he gets so much out of it.
The beauty of Cuffa's style isn't that he wants to be constantly pocketed. What he does best is he just draws the attention of the enemy team and he takes advantage of Ramatra's damage mitigation. He knows that he can waste lots of time from the enemy, draw lots of attention without drawing resources from his team. This is what enables Ultraviolet to flank, to carry the game with his window. It creates space for Lethal to get these excellent angles over on the side.
I think one of the biggest things CC are probably thinking about right now in terms of game plan moving forward is potentially Ultraviolet getting caught, some of the greedy positioning he's taken here, because that seemed to be really the only weak point here and the only liability that we saw for Geeko for the majority of that second round in particular. Maybe that's an angle they can try to find.
Exactly right. They've put so much time into taking down Ultraviolet, but we'll have to see whether or not they can actually adjust.
Fellas, I may get a new tattoo saying Lethal's found a corner. I think you were saying Lethal's found an angle. Lethal's found an angle. That was it. Lethal's found an angle. Incredible scenes there. I think from
this
DK,
moment, like this angle.
Exactly.
That was one of those crazy ones that CC didn't expect. The other one he took on the left side as well. He just knows where Pineapple is, the angles he needs to take to where he can both get damage done, but also force repositioning out of CC.
It was. I mean, I think with the. You mentioned the ult economy as well, how they micromanaged that so perfectly. Was that a huge factor here as well, that they could actually do this and make sure that they didn't let anyone else get near them, courtesy of Team CC?
Ultimately, this is one of the big differences between these teams. I sing the praises of players like Pineapple because they have fantastic aim, they have good positioning, but in order to be a truly top-tier team and a top-tier player, you need to have an understanding of the bigger picture. You saw Pineapple, he pulls out the overclock, he nearly clutches the game, but it's understanding when not to use the ult, when to run away from the fight, because if you have good positioning, you have good aim, you always see the opportunity for you as an individual to carry, but only truly top-tier teams and top-tier players can see the big picture, understand when it's okay to take a loss.
We always saw a clutch there at the end as well. Is that going to be something that you think Team CC are going to rely on, having to have those clutch moments against GK as well?
You don't want to have to rely on those clutch moments as a thing, and I think that's kind of what Hunter is getting at here, is the fact that they were down on ults and the better teamwork was there playing around Kuffa in those final moments, despite the picks that did come through there for Pineapple. You don't want to have to be reliant on your hit scan player popping off, because those are kind of I don't want to say 1 in a million, but like that's a 10%, 20% type of fight. That's not going to happen each and every time. You might get that 1 out of 5 times, but if you're relying on him popping off in those types of moments, it's not going to look great. Playing through him, though, and setting up for him so he can have those types of moments, I think that's what CC could look for.
Certainly.
Consistency is very much the name of the game. Everyone at the Esports World Cup, everybody that can get their foot in the door here can have a star performance and carry, but it's consistency. It's understanding when to push, when to pull, that will actually get you over the line. That's what makes a championship caliber roster. It's not just about the fact that these players have the best aim, the best positioning. It's the whole package, and team play is something that is very slept on.
Yeah, consistency certainly is key here. As we look ahead to Map 2, we'll take a short break here on the Overwatch 2 B stream here at OWC. So do not go anywhere. Come back here in a few minutes' time as we'll see how this one concludes in the next chapter of GK versus Team CC. Don't go anywhere.
I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Hello, hello. Welcome back into OWCS Midseason Championships here at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, where we are currently in the middle of our third match of the day, our first of three. It's a best of 5, of course, here. And we've had a sub, actually, during the break here. And it looks like Billadang's coming for Gaga, if I'm not mistaken here. A tank for Team CC. How does that affect proceedings here, Wolf? What do you think is how that's going to impact the squad?
Well, we did see this earlier today, and it seems like Billadang is going to be kind of the more off-tank focused player. As Gaga plays, the Ramatra really well, but also plays Wrecking Ball. Wrecking Ball was banned in Game 1. So you might feel like, well, it should be Gaga now, right? Because Wrecking Ball's available for the rest of the series. But I think in terms of the maps that we have left, Billadang makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, Gaga, he gets subbed in so that he can take the opportunity to play the ball. Unfortunately, GK, their coaching staff, they are on top of it, so they're going to shut Gaga out of any opportunity to play his best. Now we get Billadang to sub back in. He's on the Ramatra more often than not. He's a very off-tank heavy player, famous for his Zarya in China, heralded as the best Zarya in the Chinese region as well. Everybody's the best. There's always got to be a best player here and there, but I mean it. I mean it. The pundits, they tell me these things.
Let's have a look at the maps as well here and see what is coming our way here. So it looks like we're back to Gibraltar again here.
Good old Jibby.
Good old Jibby.
That's been my nickname for the map forever.
Okay, I love it. I'm going to adopt it. Obviously, we're going back to Gibraltar here. We've seen it previously on today. How does this favour Team CC, their pick, of course, here? Unta, what's your take on this?
I think this is quite interesting because I do think it means that Team CC, maybe they're going to target ban out a tank, maybe they're going to play the Diva. Billadang being an off-tank player after all, often on a map like this, exactly, there it is. The Hazard ban looks to have come out. So Billadang, he's probably going to be playing the Diva and just sticking to his off-tank strengths. Meanwhile, we're probably going to see Kuffer over on the Winston. We saw it yesterday, these BAP Weaver compositions. So no surprises, Val.
Yeah, I mean, the Ana is required to run Winston compositions at the most optimal way, so you can empower the Winston with Nano Boost, give it additional survivability, because with a Nano Boost, you get a second health bar, basically. Then you have the Primal Rage for a third. So makes sense that CC would ban that with their reads. So good reads on both sides here. I do think this is a map that empowers Pineapple because he's been the best performing player for CC in this series thus far. And you have long sight lines here, so if you want to play the Sojourn, if you're able to find those types of angles, if you can just say, look, our teamwork is not as good as GK's right now, let's try to actually focus on getting those picks, have maybe a Quartz-like performance, this is a map for it.
One thing's for sure, GK will be eager to make sure that they cement that 2-0 going into map 3 in a short while's time here. They're assembling their heroes. Team CC desperate to get back into this. Of course, everyone is eliminated if they do not progress to the next round in the competition at this point, so it is imperative. For now, though, we head to Gibraltar, or to Jibby, and we jump straight into the action. Here we go.
Already,
here we go.
We do have a situation where I'm starting to question CC's judgment on taking us to this map. I understand that Billadang, very confident on the Diva, very confident on these off-tanks, but GK, they get to play one of their cheese comps here. They get to play the BAP Weaver with the Hanzo. We heard that this threw people off yesterday. We know that this is something nobody really has practiced against, so it's a bold choice from Team CC.
I think it's quite good into Diva, though. There's a lot of burst damage in that Hanzo, and when you are able to focus down the D.Va, it becomes so much more difficult to kind of high ground, low ground. If Kaneki is going to stick with this Symmetra, obviously you have a little bit more mobility with that. As Pineapple, unlikely to find a pick here, will back off, swap to Tracer. Pineapple will do the same and swap over to the Freya that's available this time on Gibraltar.
Another thing that Team CC have done here, which is starting to raise question marks for me. Pineapple making the move over to the Freya, great character, but a little bit countered by the Bap Weaver. If you get double bolted by the Freya, that's 2 consecutive bolts. Weaver can grip that right off you. Quite the counter. And you can see here, Billy Deng just vying for space.
You can see that even when the D.Va jumps onto the Hanzo, you can't really secure those kills. D.Va doesn't quite do that much damage, and the Hanzo just kind of backs up and then pushes you back away. Pineapple here will be able to escape Kuffa, but the bubble is placed well, so it's really difficult for him to actually trade back the damage. So nicely done there from Kuffa, buying a ton of space here for GK.
You can see Kuffa, he's holding this side for as long as he can, but now Pineapple pushing up with the Mercy Pocket, getting very aggressive, and Kuffa's taking lots of damage. Admiral's going to be forced to use the grip, but look, Maimon will be taking down Kaneki to open up the fight.
Yeah. This is a very, very strong position here for GK because they can the distance at which Kuffa can close the gap on and then also escape with, plus the fact that Admiral can pull him to safety means he can constantly threaten, and it makes it a little bit tougher for Kaneki. It makes it very difficult for Pineapple to maintain line of sight and actually get that pressure done. I think Freya is very strong into Winston, especially a Winston that doesn't have an Ana, but when you can't actually hit him because he's so mobile, it becomes that much harder to actually lock Kuffa down, and he's built so much of his ult already, and that Tree of Life actually ready for the contest of A here for GK. Feels so good that they built it up this quickly.
Nice aggression from Ultraviolet right now. He drops right into the Lion's Den, face to face with Biliding because he knows he has the pocket to enable it. Kuffa now contesting the high ground. Kitsune Rush will come out from far away, but the kite is so good for GK. They've almost completely disengaged this. Lethal does get caught though.
Now Pineapple here doing a ton of damage. Well, that's a big double there for Waymon, and that actually is going to change things. Tree of Life as well here for GK. And just so much sustainability here. Kuffa does not need to use his Primal Rage here, and they're even going to get an additional kill into Faraway on the exit. Close call there for GK to be sure, but they stabilize incredibly well.
Game-winning Pulse Bomb coming out from Maimon, preventing any Mercy reses, any shift in tempo. And GK, it's all good news for them now. Kuffa's got that Primal Rage. Primal Rage is so easy to pop versus Team CC's comp, where there's nothing to really ham him up, nothing to slow him down.
And when you pair the Primal Rage with the fact that Lethal also has the Dragon Strike, there's just so much zone control here. And so Team CC, they definitely have the ult advantage, but it's going to be difficult to utilize those ults, especially if Billy Dang's going to lose his armor right at the outset. Team CC need to be careful because they have an edge, but it's not sharp enough to just guarantee the win here. And Kuffa's not going to wait.
Super Rich has already been forced to use the Valkyrie cover. He's popping the Primal Rage and he's throwing Pineapple into the mix. Pineapple, he's forced to bowl a shot, but he'll fall regardless. And there's Kuffa up from the top rope, finding kill after kill.
What a disaster here for Team CC. They had so many great tools, but with the early Valkyrie and then the death there, coming over on the Super Rich, sure, he's going to swap here, swaps to Brig for a second, then goes over to the Lucio. It's just a disaster. Like they lost all of their big ult advantages. Billy Dang no longer has the remake, and they didn't have to use the Dragon Strike. Like GK still stood up here on the high ground. They still have that poke control, and I think this D.Va once again is just failing here at the MSC. I mean, this is a pick that has found some success, but it's been very niche, and it is just not working here for CC right now.
You can see aggression from Team CC. Bilidang, Super Rich, not willing to let it go, continually shifting forward, trying to find an angle to engage, but ultimately, it's just so difficult for them. GK's hold is rock solid right now.
Yeah, and again, look at how much pressure Lethal has and how safe he is. He's really had very little pressure on him. He died like one time, almost died a few times, was able to kite back as Bilidang once again looks for that pressure and gets punished, and Kaneki now down recall.
It's just being delivered to Maimon right now. Chases down Kaneki, delivers a pulse to Pineapple, but he will roll that one off. Kitsune Rush on the low ground, but low ground is a difficult position to engage from. Maimon will be caught out on the flank by Kaneki the first time he's gotten the better of him. One player advantage for Team C. Tree of Life in the back right now. Ultraviolet trying to play live, staying in that tree. Admiral to fall as well, though, so GK Esports spotted bother here.
Now, Kuffa, though, has all that sustain from the Tree of Life. He needs to get that Primal 6% away. If he can get that, he can buy so much space here.
Touch. That's going to be it.
That's going to be the cap.
They've invested the Dragon Strike as well.
I think we might see a swap here from Lethal moving on to the second point to try to be able to contest that high ground. We'll see if he does in fact do that. Dragon Strike here, otherwise really low value, as you were alluding to. If Kuffa can get that Primal off during the Tree of Life, I think this fight looks a little bit different, but unfortunately just wasn't quite able to do it. That was a razor-thin margin that CC had to actually push through, and they were successful. Lethal, however, is going to stick with this, is going to continue to try to break this D.Va from high ground as Pineapple's moved over to the Cassidy.
Kaffa aggressing right now on the low ground. He is going to force a response from Billydeng. Not going to invest the Primal Rage just yet, though. He's waiting for Maimone to get in position, but he looks to be marked. Kaffa now jumps up onto the high ground. He's on Pineapple's case. Primal Rage comes out, but the High Noon and the beat drop in response. Kaffa, get out of there!
Yeah, that's not the Primal he was looking for. He's instantly hindered there by the mag grenade from Pineapple, gets slowed and isolated, and he's just burst down. Bit of a haphazard engage there from Kaffa, looking for that backline. Does get some ultimates in return, and is actually going to swap over to the Doomfist here, and I think that's just in part for the contest here on B, and they're just barely going to get the touch.
Maimone's down, but Ultraviolet finds a critical trade. 4 versus 4 situation right now. Kaffa, he's trying to clutch it out on the Doomfist, but he's got no block. Far away, he's going to throw in that Kitsune Rush on the cart, and now it's just going to be a formality as we push the cart through to third.
Yeah.
Never ask this team about their second point.
No, I know this. History is repeating itself again here for GK. I'm going to swap back over to the Winston as he just used the Doomfist, like I was saying, to get over there and potentially look for that clutch contest where they trade elims and then trade up there. Ultraviolet is going to have his Kitsune Rush for an aggressive push here, but so much distance here. Remember, Team CC were almost held on A, and now they just keep the momentum rolling.
This is a full stylistic pivot from GK Esports. They're on the Lucio Kiri Soja now. They want to flip in, go with Kaffa rather than play behind and pull him back. But already Kaffa's in a spot of bother. He drops down, bubble forced, back jump. All the space for Team CC, and they're pushing Cartwolf.
They certainly are. And I mean, Billydeng having the remake here is going to be so incredibly powerful. Once again, they're just going to turn on the Kaffa, but it's an aggressive dive.
Ultraviolet, he gets a kill. He throws in the Kitsune Rush, and they roll over Team CC. It looks like GK are in a tight spot, and they deliver. Yeah, they're flanking, they're setting up.
It's the amount of power you have with that Kitsune Rush. Even though the turn was there from CC, they try to focus Kaffa down. There's just too much damage. There's too much speed, and the follow-up from Lethal at range is insanely powerful. And now Lethal's going to be able to maintain sight lines here of the approach of CC. That's the toughest part when you don't have that advantage. You win that one fight with the rush. Now feels holdable. Now it feels like you're going to be able to maintain those sight lines forever, especially when you're outranging Pineapple on this Sojourn, but he goes super low.
Bit of an unforced error from Kaffa. He got a bit too aggressive, and he will be forced out by Billydeng. Team CC, they're pressing this advantage right now, pushing all the way to spawn. Beat from Admiral is forced out. Counter beat from Super Rich. Perfect timing to keep that High Noon alive. And Pineapple, he's caught Admiral.
Yeah, that was a really, really close call there, but he is able to get it off, but Admiral still dies, and Kaffa does hold on to that Primal Rage here. We're going to see the rush.
Exchange right now is Kaffa once again forced to back jump immediately. Overclock from Lethal in main. He's swinging, looking for that angle. Check your tattoos, ladies and gentlemen. He's going left, right, but there's nothing in his sights right now. He's delivered nothing. A pulse bomb goes wide from Carnegie. Billydeng, he has popped the bomb, but Kaffa falls on the cart. There's no staying power for GK Esports, and they need to keep touching.
Yeah, really low value there on that overclock, and I think that is going to be the finish here for Team CC with just under 30 seconds on the clock. And man, it's got to be frustrating, like you mentioned already, with history repeating itself a little bit there on that second point here for GK, but also they ended up having that really cool fight where they went for the Kitsune Rush, right? They got sightlines back for Lethal, and at that point, you could just play through the corner and sit back and defend. And it seems like there might have been somewhat of a communication issue between how the team wanted to play around Lethal there, and Kaffa's kind of haphazard engage he went for, because him dying there lost them that corner control, lost them everything they earned off that last Kitsune Rush push, and then the momentum was back there in CC's hands. They got to push through the corner, they start spawn camping, and unfortunately, when we saw the overclock come out for Lethal, it wasn't the way he wanted to use it. You know, Kaffa has his Primal Rage, but he's sitting in spawn with it, trying to get the region. I mean, that's how desperate the situation really was.
Things become so difficult for the side of GK when they're on that Baptiste Weaver. There's so much pocket for Kaffa. He can afford to get very aggressive, block sides, use his bubble very early on, and then be gripped back to safety, receive heaps of pocket. But as soon as GK made the move over to the Lucio and the Kiri, it was a completely different story. The only time we saw a good engagement was with that Kitsune Rush. Outside of those turns, it was just constantly Billydeng marking out Kaffa, forcing him back, and no good engagements.
What's really interesting here is we're going to actually see the Brigitte to come out. I know this is a big favorite of Super Rich's, and he has a ton of experience on this hero, and yet it's very relatively unplayed, I would say, at this point in this meta. Like, it's not actually considered to be top tier, but it is going to be pretty decent into Winston. If you can stun the Winston, you can focus him down, especially with the Freya composition they're running here on the defense. It certainly can work out. Just feels extremely high risk because it's low healing output here, and they also don't have the Lucio for speed.
Lethal's going to stick the Widowmaker this time around. I like this judgment in the face of the Brigitte, and Carnegie has already gone down. A very quick first blood for the side of GK Esports. Team CC, they need to be concerned with card control now, with no Tracer to touch.
Yeah, this is actually really rough because when you have the Widowmaker into Brigitte, it means that Brigitte has to watch who you're looking for long range, so Pineapple has to be babysat, which really messes up how this composition really wants to work to deal with this Winston composition here for GK. So I agree with you, as we're going to see a wraparound here for Kaneki, but so much already gained here for GK.
Kuffer going in so deep, really slim margin of error there. You can see his health bar is still within 10% of the bottom as he goes all the way in on the server room and he tries to win the fight before Carnegie can get back. He knows to 4v5.
And I think, honestly, Hunter, that like one of the cool things about this Widowmaker composition that's hard to see on screen when you're watching at home is how much space it buys. Oftentimes when you think about a hype Widowmaker play, you think about triple kill, right? A bunch of headshots, you have those sightlines, you're killing the enemy Widow in a 1v1, but Lethal actually allowed a lot of these plays to happen because he pushes back the enemy hit scan. Waymon and Kuffa are able to then follow up and get that backline access, and Lethal did a lot of heavy lifting off screen there. And now, again, look at how much he can corral the enemy team and control space.
So dangerous for Lethal. Once again, a slim margin of error, but he has survived it. Carnegie takes down the Lucio, and Maimon is soon to follow as well. So Team CC, their aggressive push has been very successful.
Yeah, really nice defensive setup here. This seems to be the worst possible place for Kike so far in this tournament on Gibraltar. The eat there as well on Waymon's ult coming out from Billy Dang does change the tide of that battle, as we do see a rush available for both teams, so it's going to be good for repositioning, but it's harder here for Geekay to actually get access. They're trying to actually utilize the cart to pull CC back, but CC are just not really taking the bait. They're going to keep controlling this high ground.
If they keep controlling the high ground but they don't deal with the card, it could be a problem for them. Here comes the Primal Rage and the Rush. Same timing from GK Esports. Kuffa, he's swinging for the fences. He's enforced by a beat, but he still hasn't found a kill. A Primal, a beat, all of the pocket in the world, and still he falls.
Now Pineapple here getting a ton of value. The Deadeye itself, not the kills, but they have just broken up GK completely, and Kuffa Primal-less. Not going to be able to survive there. Pineapple, so much damage here. Now, you know, you're looking at the ability to wrap around and continue to control that high ground. A time bank that was massive here has now been significantly worn down.
These are huge trades coming through from GK. Kuffa's going to be back soon. Bomber's been forced. Super Rich is forced to beat now, crushing the ult economy of Team CC. You can see Lethal is still on the run, but the kills will go the way of Team CC.
Yeah, the problem is the high ground is so powerful. When you go for these types of scrappy fights, it looks really good for GK on the outset, because you're like, oh man, they're actually starting to get some of these trades in their favor, but they don't really have spawn advantage here, and because they don't maintain high ground, eventually, unless Team CC really mess it up, you will lose that momentum. So that was a close attempt there from GK, but it doesn't work out, and it costs them precious time. Another minute burned off the clock here now, and they're no closer to controlling that high ground.
They're having a real hard time getting up onto that high ground. They try and play for the cart, and Bilideng is there, forcing out Kuffa time and time again. They're edging a few more meters onto the cart right now, but still no fight.
Yeah, the low ground push can be effective if you can actually maintain it, but it's so hard into the high ground. That's why high ground's so powerful here, but they are just trying to pull them down. Bilideng goes low.
Lethal with the overclock, though. He will find the opening pick onto Faraway. Carnegie's going to fall over at the same timing, and now it's crucial that Team CC start touching the card.
That was a really nice angle there for Lethal, as well as Bilideng going low. Knowing that Bilideng can't pressure him anymore, that's when he decides to drop down that overclock, and he does so much damage. Pineapple, of course, outranged by him here. And finally, GK Esports are able to win the fight, not by high ground, but by just really nice decision-making there. Lethal getting the overclock. They win the fight, and they are able to take the point.
Really nice from Lethal there, getting the angle, and you've got to praise Kuffa and Maimon, pushing the cart quite a distance in the middle of the fight. Now you can see Carnegie scrapping it out with Maimon, but again, he's caught out.
Oh man, that's not going to be what CC wants, because that makes it so much more difficult to continue to control these line of sights when you already are at a range disadvantage here into Lethal, and so many big ultimates are available for GK. With the time bank they have, if they win this fight, they might have a huge advantage going into overtime.
Rush from Ultraviolet, matched by a high noon from Pineapple. This time around, Kuffa will secure the back jump. He's escaped. Faraway Kitsune rushed in the mix as well, but GK, they want to keep pushing. You can see the beat available. You can see Pineapple, sliver of HP, Primal Rage comes out. First man to fall is Pineapple, and more to come as Kuffa is camping the spawn door. Super Rich on the run at the edge of the map.
Taken out there, ultimately couldn't quite get the wall ride back. The remake here is a success, but for how long? He's just going to get picked off here as well. And it looks like Kuffa going to help clean up house, and this time bank is massive. Billy then gets the eat on the pulse bomb that was held for so long, but I just don't think it is going to matter.
Yeah, it's really just staggers onto the point right now. Super Rich with a solo beat to contest the card. But here are the final cleanup kills, and Team CC let it really slip on the third.
That pick onto Kaneki was the first domino that really started to push things down, because he died. They got line of sight control. Pineapple still stays on that Cassidy. I think you have Deadeye, but you should probably be willing to swap in these situations, because you're just never going to be able to match Lethal, especially once you've lost corner control like that. You're just kind of a sitting duck. And then Kuffa's got Primal. You're all corralled into that corner, and Kuffa's like, this is best case scenario. You even saw the pulse bomb hold there for Waymon. He's like, this could be a triple pulse, but actually I don't need it because my Winston is killing all of them. He ultimately gets eaten there by Billy Dang later on, but you get to see Geek had so many win cons in that last fight. Like, they didn't even need to use everything they had to end up with a 2 minutes and 23-second advantage here in overtime.
Yeah, I mean, even when Maimon has the eye of the Kaiser, when he's staring
he's like, I've got this angle!
Yeah, I see the stack. I know he's going to blink pulse, surely, but no, Kuffa's good for it. He'll just juggle you all
It's moments like that where you could see just really good judgment from a Tracer player. When you see blood in the water and you still have that restraint, it's a really respectable moment.
Yeah, and ultimately, I think these Tracer picks are so crucial. We saw it for Geek. They lost Maimon and they started to get snowballed. Kaneki gets picked first. You lose the ability to block the cart when you lose your Tracer. You get corralled back, but at no point does the cart stop moving.
This is a really desperate attempt here for Team CC. Pineapple shows the Hanzo to start here, and it is going to be the Brig out from Admiral as well, just like we saw just moments before. They need to snowball this, and it needs to be a win that gets them an ult advantage that they can then carry into A. Otherwise, it's likely doomed with the time bank here that GK has. I cannot overstate the advantages they have right now as Team CC look desperate.
Really looking for a carry opportunity from Ultraviolet here. He's on the Kiriko now. He can keep on flanking, and Admiral, Super Rich is going to fall to Lethal early on in the piece. Look at Ultraviolet, just an aggressive angle, going to be pocketed out by Admiral at some point. You can see Admiral's actually bashing over to shield him.
Yeah, once you end up getting that first pick, it was a lot easier to actually play aggressively as Ultraviolet is here. He's built up so much ult charge already. Faraway has a lead because he's doing so much more healing as the cart is actually rolling here for free.
Oh, Kuffa takes so much damage. Ultraviolet gets in the mix to try and pocket him, but it's just Geek completely falling apart. So little time remains. Only 8 seconds. It's going to be the overtime wick burning up now.
Yeah, this is going to be the overtime wick here. So all it's required here for Geek to stop this is a single team fight, but they don't have big ults here. And right now, they're going to put Kaneki on this cart because he can re-engage and join his team super quickly as they push this through. Denying Lethal line of sight is the main name of the game, as you can see here, pushing him back, but he's got that Brig support.
Massive shot coming out from Lethal early on. He gets Pineapple dangerously low. He headshots Kaneki as well, but none of these rails are charged enough. Faraway now has the Kitsune rush, and Geek, they've got nothing to respond. They're trying to kite for as long as they possibly can, but Billadeng is now stuffing the doors. Maimon falls, nobody left to touch the cart. So many ults about to come online, but Geek, though, the Primal Rage just around the corner. Will Kuffa be able to pull it?
It's a push like this that can get you the momentum you need as the bomb is going to come out here for the remake. No! Sound barrier and double Deadeye with a triple!
Pineapple with 3. He takes down Admiral, Kuffa, Ultraviolet, and crucially, every ult was spent.
Yeah, exactly. It was an expensive defense of the cart there for CC, but because GK traded so much because they want to stop this momentum, it's actually so good for CC here as we're going to see Super Rich swap back over to the Lucio here. Now, Lethal does have that big overclock, but he does not have high ground, and this has been a big issue for him on this second point. We'll see if he can regain it.
Fast top take, but Kuffa first to fall, and immediate death. Lethal, he snaps back.
There
he takes
it is.
down Faraway and Pineapple. Still, we need to clean up this fight now, GK. Pulse Bomb comes out, doesn't get anything from Maimon. Billadeng will lose his suit, and it is looking like GK will hold on second, but a pulse from Kaneki doesn't want to let it go.
He's trying his best here, but it's ultimately looking like it's not going to be enough. Still, a respectable push considering the 120, or it's actually just the 1 minute time bank that they did have there ultimately in overtime. Since they were sub 1 minute, they were able to push it up to 1 minute there. But I gotta say, Hunter, the momentum they got there was really scary. I think that was definitely the kind of defense where you come into it, and I'm not saying they kind of got lazy and they were like, oh, this should be a shoe-in, but you feel like you have so much momentum, all the wind is in your sails, and you're like, okay, we have the better time bank for sure. And then suddenly that A goes over and you lose the fight and you lose high ground. You start to wonder, like, is this going to be an overtime push to finish the map? That gets into your head a little bit as a pro when you're in those types of moments, but they focus up. Lethal has that big overclock and they bring it back.
Frankly, it feels like ever since the BAP Weaver comp was abandoned for GK, Kuffa's been having a real hard time. So many different situations where Billadeng is just shifting right up to him, marking him out, forcing Ultraviolet's hand. GK Esports now, they're going to continue adopting this Kiriko-Brigitte composition that CC showed for a brief moment, but I don't know whether it really has legs.
There's so many different types of compositions you can run when you're in this attacking position where your distance you need is relatively low compared to, you know, the time bank that you have, where you can just look for an ult economy. We've even seen teams go like Moira in this situation, try to go for that fast coalescence and ride that momentum, but it looks like GK are just going to keep it standard. Lethal is starting the Bastion here for funsies, but I think we will imagine he will be going right over to the Sojourner, perhaps a Widowmaker for just a moment there, as he's expecting Pineapple to continue to be on that Casty, which is accurate. And I don't know if this Bastion has legs here, to be honest with you, Hunter, as he is going to look for something.
Overtime.
He's got the teleporter.
The overtime perks. The Bastion with the long TP and the mines. Lethal's going to instantly take down Super Rich. He's got pole position here up on the high ground. His next form timing will once again rain hell down upon Team CC.
I hadn't really considered the fact that if you can utilize the teleporter to get that insane sight lane and use the mines, they're pulling out the strat here. It actually is quite effective to break that high ground. He can just swap back over the Sojourner now, and that's exactly what he's going to do. And now they have this in car wash here where Lethal can get up onto that high ground and start picking away. Down goes Kaneki.
There it is. Straight away, Lethal. He swaps to the Sojourner. He comes top. He finds the kill. 1 versus 1. GK Esports, now they need to box Team CC in the corner. They need to keep pushing the cart, close out these kills. You can see Billadeng's flanking right now, though. Lethal has to be so careful.
Well, they can't really get out of that flanking position because Pineapple is just shoved away here. And yeah, you can Matrix a little bit, but Pineapple, they read him, and he gets pushed back.
Pineapple's in so much trouble, but at the same time, Billadeng, he's torn between a rock and a hard place. He wants to contest the hit scan. He needs to touch the cart. Kaneki once again goes down. Far away is going to pop the Kitsune Rush towards the objective. But GK Esports, they're in a very solid position as Pineapple. He's just pushing for Maimoni. We'll find the trade.
Yeah, this is going to be the first denial here of GK. It looks like as Pineapple does finally show back up here and is taking names. Kuffa not able to have that primal. Probably wouldn't have used it in that moment in his final moments, but if he had it just moments before, could have maybe created some disruption. The scary thing is, yeah, GK do have Sound Barrier. They do have the Kitsune Rush to approach, but defensively here, Sound Barrier plus this Cassidy is so much DPS and output that even Kuffa's primal isn't necessarily going to have long-term success. So, you know, we could be looking at a 1-1 here if Team CC can time that ultimate correctly and Pineapple can hit the shots. This is an incredibly close fight.
Kuffa's already had to use the Primal Rage. He's jumped up onto the high ground. Here's that signature high noon counter that we see so many times. Kuffa, he will eat that shot on the chin as well. This time he will not go down. Admiral has the beat. Beat pushes on for GK now. They're pushing for a target. Lethal has a huge angle up on the high ground. Team CC, they need to keep peeking into him no matter what. Overclock comes out. Super Rich in so much trouble. Kuffa jumps. Lethal whiffs a crucial shot, but he will finish the kill, and that should be the first point.
That was a very close call there for GK, but I think the timing of Kuffa's ult, the follow-up Sound Barrier, the fact that they could hold it that long, it was a huge boon for GK. And once they pushed the card up to the point, and then there was that angle there for Lethal, it's hard for Team CC to peek him with, again, this Cassidy that's outranged by the Sojourner. You know, Pineapple can beat him if he's actually in shot before the damage fall off, but it's so challenging in that moment when you're peeking him and he can just one-shot you.
GK, they've opted to play on the cart rather than take position on high ground. Now they're stuck underneath. They've got no ultimates left to play with. Kuffa taking a beating from Billadeng. Admiral goes down off rip, and Team CC, they're right back in control.
Yeah, I think GK need to get out of here and regroup as soon as possible. We realistically only have one fight left in this, but maybe with that pick there, that could really help them momentum-wise. They're going to have to regroup as fast as possible, utilize that speed boost to get back in here. They're not going to have a Kitsune Rush, and maybe they could win this before Faraway has his, but it's a really tight window.
Faraway being traded, that's so huge. No Kitsune Rush right this second. GK Esports a closer respawn, but Faraway will be here very, very soon. GK Esports, they need to touch the cart non-stop. Maimoni's not going to be able to go top anymore. You can see him blinking.
He's trying to go for the flank because that's the only angle they really have here. They've got to get into the back line to get this corner taken away. He's the one who's on cart right now. A pulse angle would be huge, but they do not have high ground.
No high ground control far away. He will pop that Kitsune Rush. GK, they're still trying to play slow. Ultraviolet's 95%. Maimone's being chased. Admiral pushed as well. But Kaneki, the first victim of the fight, as Kuffa finds a crucial kill. Heinun on the high ground, but the Kitsune Rush, the Primal Rage, they're coming out for GK to 4v4. Admiral goes down, 76% to the beat. Kuffa, he's swinging for the fences, but he's connecting on nothing. He finds one. Maimone with a second onto Pineapple. Faraway's incredibly low. It's so winnable for GK here as Lethal, big open angle in main. Faraway falls. It's only Billadeng remaining on the cart. 1 versus 2. Kaneki coming back around the corner.
Yeah, Ultraviolet has this Moira Rush. Oh no! C9 with the ult coming out there from Billadeng. The self-destruct is enough of a zone, and they step off the cart. Don't want to die to a D.Va self-destruct, but you've got to stay on the cart if you're going to win the map. And with that long of an overtime wick burning, it just instantly will go down. As yeah, if you were curious, we will give you guys a picture-in-picture that in fact that was a CC win there. It was very close, and I was ready to sing the praises of that clutch team fight on the side of CC because it looked down and out for them. It looked doomed. Waymon's pulse bomb was amazing, and it ends up taking out Pineapple. He takes 2, buys enough time. Kuffa, excuse me, not Custa. Been a while since we've seen this guy on stage. But anyway, Kuffa pushing back there with the Primal, doing such an incredible job at splitting up the fight.
Look at, did you see Lethal there, his expression, the kind of the fire in his eyes as well? Incredible to see. It came down to just inches away, that self-destruct being the big factor there, which puts Team CC back in contention at 1-1. Wolf, this is incredible. I mean, we see 1-1 here. We thought it was going GK's way. This is what I love about this particular kind of this series. It's just back and forth the entire time.
It certainly is, and you know, self-destruct is a tool that is used primarily in professional play as a remech tool, so that when you end up getting demech, you can use a self-destruct and then call your mech back, and then you have a second life bar, basically. But in situations like this, in the rare case that you can use it as a zoning tool, it's incredibly powerful, especially in overtime. And unfortunately for the side of GK here, they just simply didn't have an answer.
It seems like, I mean, ultimately GK have got such experience as well as Team CC. However, in those situations there, they had the advantage as well with about 3 minutes on the clock versus the 1 minute which Team CC were playing with there. But Team CC just managed to make them use their time up a lot faster. They kind of really put them up against it. And here we have a situation where we have ourselves a GK surprising loss on this map. I think they probably thought they're gonna take over here. What do you think this does to GK in terms of their determination, in terms of them pushing forward now? Do you think this will affect them and their confidence, or do you think this is a reason to get back in?
I think when you consider that this has kind of been a bit of a weak point for this team so far this tournament, this map in particular has been an issue, and that the fact that they still were able to play it incredibly close, they had the better time bank, they honestly had an amazing showing. Like, they had the advantages and the tools necessary to actually win this map. These players are professionals. All these players have a ton of experience. I think this isn't going to get into their head too much. I think they're going to probably kind of laugh it off and say, man, we almost did it. We couldn't do it yesterday. We should have done it today. But I think moving forward, you're glad that you don't have to play Gibraltar for the rest of this series.
Did we expect this in any way? Did we expect the CC map to come out right now? Because I do feel as if this is a wild shot. I thought that here, yesterday, GK, they sold on Gibraltar. Now they're selling again on Gibraltar versus a seemingly much weaker opponent.
Yeah, I do agree with you that it seemed like, especially with the tools they had and the compositional advantage, because for me, I look at this as Sojourn versus Cassidy in those long sight lines. You're never going to be able to win that as Pineapple. You're never going to make the same impact. Sure, it's great in the Winston because you have insane damage output. Kuffa's running the Winston, constantly getting up in his face, and you can actually, mag and then do a ton of damage there, so that's one of the strengths of the pick. But it just felt like they were always going to be trading down, and the fact that that Miracle Push came out with no time bank, and they got stalled out super hard, then clutched and then basically got C9'd by the self-destruct there. It's just a cacophony of weird circumstances. Again, I don't think this is going to get into their heads too much, though.
I think this is a good map for GK because of the fact that they can play that cheesy comp, play the Bap Weaver, pull out the Hanzo, but this time around, they abandoned it so quickly. They almost full held. They got capped in overtime on first point defense, and then they never touched the comp again. A very bizarre pivot.
I'm looking here at GK because ultimately we expected potentially a 2-0 win there. Any heroes underutilized? Any particular ults that weren't utilized enough there, which cost them? Obviously I know Team CC, brilliant work from them, but alone has GK done something that they should have done better or improved upon?
I think there were certainly some moments where some decisions were made that didn't necessarily have to make it. It's not in terms of ult economy or anything like that, but one of the things I think about is when Kuffa went in, when they had sight lane control on the defensive C. If he doesn't go in there and they actually hold those sight lines, maybe they get the defense, so there's no completion there for CC. If they just finish the map as they did on their attack, then they just win the map outright. Some small adjustments like that could be made. I think given their struggles at getting high ground, the way they used the cart to pull CC down was actually really smart. It's somewhat unorthodox, and it was a little bit clunky at times and not time efficient, but they played their own game, and I think it was really just about those final moments that really was the map decider to me.
I feel as if we need to be singing the praises of Bilideng, though. I mean, I thought that he was very much somebody that was more comfortable on the Ramatra, the Zarya, these ground-based tanks, but you put him in on the D.Va, he's going up against the Winston of Kuffa, and he is dominating. Enough about Gibraltar, though, because we're moving over to Midtown next, Wolf.
Yeah, Midtown, really excited to see how this one is going to go. I imagine Bilideng will stay in here. We'll see potentially if Symmetra gets banned, because for me, I've always considered, especially on point A, Symmetra to be incredibly strong here. But again, neither of these teams have utilized it as much as some of the teams we've seen in the tournament. So you can run Ramatra with that on attack, try to outposition your opponent with the Symmetra and just kind of burst them down. And maybe Pineapple, I think, here on Midtown should consider... Maybe, yeah, you could defend with Cassidy on A, but I think we're going to have to see a little bit more of the hero pool here.
Well, I mean, we're seeing the hero bans now, and there's going to be a Diva ban coming out from the side of GK. GK, they suffered due to Billiarding's Diva. They're going to take that out of the game right away. A Mei ban in response from the side of Team CC. I'm not too sure about the Mei ban, really. We did see a bit of Mei come out yesterday on Midtown, but the problem when you're versus GK is that they have a very, very deep treasure chest of heroes that they can play here. Mei Moon, incredibly flexible. He can play the Venture, he can play the Mei, he can play any hero in the flex pool.
We don't know the timing of these bans, which one came first, but I suppose CC could have used this as somewhat of a DPS protect ban so they don't lose the Cassidy. Something like that. I guess that could be the mindset with this ban, but it does feel a little bit unusual here, especially because this isn't a map I really associate with Mei being very strong. Even though it can empower some of the Ramatra comps and stuff like that, I think CC, if I had to guess, would be the team that would utilize this pick more.
Yeah, I just think ultimately Mei Moon, he has so much choice. He can play Tracer, he can play Sim. He's got all the options in the world, and the fact that Diva has been taken up, but Bap Weaver is still available for the side of GK. Wouldn't be surprised if they play that again. Midtown first point, they are classic at playing this one, but they can also just run the Lucio Kiri because none of their signature heroes have really been banned out.
I don't have a crystal ball myself here, Wolf, but I do have this weird feeling that the momentum that CC have created from that last map could get them into a 2-1 kind of lead, potentially. Am I being crazy here?
I definitely don't think you're being crazy, and I think it certainly helps. I think it certainly helps, Adam, that they are able to take that upset win. I think realistically, most people coming into the series give Geek a huge, they're huge favorites, right? Most people consider that. I think for CC, you're hoping that you can take a map and get that momentum, but you're also probably realistic in your expectations on a map like Gibraltar. You have the ability to crush Geek as we saw happen yesterday. But everything kind of goes according to plan. The Diva pick works out. You see the Diva respect ban in that third game, and you're probably feeling like, okay, this is doable. This is winnable.
Is it going to be winnable for them? You can see here on the screen we are diving into the action. We join the Pigeons once more outside the fire truck there as Team CC try and capitalize on the last round win here as the Pigeons, I guess, nibble on the hot dog there. You can see GK are probably ready and raring to go, trying to get back after that surprising loss in the last round. Here we are, it's 1-1 in this best of 5 here. Let's jump back into the action and see how this one will turn out next. Over to you, Wolf and Unter. Let's do it.
Already we've got Ultraviolet on that signature character. He's on that Baptiste where he can carry the game. It's going to be defense first for Team CC, so GK, they get to look at Team CC's comp, walk out of spawn, scout it, and then make any adjustment that they feel is necessary. And really, I feel like with the current ban state, GK can play multiple comps where they're very comfortable. Hazard, great for Cuffer, but so is the Ram. Iron Mike is happy to come out again.
Yeah, I think it's great when you see Billidangs on that to match that, especially if you think you're the stronger Ramatra, which right now I would definitely give that edge to Cuffer. I'm going to go for a bit of a scout here off the Rift as the open doors come through. Pineapple has moved over to that Sojourn, which I'm happy to see because I was a little bit concerned he was going to continue to run that Cassia, even though I think it's viable on A defense long-term. Probably not going to win out against Lethal with long sightlines here. GK just going to run a Tracer and the Sojourn to start things off with Ultraviolet, having that additional protection here for Kuffa as they look for the push.
Essentially a mirror here with Ultraviolet on the BAP and far away on the Kiri. Kuffa, very early form timing, but he's forced so much health out of Billiarding. He's forced to block in a corner. Kuffa just keeps on taking that space, though. Billiarding looking for a trade. Can he find anything?
Not quite able to just yet. Takes a ton of damage as Kuffa will also get lamped here and get his shield back. And Lethal is like, well, Billiarding doesn't have his tools anymore to get out of here and just takes him out.
Such an aggressive pop from Lethal. Just runs through the shield and takes down the tank. And Lethal, you can see style point sliding through the air, keeping the shots going on the backline. But Pineapple Snare will force him off the corner. Maymoon's getting into a spot of bother as well.
Look at him get away!
Geeko, they're so low, but they're all escaping.
Lethal gets low twice and just is able to slide his way out there. And it looks like the cap is just going to complete his Kaneki. The only one who could go over here for a last-minute touch. Actually going to threaten Lethal here instead as Billiarding's back on the point with this Orisa, but he's not going to last long.
Yeah, straight away, Billiarding, he had to use the spin and the Fortify just to get onto the point. So GK 5 versus 4, nobody left to touch as Billiarding and Kaneki both go down. Window available.
All right, well, moving into this next fight, I think that when you consider the fact that, like, I'm a little bit frustrated with how CC went for that contest there because Kaneki's alive, right? And he can try to threaten lethal, but I don't think you really have win cons or actually legs to stand on in that contest, even though you have Billy Dang back on the Orisa. That armor is so incredibly powerful. You gave over so much space and now this high ground here to CC, and they can actually contest the opening where you actually spill out here to look for the fight and build so much distance. Triple man on the cart here. So much is gained with this massive time bank already, and CC, I think, probably kicking themselves for that defense attempt.
DK Esports right now, they've got so much time to work with, but Kaneki's getting aggressive pulse around the corner. Kitsune Rush in main, but this should be an easy kite for Geeke. They can just backstep this one. Window swing back out from Ultraviolet, but again, not a lot of targets other than Kaneki, who's going to catch one in the back of the head.
And Kuffa here about to have his ult, but without the Tracer, this is just such a free push. They're even just going to be able to come up here and challenge the tank neutral into Billy Dang. This Pineapple here has to be the one to save the day, and he gets Admiral, and that's no sound barrier here for Geeke.
No sound barrier opportunity. Pineapple with 2. Beat comes out from Super Rich in response to Lethal's overclock. You've got to be happy with that if you're Lethal. You don't even need to fill the kill feed to win the fight, because now Super Rich has used such a crucial ultimate.
Yeah, that was actually pretty massive. And CC, it looked really rough for them on the initial outset of this defense post-A, but they are actually able to recover, regroup. Pineapple shows he does have the hands on this Sojourn when given the opportunity. Lethal's actually going to swap over to the Cassie to help win the tank war here for Kuffa.
Kuffa already on the Ramatra, just stepping forward, but Maimoni's taken down Kaneki and Pineapple, both DPS claimed by Maimon here. So Geeke Esports, it's going to be an easy retake as they just step in and take it.
I mean, Maimon wants war here. He's actually looking for Far Away, who doesn't actually have his teleport cooldown, it doesn't look like, so he's just going to go down. It's a big staggered death here, and that's going to help them get through this underpass a little bit in the Midtown Tunnel. And ult-wise here, you don't have great tools here to deny Geeke through what is one of the more challenging parts of the push to be in this tunnel. You don't have the sound barrier. If you can get a Terra Surge drop down, it could be massive, as Billy Dang is going to try to wrap around on that high ground. Lethal's down.
Already a pick onto Lethal. Great start for Team CC. Maybe they won't even need to invest their ultimates. Billy Dang's already used the Fortify, though. Needs to be careful that he doesn't get forced anymore. Kuffa's swinging in the back, but nobody goes down. 2 go down, actually. Kuffa and Maimon both find kills. But Billy Dang and Kaneki, they've both taken down the supports of Geeke.
Yeah, a bit of a back cap, too, at the same time. This cart actually pushed up so far.
Kuffa's on the cart. He has the form. No touch for Team CC.
Yeah, they just do not have the touch, and that's just straight up. I mean, it's not the most traditional back cap, but during that chaos of the fight, they were pushing it there, and with the Nemesis form, and Kuffa's just like, oh man, I'm hanging on this, and thank you very much for the free time bank. Team CC missing an opportunity there, and when Far Away had his rush as well, but they just weren't able to get grouped as, man, Maimon is running away with this attack right now, just constantly threatening the backline. Pineapple, his next target, as he shifts over to Billy Dang.
Cart just continually being stolen away, really becoming a problem for Team CC. Now we've got double support ultimate for Geeke, so they're going to be able to push so aggressively. You can see Maimon just up on the high ground, juicing damage from behind. Beat almost available for Super Rich. He needs to get it off, but he's under so much pressure. Window from Ultraviolet, Far Away the first to fall, and Pineapple, he's on the run.
Yeah, Pineapple here just completely zoned away right now with Far Away down. Again, that's no Kitsune Rush. You have so many tools, you have so many ultimates, but if you can't group up to use them, it doesn't matter. If Pineapple goes down here, this would be a huge disaster for CC, but he commits the ult. They are going to look for the contest.
Beats are traded. Lethal's in a spot of bother. He's spun into the corner. He goes down, so now Team CC crucial trades that massively favor the defenders. Trade back onto Pineapple, but Kuffa goes down, and that's going to be Geeke's push. Done.
They have spawn advantage, and I think that's the reason why Pineapple is willing to take the trigger there, or pull the trigger. But if that fails, I mean, this time make is massive for Geeke, so it was an extremely risky choice, but they had the confidence, they had the support ultimates to come out as soon as they were able to respawn, and it pays off in dividends. Now, they actually get back control of this entryway here, as now Geeke is a little bit more on the back foot.
Kaneki's got this pulse bomb to try and find yet another backline trade. Ultraviolet can counter that out with the lamp. Otherwise, Geeke Esports, they're going to swing. They're going to get a nice sightline, and Lethal's going to go for a high noon. You can see already he's taken this high ground position.
He's uncontested here as well right now, as Kaneki is looking for that backline access, but just ends up dueling the Tracer, so he's not in the right spot to defend, and Far Away's down.
He solo kills Far Away from the high ground. On low ground, Billy Dang used the Terra Surge, but all he caught was Ultraviolet's lamp. Now you can see Maimon swinging from behind. He takes down Billy Dang. He's on the case of Super Rich as well, and this is a disaster scene here for Team CC. Massive pulse.
Massive pulse here onto Lethal. That's going to really put the slow down this push quite significantly with the spawn advantage here for CC. They need that damage, and Cassidy can't rejoin quickly. He's not going to go for a swap. Actually, I take it back. He is going to Soldier 76 run back, which I think is the right call. He needs to get here as soon as possible because they need this time bank to be as big as possible themselves.
Now we can see, I mean, Geeke, like there's a window available for them. Left top, Kuffer pushes in with the Annihilation at the same timing. There's pressure on the payload, there's pressure in your backline. Ultraviolet, he throws the lamp from downtown. They need to displace Billiding from the cart, but he's run out of resources. And that means that it's just going to be curtains for Team CC.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty big time bank again here for Team Geeke as they end up with a near 130. Not quite as big as it was on Gibraltar, but still, considering Midtown and considering the game state, frankly, I think it's a very respectable one, the one that they should be pretty happy with there. And Maimon, really just his Tracer play opened so many opportunities up for them, so many doors, and Faraway ended up being such a big liability, constantly getting picked. He had 2 different opportunities to look for the Kitsune Rush to regain entrance control, and he died twice. Maimon just constantly hounding him down, and that's a big problem here. Still, we saw already on the previous map, they had a big time bank, and they still weren't able to actually utilize that advantage. This time, they have the time bank first, so we could see something even bigger here for the side of CC, albeit rare on Midtown to have a time bank bigger than this in professional play. But Geeke, I think, feeling pretty good. I would say the momentum is theirs.
It feels as if Geeke, you can see their comfort on these compositions. When they go to a Gibraltar, they're playing cheesy comps. Bap Weaver, they're trying to find solutions because their fundamentals may not necessarily be there. They struggle. But here, Lucio, Bap, Ramatra, a meta comp, you can see they're comfortable. You can see they win by the book.
Speaking of by the book, we're not going to see Lethal do that here on this defense, it looks like, because he's going for the Ashe defense.
We've turned the book out.
But it's actually quite strong into this type of composition, and I feel like it's really good into Kaneki's playstyle with how he's playing this Tracer. If you end up dynamiting him and he's burning down and you could burst him, and then give Maimon the opportunity to chase him post-recall, for example, there's a lot of ways things can go wrong here for Team CC. There's that Ramatra mirror as well. Pineapple for a moment, I thought he was going to consider actually holding the Hanzo and looking to burst Kuffa down that way, but I think it's just too risky. It's too greedy. He's going to go back to some more comfort here on this Cassidy. Similar idea, as Kuffa is already under pressure.
You can see Kuffa holding on the corner, taking damage, but he does get that second form timing later than Billiding, which means Billiding will be under pressure eventually. Nice angle for Lethal as well. He's blocking the entire side. Big dynamite, but Kuffa's gone down.
Yeah, Kuffa just was getting worked in the neutral that entire time, and unfortunately without really Lethal able to appeal the same way he did on that Sojourn, he's just going to go down. Okay, still turning it back.
Maymon's found trades on the supports. Team CC with no healers remaining. It's going to be so difficult for them to cap this out.
Yeah, now attackers do have spawn advantage, but Maymon's going to steal the Mega away, and Geeke is still holding on to this defense. They get Kaneki down. And honestly, I think they've done it. I think they will be able to hold and deny this first tick here. It's still very close.
Just a continual scrap here.
Yeah.
Mega Room, a lamp from downtown from far away. Now, everybody from Team CC is stuffed in the corner. Kuffa's coming in, getting some big cleave. It's Ultraviolet stuck outside, but Maimon is caught out. Billiding stepping forward onto the point now. A high noon swing at the same time. Ultraviolet has to escape. Kuffa's on the run, and it's fallen apart for Geeke.
That was really close there, and it looked like Geeke actually were going to be able to get the hold ultimately, but unfortunately for them, it was a really nice play there from Pineapple. The Nemesis form for Billiding actually takes out the Tracer, and that's going to be the cap to come through. And, you know, when you are the attacking team in this situation, all you have to do is run from spawn right to here, but every single trade you get in those scrappy, like 2 for 2, 3 for 3 trades means that for Geeke, you have to run so much further back to get that defense. Pineapple, again on this Cassidy, getting some serious value.
Pineapple on the low ground, he can do a lot. High ground swing from Ultraviolet, though. He's going to pop the window, and Lethal will deliver through it. So that is going to be a nice hold now for Geeke. Pulse Bomb, just a clean house from Maimon.
Yeah. Bit of a, you know, fail, I'd say, on the Ashe defense. Like, he got decent dynamite there, but they just weren't able to follow up on it, and it was Kuffa who ended up being punished by the fact that he wasn't running it, but now he's back on the Sojourn. This has been his bread and butter into this matchup, into Pineapple on the hit scan matchup, and it's working a treat here as, once again, Kaneki's trying to find backline access. We've been tracking him, but he hasn't found a ton of success with these pulses. This time, though, it's a different story.
Huge pulse from Kaneki, takes down Lethal. Admiral's gone down to Billiding, same timing with the Ramatra push, and Team CC, 2-player advantage. Geeke very unlikely to clutch this one out as we close out the fight here on the payload. More push for Team CC.
Yeah, and Kuffa's down before he can use his Annihilation here, and this means Team CC, not only are they going to get the cart to push further here, but they're actually going to be able to get this high ground over the Midtown Tunnel, and this is where you want to be as Pineapple. It's so much tougher if you have to battle back for high ground control into a Sojourn on top of this tunnel. He gets it for free off of that last play, and they have Sound Barrier to match if Admiral wants to use it to engage here. So ult economy feeling really good considering the position of CC on this tunnel.
You can see right now, GK, they're just jockeying for this high ground. They want to take it, but they cannot force themselves into an awkward position. Kuffa's actually just going to play from underneath, sit in the car wash, block for as long as he possibly can.
Yeah, and you could see, I mean, we had to focus on the sound barriers, but I think right now for Team CC, you're happy to use it second in the fight as Billy Dang gets pushed down. Annihilation first for Kuffa. Big advantage for CC, and they still have free line of sight here for Pineapple in this tunnel, and no one's pressuring him right now.
Oh, it's a perfect situation for Team CC. Faraway catches Maimone. Overclock comes out from Lethal. He needs a trade, but the beat is good from Super Rich. High Noon swing on the high ground. He's boxed everyone back. Lamp comes out, counter beat from Admiral, but it's Super Rich to fall.
Well, there was no one pushing the cart in that moment, so that's a small victory there for GK as they actually trade some back here, so it could have been much, much worse. Now they're going to stabilize, actually, so Team CC had a lot of edges there. The Pineapple Deadeye seemed like it was going to be insanely high value, but it's just Ultraviolet who sits there with a lamp, and they spend so much time trying to take him out that they actually lose all of their momentum. GK do have the spawn advantage, come back there and take recontrol, but a scary moment nonetheless.
Really nice stuff from Ultraviolet. He knows how to play his life to perfection. You give him a long sight line, and he will survive the fight. He will carry the game in the long stretches. Kuffa's been under so much pressure right now, forced to the objective, forced to use his ult. It's a real tight spot for him to be in. And you can see right now, Maimone just on the side looking for a pulse angle.
Yeah, Billy Dang does have that Ramatra ult advantage, as you mentioned. He is going to pop it here. Actually does not.
Window already from Ultraviolet will take down Faraway. That is a crucial pick for them as Maimone can just take down Billy Dang. No source of healing remains.
Yeah, I thought in that moment Billy Dang's just going to pop the ultimate there and try to sustain through the fight, but he actually decides with the backline already calling, okay, we're dead, we're not going to be able to win this. He just holds it and backs away. But getting back to contest here is actually going to be quite tricky for Team CC now. So, you know, he has the ult still, but using it, that's another story. He's now got a duel here with Kuffa up in the front lines, and Kuffa's been able to build a whole extra ultimate here in the interim to now be able to match in that neutral fight.
An aggressive hold from Geeke. The Annihilation comes out. Kuffa, massive punches, but he's being shot from behind. Billadang pops his own Annihilation, and Kuffa forced to just block his way out of dodge. High Noon from Pineapple, he's probably going to catch the block with that too. Kuffa just continually blocking. He catches the Pulse, he catches the High Noon, but Ultraviolet catches a bullet.
Yeah, I mean, he absorbed so many cooldowns there, but had to back away, so control went back to CC. They now have the high ground in their favor here, and Pineapple is happy to play through it, and Team CC now finally, after a long, long battle, is going to be able to get control of this corner. Kuffa here, already having to use his barrier.
Kuffa ready to push top. He pops the form, he pops the snare. Lethal high, or in the back, he is going to pop that, and it is just going to be brutal. Oh, beat drop comes out from Admiral now, and it only catches Ultraviolet, so Kuffa, he went deep, but he was not saved by it. Pineapple cleans house.
Yeah, I mean, he had to use his barrier, didn't have his block up at that point, and also Pineapple actually had the window for his fan, the hammer, so Kuffa just got burst down in that moment, and that was the breaking point as they're able to spill through and win that fight. I think it was a risky angle Kuffa was trying to take, and Faraway and Pineapple just instantly punish him, and that's the cap here. Still, though, guaranteed at this point, Geeke, worst case scenario, will have the better time bank.
This is the story of Geeke's series, aggression from Kuffa. They live or die on it. He goes deep, he carries the game, or, you know, we suffer a famine. Ultraviolet, he's got that window. Is he going to flank, or is he just going to play it by the book? Take it nice and slow.
I mean, Kuffa here going up so far, gets punished a little bit, but survives.
Once again, such a good job from Geeke Esports. They bait in Team CC, and then they pop that window, they take them down, and this is crucial to plant the flag right now, to hold on this corner.
Yeah, I thought for sure that Kuffa was going to get punished once again there. I mean, I was even saying it in, you know, at that moment, but he actually is able to pull back there, absorb that damage. They get the kill onto Kaneki. Then long-term, the fight is Geeke's. So already 20... the lead as Pineapple dies, that's, you can basically say it's a minute, the lead they now have with the staggered death on this Cassidy. And with one more team fight win, they'll basically lock up this map in a 2-1 lead after what has been such a close map of Midtown.
The swap comes through actually for Kaneki over to the Symmetra. He's taking an angle on the side, doesn't want to be spawn camped. Geeke, they're just going to back up. They're going to play for a better position where they're less susceptible to the Symmetra. Kaneki shouldn't have perks yet, so he can't do the long TP. High ground TP right now, and Admiral's going to be caught out by it though. High Noon as well to follow up from Pineapple. He's just waiting this one out, but Lethal's going to trade him. 4 versus 4.
Yeah, he tries to go for the Deadeye there, just channels it, but it's not enough damage for the lethal. And speaking of lethal, he gets the kill in return. Gets the kill here onto the Lucio, and Kaffa is going to annihilate the rest of CC. And I think this is the beginning of the end here. Now, there is a sound barrier at the ready here, but getting a touch just doesn't seem realistic for the side of Team CC.
GK desperate to block the touch right now.
Pineapple
they use
trying.
their overclock. They will secure the touch. Pineapple good for it. And ults are really online for Team CC right now. There's so much just around the corner. There's already beaten an annihilation. So GK, real spot of bottle, really relying on Admiral to get a well-timed beat here.
Yeah, it's going to be so huge. If Wayman could actually kill the enemy Lucio, deny that sound barrier, Super Rich is so critical in this attack here for CC.
Already, Annihilation comes out from Billidang. He's pushing deep. Kaffa on the run. Double support ultimate is available for GK. You can see they've actually cheated that ult. They've kited it out. Now the ults come back. Beats exchanged. Window on the cart, which means that everybody can punch through it. But Kaffa, the first victim of the fight. Maimon looking for a pulse bomb angle, but he can't connect.
He's not able to get that kill there. Finally takes out Ultra Rich, and that might be the backbreaker here as he gets a double. And this overtime looks like it is going to fall by the wayside here.
Just Billidang versus the world on the cart now. Blocking, punching, goes down. Team CC, a very respectable showing here on Midtown, but GK, they're in their element now.
They certainly are. Definitely, like you said, I think one of the wisest things that's been said across this stream is just the way that GK tried to approach on Gibraltar both maps, where they're trying to kind of break the meta, play something they think no one expects, even though CC saw it yesterday and probably did expect it today. That versus just playing standard meta on Midtown, playing to their strengths and just outclassing CC was what got them the win here in the end, albeit it was a very close map. And I really like how they played those final moments, because if you end up getting the sound barrier advantage as Super Rich there, then you can actually just bowl them over. Yeah, you have spawn advantage in those moments, but you didn't have the ult advantage, so you had to play clean with it, and Kaffa gets so much value in those moments. And Maimon on this map, both on attack and defense, was so critical. I think so many of these fights that looked lost for the side of GK, he was able to save. So many fights that looked like they weren't going to be winnable because they didn't have the ult advantage, he kind of cheated it by getting a pick right before the fight went off.
Exactly right. Now, I mean, we've got to look forward in the series. We've got to think what remains for Team CC. They have burned their best option, taking it to Escort, allowing dive to be forced. And then, wisely, GK have gone and taken us to Midtown, which removes the opportunity to go to a dive hybrid. There's no good dive maps left in the pool.
They're certainly right there, fellas. And Team CC there, I mean, desperately clinging on to see if they can get something out of their third map there. And sadly, they can't do it because GK just find a way. They find a way. They find a way. GK finds a way. And they certainly have here as we look ahead at the highlights here before we go into that kind of fourth map here. Now, I mean, Team CC, they do have momentum still. I feel like they put up a really good fight here, a very strong fight. I think more so than I think many of us maybe expected.
Absolutely.
In going into this next one, Wolf, I mean, this fourth map here, dare I say, there is still a massive possibility here that they could take this to a fifth map if they can find a way to utilize Pineapple as they have been doing, and kind of their hero dynamics as well that we've talked about.
So there's two map types left, right? We have Flashpoint and we have Push. And when you think about the difference in map picks, I think for both of these map types, obviously a smaller map pool, I would say oftentimes you think it doesn't really matter what the map is going to be. If I'm CC, I really don't want to play on Colosseo, and I don't want to play on Push in general, but I'd probably pick against Colosseo, just deny that, so that on either Flashpoint you can play a similar style, and maybe you can get that to work. I think in Push, the problem is that you're just getting outclassed by Lethal. If they get high ground control, I think this is where Pineapple has really, really struggled, and we've seen already that even without high ground control, GK can kind of cheat the game. They've been able to find a lot of success on low ground. The positioning of Kaffa allows them to kind of play differently than you would normally expect with a Sojourn comp, even with the Ramatra. Even might be playing something else when we move to Push, right, to be fair. But I'm feeling like you probably don't want them to be able to pick Colosseo in Game 5, because if you win on Flashpoint, they're going to be able to pick it against you in Game 5.
I think taking it to Esperanza is not a bad shout at all. There is a huge high ground that defines the checkpoint fight. Many of the fights on the map take place with a huge high ground disparity. And if you're going to play Kaffa's hero pool, if you're going to play the Ramatra, it's very weak on Esperanza. So that's probably the best shot that Team CC have.
Yeah, I think that's where they should take us. I think with the map pool that's left as small as it is, it feels pretty obvious. Maybe Team CC have a different read, but on this desk, I think that's the way I'd go.
Well, the lads have set things up perfectly there as we look ahead to that fourth map. Before that, though, we will take a short break here. Do not go anywhere. You do not want to miss this as Geeky and Team CC go head-to-head very, very soon. Stay where you are. We're back here with loads more Overwatch 2 here at EWC in just a bit.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
Hello there, OWCS here at the Esports World Cup, bringing you the Mid-Season Championships, and we are in the middle of a real battle at the moment here. We have ourselves a 2-1 going in GK's favour, but can Team CC get themselves back into the competition and avoid their key being crushed? Wolf and Unser back here on the Destiny, fellas. We have seen ourselves a really great actual matchup here, the best of 5 that's really entertained us, and great cast, enjoyed that immensely. But game 4, matchup 4, we talked about map picks and how that's going to affect proceedings. Now the map pool being so small, it is going to change the way in which this kind of goes.
Yeah, I think so. You know, I'm kind of have always been, since Push and Flashpoint have been added to the game, the pools have always been small. I think usually the difference in map selection here means very little, but I think based on how we're seeing CC play, like going to Esperanza feels like the safest option. I think the difference between New Junk City and Atlas is otherwise somewhat negligible comparatively, and you don't want to give GK that final map pick to close out the series on something that you're not going to be comfortable with. We'll see what they've chosen. As, you know, CC obviously has their own read. They know themselves obviously better than anyone else could know, but that's my feel.
CC, they're very much just in between a rock and a hard place, if I'm honest with you, because they've lost the ability to take us to a good dive map. Very wise of GK to deny hybrid from them as a loser's pick. Instead, go to a nice flat hybrid and take that out the pool. So now from this point forward, they're going to have to scrap it out on maps where dive is not strong, where they will have to face off against Kuffa on the Ramatra, on the Hazard, one of these more ground tank favoured maps.
Boys, I'm looking at a last-minute vibe check from our teams. I'm just kind of seeing what's going on there, how they're feeling, how they're vibing. There's quite quiet down there. But there's focus, and that's what we're kind of expecting, isn't it, going into this, because it's such an integral game here, because when a match point is on the line, it really changes the kind of the energy in the room, because obviously someone is going home, someone is progressing in the competition here as well. And obviously the impetus is on GK to go through. I mean, you can see Lethal there, you kind of have just seen very chilled out, relaxed, because you have that advantage. It does ease it, you know, a little bit here to think not only the confidence against Team CC, but also if worst case scenario it goes to a 2-2, we have that 5th game to play with.
I mean, there are solemn faces out there on the stage because this is an elimination game. The key crush is on the line. The pressure could not possibly be higher for the side of Team CC. They've shown themselves that they can win this match, that it is possible. They win Gibraltar. It is a dogfight on Midtown. It is very possible for them. And then for GK, they are in a position where they were really expected to win. They were expected to come out swinging.
I did not expect the New Junk City pick. Now, obviously, these two maps are different, right? I'm not going to insinuate that every Flashpoint map is the same, because it's not. New Junk City definitely has some really open areas, but it's to me, I think, not what I expected. You know, I expected the Esperanza pick, like we were talking about before, and I'm a little bit concerned about compositionally what we're going to see CC run here and what the bands are going to look like. Batiste is going to be available no matter what, so they could just run Cassidy Batiste, but this can backfire, right? Especially because it's just been outclassed by Lethal all series long.
Already now, we are in a position where New Junk City, I just feel like it's going to be Kuffa's playground. It is going to be really difficult for them. And we see the bans coming out now. Baptiste ban, very reasonable. Ultraviolet consistently putting out these carry performances on it. But what do you think about the Tracer ban?
Yeah, I mean, I actually had forgotten. I was actually mixing up the series because Baptiste banned earlier. I was like, oh, they can't ban it here, so that's going to be a problem. They do have the opportunity to ban it, so my bad, my mistake there, because I think this is 100% what CC want to ban on this map, so I think that's a great choice. The Tracer ban, on the other hand, feels like almost a surrender of Kaneki saying, like, look, I'm getting outclassed on this pick. I'm actually losing the 1v1 repeatedly. I'm getting no value of this. The enemy Tracer has become such a problem for us, and there's a lot of open areas for Tracer to work with here on this map. I just don't want to deal with it anymore. I'm just going to take it away.
This is going to be a very
actually, this is a GK ban, though, so my bad. Came back from this break and my brain exploded, Hunter.
Well, we're all exploding here because we could have ourselves a full BO5 here if Team C can get themselves into this. And they're absolutely capable. But for you guys at home here, you're about to witness it all go down. This is potentially the last map we're going to see here on the B stream here at EWC for Overwatch 2 this year. So let's see exactly how this is going to unfold here as GK are playing to try and get that 3-1 win and continue in this competition. But the Team CC have what it takes. They're preparing for the attack, fellas, and New Junk City, we didn't see it coming, but here it is. It's happening.
You know, back to kind of recalibrating where the Tracer ban actually is here, you've got to expect it's going to be a venture pick, like, because I'm shocked by it, to be honest. Like, it's a bit puzzling considering, in my opinion, Maimon has been controlling Kaneki so much this series, but they just think venture is stronger on the map and they don't want to deal with it, so it's going to be the ban that comes through, as Lethal will be sticking with this Sojourn here as we move into the first Flashpoint. And Pineapple will match. So not going to be playing the Cassidy at least here, which would have been a big concern of mine as we move into a mirror.
This is very much a mirror where GK are completely comfortable. You see the snare come out, blocking the backline and Cuffer. Here comes the form timing. He's pushing deep, but no kills as of yet. Billadang's getting absolutely crushed right now, and Lethal's flanking at the same timing. No kills converted yet, but this angle is so good.
Yeah, this is a really good angle. Ultraviolet actually getting that pick on the Pineapple. This is actually huge. This gives Lethal full control here, and Kaneki is already pushed away.
CC, they've just lost all map control, but Kaneki finds a crucial trade. Ultraviolet oversteps. He finds another kill onto Maimon. It's an even fight now, 3 versus 3. GK, they did capture the objective, but you can see Cuffer, he's completely on the run. He's got nobody to heal him, so CC, they're going to step back up.
Yeah, I think that they should just give the cap here. This is not really a point where you can Lucio stall and buy a bunch of percentage and then look for a retake. It's just best for Admiral to back out. Cuffer backs out as well, and yeah, they still get 25% out of it, but it's a huge swing of momentum. Speaking of momentum, Pineapple gets a double.
This is such an aggressive push from Team CC. Pineapple finding Lethal and Ultraviolet again. The lights are starting to get very bright indeed for GK Esports as Team CC really stepping on the gas.
Yeah, now they've actually got a pretty big lead here in terms of percentage, and it is just going to get bigger here on Flashpoint as you know, ults here relatively even across these two squads, but the fact that Faraway can actually take the fight to Geekay off the point and actually rush Cuffa before he has the Annihilation, if they can identify that, this is a really nice opportunity here for CC. Can also then just sit back and try to control the choke point, waiting for that ultimate. Faraway has it now.
Cuffa, so close to that Annihilation, but super.
There it is.
Here's the Kitsune rush from Faraway. They push deep. Cuffa is boxed into a corner. He's forced to use the Annihilation just to stay alive, but Lethal on the off angle. He will find a kill. Cuffa falls in the end. TP on from Faraway, but Team CC, they've still got a real fighting chance at this one. Beat available. So much damage onto Pineapple. Maimon marking him out, but no kills.
They want to save these ultimates if they can as they control this point, so they're just holding them tightly now. And with that kill on the Maimon, I think this is probably just going to be the end of this fight. As Lethal's desperately trying to find line of sight, but does not have it.
Clock comes out from Lethal.
Okay, they commit.
Super Rich as well goes for the beat. Beats exchanged. In fact, Cuffer's back on Doomfist. It's a desperation pick on the first point. Lethal goes down to Billadang already, and Ultraviolet falls for what feels like the 4th time on this point. Maimon, he does catch Kaneki, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, they are going to be able to trade this, and it's going to be the cap to come through, and Geekay are just going to look for point priority for the second flashpoint. Now, you look up at that fight and you're like, man, that was very expensive for Geekay. They didn't get a ton out of it. Like, that was, they could have used those on the second flashpoint, but they were able to burn critical ultimates for CC. If they just concede the point there, give the cap over to CC, and CC get the cap without a fight, they can use those ults to match Geekay on point priority here for the second one. Instead, we've just reset the ult economy entirely, with the exception of Billy Dang having that Annihilation.
All eyes on Maimon for the side of Geekay. It's all on him to carry right now. You can see him on the flank setting up. He's already on Pineapple's case. He pops the Tectonic Shock. He catches the kill onto Pineapple as well. Team CC, they will trade out onto Cuffer, though. That's a very valuable trade, but this is a massive angle for the Tectonic Shock, but it's expired.
It's expired here, and he's just going to have to run away now. He should be able to get out, no problem, but they did not get the cap. And now this is a problem here as Billy Dang has full control with this Annihilation, and Cuffer is going to swap for just a moment, decides to come back to this as... Okay, Tectonic Shock in return here for Kaneki is low value, but the fight is just so split here for Geekay. They will be able to get the cap.
Losing Cuffer there is so disastrous for GK Esports. Even with the heroics of Maimon, even with those picks, there's clearly so much pressure coming out onto Cuffer. You can see fight after fight after fight, he's pushing deep, and he's falling victim to the aggression of CC.
Yeah, he was like, okay, well, Billy Dang's got ult advantage. Maybe I'm going to come back on the Winston. Then he's like, oh, this isn't going to work. He has to swap back over. Loses some time there. 30% now already built. And Team CC have a pretty significant support ult advantage as well. You can see Admiral trying to build things up here as Maimon looking for the flank, but actually does not find what he's looking for there. And now it's again a more time bought for CC. They got the rush advantage, and they're going to use it right away.
Rush from far away, already connecting 3 kills for Team CC. GK Esports falling apart here on New Junk City.
I mean, they are really just folding, and we talk about comfort. We talked about how much more comfortable GK looked on Midtown, but Team CC here with this composition actually matching Cuffa on this map on Ramatra. It's actually just a shock. I thought Cuffa was just going to be the better Ramatra player in general, but it feels like Billy Dang has a better read on how to play it on this map. And he's just down again!
Billy Dang punches out Ultraviolet in the spawn. Cuffa's dead again, and it's a 0-2 scoreline on New Junk City
and
right now.
100-0 with really no ultimates being used outside of that Kitsune rush. I mean, Team CC are just pulling them apart right now, and it looks like all momentum is lost for EK. And after that loss yesterday in the 5th map, with how close that looked, you're starting to feel like, okay, could this happen again? Could history repeat itself again? Could GK, after such a lead in this series, crumble and fall apart? Those thoughts enter your mind if you're a fan of North American Overwatch here, as things are looking really grim right now.
The pressure is so high for GK Esports right now with CC. They attempt the retake. The snare and the choke is good from Kuffer, but Ultraviolet, he's popped the Kitsune Rush. Kaneki is going to fall, so they will find a kill for this rush. They should be able to leverage first cap.
Yeah, they should be able to get the cap here, and I think what comes next is where Lethal finds his line of sight with this overclock. Sure, Pineapple can match, but they have point priority right now. They have the advantage. Anyone getting pushed away here by Billy Dang, but he's actually getting so much of this health bar.
Overclock from Pineapple, wide angle, but you can see Lethal marking it with his own clock, so it's clock for clock, and nobody is filling the kill feed at this moment in time. Everybody, far too much respect for the Sojourn.
Super Rich and Admiral both holding the Lucio ultimates there in that moment. So much restraint. Using an ult there would have actually given you such a disadvantage.
Annihilation on the side of Kuffer, beat for beat. And we do have a tectonic shock from Maimone. Could be the difference maker as far away. First to fall. You can see Maimone chasing down Kaneki at the same timing. There's a one-player advantage for GK, but CC, they're backing out. They're taking it slow.
They can, and sorry to cut across you, I think CC here, they have two different options. They can actually try to use their ult advantage right now to actually just straight up get the flip, or they can kind of just continue to harass C if there's an opportunity. They'll otherwise use these ults for the next point and the next cap. They're going to go for the rush now. They're going for the aggressive contest.
They're fully invested. Maimone gets a huge angle, but he is the victim. Pineapple will take him down. 5 versus 4 situation. GK, they're just going to kite this one out. They're happy with that ult exchange.
Yeah, I think they absolutely are. It's a relatively... it's not that costly of an ult exchange here for CC, but it's a relatively big trade up for GK, especially with the 0% that Team CC are holding. They are going to be able to get some of these staggered kills here, though. This is actually really problematic for GK. And this is where GK has seemed to struggle the most, is actually between these fights where Team CC are not just sitting on the point. A lot of teams just sit back on the point, wait for you to come to them, play around the Sojourn long sight lines. Instead, we're seeing Team CC say, you guys are regrouping. I'm going to get any staggered kill I can. I'm going to chase you all the way back to spawn and buy so much time. And 0 to 50 suddenly came real quick here, and GK do have this rush to try to reapproach, but things looking a little bit tougher now. I mean, one team fight win is basically the map here for CC.
Massive opening pick from Maimone. He will take down Super Rich. Kitsune Rush from Ultraviolet over to the objective, same time. Far away's fallen, so already a 5v3, but Admiral's traded. Lethal just consistently good for it, though. He didn't flip in with his team. He's backed up and he's cleaned up all the kills.
Yeah, did it without the overclock as well, which is really, really important. He gets to hold on to that one here. They should be able to get the flip here, or rather hold this and prevent the flip, that is to say, and bring us to a 4th flashpoint. Now, with the respawns here for CC, if they can actually get point priority here, this is going, as you can see, that's what they wanted to fight for, but actually the spawn is not going to favor them. We do see that Lethal is trying to hold this sight line because of the spawn of this flashpoint. They actually can take a really nice angle here. It's actually very good for them.
Overclock is available for Lethal right now, and he has a reasonable angle to leverage it. You can see forms exchanged in main. Bilidang, big snare, that's going to block Lethal out of this fight a little bit. He has to kite it out, but still, GK have full control.
Yeah, I mean, with GK having the ability to just kite back to this flashpoint with the positional advantage they have, they're super lucky with this, and they can just hold that overclock, look for the contest itself.
Fast push from far away, beat as well, but Pineapple, he's the first to fall. Maimone right now, he's looking for an angle. Bilidang pushing backline, but can't get it done. Far away finds a kill onto UV, but Lethal and Maimone both answer back. They both pop their ultimates for this.
I mean, if they can win this fight without using Admiral's ult, this would be so huge for GK here, and they are able to push back. Bilidang, this is a huge swing of momentum because both support ultimates are used for CC. It's a really expensive contest because they didn't have positional advantage. GK just weathered the storm. Despite the fact that they don't have their own Kitsune Rush, they're able to hold on, keep that ult advantage, and now, once again, getting line of sight here for Lethal is on the flank angle. Doesn't have an overclock this time, but he is going to do a lot of damage.
Covers run straight for Pineapple, forced him out of the fight. You could see him looking for an angle. Now he pulls the overclock, but he's doing it from the back of main. He slides in aggressively and Covers on his case, but it was bait. Bilidang takes him out from behind. Overclock from Pineapple doesn't deliver any kills, but there's a player advantage for Team CC. It's do or die right now, and GK, it looks like they're going to kite it out.
It looks like that's going to be the game plan here. They don't have the sound barrier anymore, and Ultraviolet, without his teammates here, they're falling around him. He decides not to rush, and I think that's the right call. They're at 76%. In terms of ultimates here, relatively even economy. I think Tectonic Shock is a valuable ultimate, but not one that makes you feel like you can actually make up that 60% deficit you have right now alone. I think Pineapple is going to have to step up here, find a sightline angle, maybe take Lethal out of this fight, and then we could talk about more of an even exchange here. Obviously, sightline control is theirs for now. We're seeing a flank from Maimon as Lethal tries to find that sightline.
You can see this retake from GK. They're very conservative, but now Ultraviolet, he teleports in. He throws down the Suzu, he throws down the Kitsune Rush. Kaneki is in the mix, and he has popped the Tectonic Shock, but he is forced out of the fight. He finds no value. That's a 1-for-1 ult exchange right now, as Maimon is now on the backline, pressuring forward. All of the backliners are actually going to mark him out. He's the man that's on the run. Maimon goes down.
Yeah, both of these ventures not finding the value in this team fight, but I think with the way the exchange goes, it definitely favors CC. Ultraviolet's going to die here on the retreat as Farway pops the rush to chase, and this is a huge exchange here for CC. 15% to win the map, and let's see what GK are going to bring to try to go for this contest. Cuff is going to swap over the Winston as he tries to rush over and get that tag.
It's
5% to go. They just cannot get there.
Team CC are bringing us to 5. GK Esports, we used to joke back in stage 1 about how they would struggle when the lights got oh so bright. And then they came out, they upset Crazy Raccoon, they topped North America, they dispelled the narrative of bright lights. But apparently, those spotlights behind us on the B stage right now are outrageously bright.
Man, this was a successful map pick. It's one that I had doubts about, right? I really preferred the Esperanza pick, and they didn't go for it, and ultimately is still able to play it super well there. I think that the way that they were able to aggressively punish some of those resets and some of the lackluster regroups there from GK was really what gave them such a big edge. And sometimes it was ult economy edge, but Pineapple, I feel like when he's playing the Sojourner matching, he's looking so much better than when he's just opting into the Cassidy and looking for the tank break. Don't play into Kuffa's strengths. Don't try to shut him down. Actually just play for a straight-up duel, and you're going to have a better time. Not to say that Lethal had a bad map here. Not to say that in general GK had a bad map here. They just were outclassed. And with ult economy deficits, with the flashpoint advantages that CC had, it always felt good. It looked like maybe the turning point was going to be when they had that point priority with the spawn favoring them, and they had those long sight lanes. It was like, oh, CC are just not going to be able to break through. But they mess up one fight, and when you're down 2 flashpoints, all it takes is one real ult economy advantage or one real clutch out, and that's the end of it.
Am I a bad person for saying that I'm really pleased this happened? Because it makes a Game 5 so much more interesting now. Because everything's on the line. One map determines staying in the competition or a key being crushed at this point, which we didn't think we'd be here, and we are uncer, and I am loving it.
Well, despite being, a stalwart defender of the North American region, a lover of GK Esports, I do find myself, quite pleased to see that we get to cast some good Overwatch here. No 3 Overwatch here on the B stream. Apparently, any game that graces the B stream is destined to turn to gold.
I don't think you're a bad person, because I think you're just a completely unbiased host that is excited to watch the maximum amount of good Overwatch here, which is, I think, what we're all here for. Well, some slight biases. There's no Korean team in this series, so I'm kind of off the hook. But this is where things get scary for GK, because they had such elite. They had so much momentum. Sure, things on Gibraltar went a little bit awry, but it still felt like that was a winnable map, right? It was one of those losses where you're like, okay, you lost, but you looked like the stronger team for most of it. It's a diva explosion that cost you the map ultimately in the end. And then you start to think about what happened last night. You start to think about how the series, the day ended, and how that Game 5 went, and the lengths at which we've seen teams nearly take that Game 5, but then fail to actually take it. And CC, on the other hand, momentum is on their side now. They had that map pick that we kind of had doubts about, and it worked incredibly well.
Dare I ask you both for a hot take ahead of this last matchup? What can you give us as a hot take? Unter, anything that you can share here that you think that the audience at home, we talked about how imperative you guys are to our show here as well, but any hot takes from you personally?
I mean, despite, my eternal love for GK Esports, I'm going to say that the lights are too bright for them right now. That Team CC's got this map 5.
Yeah.
My hot take is that what we saw from GK on that 4th map is not their best, and not even close to how they played early on in this series. And my hot take is they had a little bit of nerves there. I think they saw, okay, they've got a 2-0 lead, and for the rest of the map, even when they had better opportunities, they did not play their best. I think if they can get their mental straight, reset here and move into this 5th map, I think they've been the stronger team in this series, and I think they should be able to, if they play at their best, which, again, that doesn't always happen on stage. If they can play at their best, they're the stronger team. I think they're going to take that 5th game.
What is the bigger headline here? Is it Team CC ousting GK here, or is it GK losing to Team CC in this particular way? What do you think is the bigger headline here?
That's a tough question.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on whether you're Chinese or American, I'd say. all a matter of perspective, really. But I do think, any of the North American fans, they are going to be mind blown if Team CC is able to take it. I'm not sure what the Chinese community thinks about whether or not Team CC was capable of taking this match. I was very much expecting this to be a GK blowout, but so many of the games that we've had here on the B-Stream stage, I was very much expecting blowouts, and we've seen so many map 5s. Crucially though, we've seen reverse sweeps denied again and again here.
I mean, one of the big stories for me is just the changes we've had to Overwatch power levels amongst regions. We have North America and Europe going toe-to-toe with Korea and China, which for many, many years was just never the case. Obviously, China had a big hiatus in Overwatch, but North America looks stronger than ever, and it's really cool to see in a matchup like this that I think NA comes in favored, but still China can bounce back, and it's the parity that we have in this tournament has just been so awesome. We've seen so many map 5s already.
Yeah, well, map 5 for us is going to be Kalesio, looks like here. Unter, how does this affect proceedings? We can see the bans coming through here as well for our final map here on the B-Stream, the Esports World Cup here for Overwatch 2. How is it looking? Where does the favor lie? We have the scales, the pendulum swinging. Whose favor do you think this goes in right now?
I think it's interesting to see that we've had a Tracer ban come out again, so 2 maps in a row. A Tracer ban, it worked for Team CC, and now it's going to work for GK as well. And again, a Kiriko ban, that is going to protect Baptiste. That is going to make it so that Faraway is going to be forced to play the BAP, can't play that comfort pick of the Kiri.
Yeah, it's been one of the big issues that GK faced, especially obviously on New Junk City. Like those rushes were the determining fight, winning points for CC to outposition and get back into the point and kind of cheat ult economy a few times. This is the pick, though, that we were worried about. This is why we wanted to see the Esperanza pick to come through, because I feel like this really favors GK, and it really favors Lethal. I think Lethal is going to be a big problem here for Team CC in this 5th and final map.
Yeah, we saw 2 match points there, but in reality, this is Esports World Cup point. Whatever happens here, if you lose, you are eliminated, your key is crushed. If you win, you continue in the competition and head into the finals this weekend. It's all to play for here, fellas, as our teams get ready for this one. This is the last map you're going to see here on the B stream, so get ready for this. It's 2-2. Who will win this out? 3-2 in this best of 5 first to 3. Unter, Wolf, let's do it, boys. I cannot wait.
Maymoon, he's going to rip out the May this time around. It was banned out on Midtown, but now he's going to do it here on Colosseo, where there's so much high ground past the center fight, really putting all of your eggs in the center of the map's basket right now. Eyes on Ultraviolet.
I think it's just for this first fight, right? If you can wall somebody in, Kuffa gets the Nemesis form out, you punch out Billy Dang, or you're able to catch Kaneki on the flank, then you can crush him and win that first fight and get a bunch of distance. If it fails, though, I think we might see a fast swap, but here's the all-in. They have control of the bot here as it's unlocking in 5 seconds. Let's see how CC approaches. A big snare comes through here, pushing out the Lucio. There's that wall.
Aggressive push from GK already. Ram forms exchange, but no kills for GK. They used the wall for it, and that means the Team CC, they get to swing right back in.
Yeah, Kaneki actually going to try to come over here for the punish. A very safe attempt, though. Actually didn't really put himself in harm's way. Didn't actually fully commit there. As, ooh, close call there for Super Rich. He does get away for now.
Such a good lamp from far away, and Kuffa down first again. He's baited in. He goes deep, but this time around, it is a famine. 2 kills. Make that 3 for Team CC. Maimon with 2 incredible trades onto both supports of Team CC, but there's going to be meters on the board for Team CC.
Yeah, and those supports should be able to get back much faster than Maimon. Let's see what he decides to do here. I mean, it's 75% of a Blizzard, but trying to use a Blizzard on push here as you're getting out of the spawn, because in this first spawn, a Blizzard's high value, but once you start to get into those high ground, low ground situations, it's a little bit tougher, especially when Pineapple's on the Sojourn. He's going to stick with it. He got a ton of ult charge with those exit kills he was able to get, but even still doesn't have it. This is really dire here. If GK lose this fight, momentum is so bad for them moving forward.
GK are right back into the mix. They're straight to the center of the map, already at an angle where Maimon can get value with his wall. He's poking it out on the side. Right-hand side, Venture engaging. Kaneki is in. Billy Dang has popped the form. Kuffa, second form timing should be available here, but ults are about to come online. Maimon, he's got that Blizzard.
Now he's going to be able to use it in this fight, should he want to. He drops it out immediately out of the ice block, but he's picked.
Billidang and Lucio both frozen out, and they will both fall. Window in response from far away, and Kaneki popped the Tectonic Shock, but no kills, so GK, a very favorable exchange for them at the moment, and they're about to swing back in for more.
And GK walking a tightrope with that choice. They stay with the Mei, they have the Blizzard, they come back so quickly they can actually build the Blizzard. It's a huge right click from Maimon that actually builds it so fast for them. They play it out of the ice block there. Lethal kills the lamp, gets the headshot, and they narrowly take the fight, and now trying to match distance.
Aggressive swing from Ultraviolet. He jumps up top, he pops the window, but he falls victim to his own aggressive play. Pineapple has fallen over in the meantime. Beats have been exchanged in main. It's a 4 versus 4. Cuffer's got the Annihilation. Clock comes out from Lethal. He swings for the angle, but he cannot connect the kill into Faraway. He's given him the slip yet again. Now Lethal holding the right-hand side, just looking for something to kill, but no conversion.
Yeah, this is a little bit rough because Lethal uses the overclock. Kluffa also trying to buy space with his Annihilation. Now they have an ult disadvantage there as well, and they just don't get the distance they're looking for as Billy Dang looks to push forward.
Billy Dang, he's going in. He throws the snare. He's looking for more. He has to pop the Annihilation just to keep the tempo up. He's blocking, holding the hands, trying to find an angle on the backliners. But Maimon, he's first to fall in the fight. Team CC, they're still in it. The Annihilation's about to expire, but Billy Dang, he has another form just around the corner.
And Faraway's just having such a good second half of this series. Timing of his Immortality Field, the healing output he puts on the Billy Dang as he drops that Annihilation is enough to keep him alive as GK desperately try to push him down. Now, Maimon is out of Mei territory here, I would say. It's 60% of a Blizzard, but it's going to be very tough to actually utilize this composition now. One more chance with this wall to maybe get a pick.
Windows down for Faraway, but the kite looks to be good for GK. Cuffer, he's popped the form, he's running away. They're trading meters for a window right now, but CC, they're closing in on the checkpoint. The next fight is going to be crucial. The winner of this, it's Team CC threatening check.
And you can see Maimon just hasn't been able to do that much damage here, trying to control this high ground. Wants to build that Blizzard so desperately they could use it in this choke point in the tunnel. That would be the most ideal location for it. They are going to wrap around now, and they've actually stopped this bot. And I think Team CC realized, okay, Blizzard's probably up soon. Let's not try to force this fight there where they're at their strongest. Let's actually just go back and play for sightlines instead. I like this call from CC quite a lot.
You can see Kaneki burrowing in, looking for that engagement, but he doesn't see any opportunities. Ultraviolet, on the other hand, he sees an opportunity. He drops the window in main, swings forward, but Billy Dang, once again, it's a block, a kite, and Team CC, they've cheated yet another ult out of GK.
That was such a clean play from CC. They back away, get that ult. They get the Blizzard now as well.
Oh,
How
Billy
much
Dang.
value would it get?
Billy Dang frozen up, overclock from Pineapple. He swings wide, but he hasn't connected as of yet. Super Rich, he's got the beat. They can keep investing, but he's not going to drop it. He's going to go down. This should give GK Esports the lead as Kaneki's dying off the payload.
Huge, huge win here for GK. They were able to slowly play that there, go back to where CC had kited back, still set up a wall Blizzard there, and even though the window was down for Ultraviolet, they were still able to make that work incredibly well. Now, Lucio v. Lucio in terms of the sound barriers here.
Beat comes out. Lethal, he clocked on the high ground, forced it from Super Rich, but no touch comes through for CC. The lead and Beat, much better for Admiral, much later. Cuffer, he's also got the Annihilation to keep it rolling. Tectonic Shock has come out from Kaneki, and he will kill Admiral. But Cuffer, he's got the Annihilation rolling. He's juicing damage onto Billy Dang. Far away with a counter window to take him down, though. He's pocketed Billy Dang all the way to health. But in the meantime, the checkpoint has been stolen.
Yeah, Ultraviolet knows his team has bought enough space, even if they end up losing out on a longer fight, to actually give him that checkpoint. And distance is still being gained here as Pineapple just cannot actually get to safety quickly enough to regroup.
It's a collapse of the fundamentals from Team CC. They win the scrap, but they lose the fight of the objective. Not only have they conceded check, they've conceded more than 10 meters past
this is kind of disastrous for them. Now they do have the Annihilation here, but I don't know if this is the timing they want to use it.
Kaneki. Spot a bother as he tries to burrow out through the window, but he gets stuck inside all of GK Esports. He will go for a little 1-2 maneuver and get back out onto the high ground.
It's a good movement there from Kaneki. He survives, but he gains nothing. You know, it's cool, nice moves, but gonna need more than that.
A low ground window from Ultraviolet. No angle to really shoot anything. Corralling members of the team into a corner. The freeze perk is online for Maimon, and he's frozen Billy Dang right on the chin. This is where the May will really begin to scale.
And he's about to get a Blizzard. You know, I doubted this pick, but it is absolutely working a treat for GK now as they keep getting these really nice wall setups, and now Billy Dang doesn't have the damage to help for him to peel, and Kuffa is actually about to match that Annihilation that Billy Dang's been holding so long, and I don't think he wants to drop it here, not without a sound barrier, and he's going to go down 80 meters here to 53 as GK hold the sound barrier advantage. They still have that Blizzard, and they're going to get sight advantages here for Lethal. They've really played these last few fights so incredibly well, and the momentum shift is real.
GK, I mean, now they're just in control. 4 ultimates online. It doesn't even matter that there's 4 to match, because look at Lethal. He takes the aura check versus Pineapple and he wins it just like that. Pineapple's had his head ripped off. Meters are being posted. What comes next, Wolf?
I mean, I think what comes next is a 5v5 ult fight, but that's going to favor GK, and they can actually take it on their terms.
Clock from Lethal. up in main. He swings wide for it. Blizzard as well from Maimon. Beat from Admiral, beat from Super Rich, Annihilation and Tectonic Shock. Everything in the kitchen sink being thrown in, but Ultraviolet, he will take down Billiting. A massive pick, and you can see Karniki in the backline looking for the trade. Pineapple, he finds one. Karniki finds a second, so it's a 3 versus 3. But again, we must be concerned with the objective because that's where DK are winning.
Exactly, they are winning it. They actually have a trade up in ultimates. It's 4 for 3 in terms of what they use there, and so much control. There's just nothing here for Team CC. They're going to have to come out and regroup from spawn, and Ultraviolet has window. He could even look for a flank. He decides to abandon it, but if he gets a kill on the Pineapple, that might just be all she wrote for this one. They're going to actually concede control and play for the distance lead they have rather than a risky fight. There's that window I was talking about.
Ultraviolet, he's popped the window, but he can't see much of anything because far away will match. So it's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade here. We are going to see the cart roll back a little bit, but you can look at Cuffer. He's pushing backline. He takes down far away with a perfect snare combination. He's speared into the wall. He pops his shield and his form wildly. He's running about all over the place. He's got the Annihilation, but he's not even going to need it.
Oh man, he definitely does not need it here, but he could have gotten a ton of value out of it there. He's just going to push this Orisa, and Team CC are falling apart at the seams here. Unter, that wall just moments ago where they were able to lock down the enemy tank was massive, and at this point, it looks like it's all but over. No sound barrier here, no great tools. Kaneki's going to have some sort of crazy flank. Once again, Geeky, though, instead of just all-inning for the finish on the map with 1 minute and 30 left, they could just say, look, time bank favors us right now. We're 70 meters up. Let's just sit back, look for a Blizzard angle. All we really need is 2 team fight wins, and this is our series. We're going to the knockout stage.
Karniki trying his best to will his team to victory. So many trades preventing the full cap from Geeky, but again, we're in the center of the map where the Mei is so oppressive.
Yeah, exactly.
Tight chokes, Blizzard angles galore. Team CC, they are closing on many ultimates.
Okay, this is the moment where Waymon is going to look for a high-value Blizzard, and the more time goes by, the more time they can stall out for that to be the final fight, the better it is for Geeky. For the side of CC, they so desperately want to look for a sound barrier engage, anything that's going to give them an edge here, but one fight alone is not going to be enough, and Geeky could also just take that as an opportunity to say, look, you used as many ults as you can, and as much as you needed, but this is a way to get a lead without actually using ults to get a pick on the Lethal first.
Lethal picked in the neutral. Team CC not needing to invest a single Ultraviolet sees the vision, pops the window 3 versus 5, but I don't see any trades coming through, and this is the worst case scenario for Geeky. They tried to play conservative on top, but they've been picked.
They played conservatively, but then they ended up losing control of the neutral. That pick on the Lethal was massive, and then Ultraviolet desperately tries to turn the fight. He's not going to swap. It was a pretty bizarre decision. Now, they don't otherwise use anything else. Billy is down.
Billy
no
he
Terror
has
Surge.
Ultimate. He's gone down with it. Beat comes out from the side of Super
Blizzard
Rich
for final fight.
Blizzard in the sky. It's going to come down in overtime. Karniki's on the objective. Tectonic Shock. The overclock comes out in main from Lethal. He has a big angle, and everyone from Team CC is falling. Billiting, he's clopping his way back to point, but he's got a Terror Surge for next Esports World Cup.
There it is. EK Esports are going to close it out this time in the 5th and final map. And look at this.
Oh my.
Guffa and crew going to stand up here and give a little gesture, let's say, here as EK Esports will show that North America belongs in top 8. That Blizzard hold, there was so many different angles where we could have seen Mammon actually toss that out earlier, where everyone was grouped up, force out maybe a sound barrier, force out some favorable trades of ultimates, but they knew that with the time bank favoring them and the distance favoring them, all he really needed to do, even though some of those fights looked a little bit disastrous, right, they lost a lot of distance, he just has to toss it in the overtime fight, because that denies anyone from getting on, touching, and denying and pushing into further overtime, and that final fight was his. And at the end of the day, the Mei, I doubted, was kind of MVP here in terms of how they got that control, how they won the tank war. The walls were fantastic, and it really empowered Ultraviolet on this Batiste as well.
Ultraviolet, fight after fight, was trying to make plays with the windows. You could see he always wanted to hit that jump up to the high ground, hit that flank, and have the hero moment. And he didn't necessarily deliver every time, but the truth of a high-quality player is that even if things aren't going perfectly, they will keep going for these plays. They will keep trying to win the game for the team. They won't just sit back and receive a defeat.
That's right, Team CC, without that little bit more left in the tank, they couldn't just make it happen, but EK go through to the next round. But what a valiant effort, what an incredible best of 5 we witnessed it. You know, I could tell it's getting intense there because I saw Unter start fiddling with his bangs in his hair. I could see that's when things are really locking in, and we could see that things are getting intense there. But particularly for that last game, it just felt like GK had a little bit extra. They couldn't quite find a way to push enough Team CC, and by which point, I think with a couple of minutes left on the clock, it was just too big a deficit.
And when we watch back these highlights in the STC replay, you can see some of these moments where you kind of are reminded of all the edges that CC had at the beginning of this map. Like the May wasn't working, they didn't build the Blizzard fast, like the distance advantage was there, and it actually kind of felt like, even watching this back, I'm like, it's incredible that GK were actually able to bring this back.
Yeah, that's right. We actually have ourselves a winner's interview on the main stage now with ZP talking to Team GK.
Thank you, Adam. We are here with Kuffa. And Kuffa, last time we talked to you is after you guys dispatched Zorp. This match, a little bit more difficult. Tell us a little bit about what went into this prep-wise, and did you think CC was going to give you the fight they gave you here today?
I can't lie, no, I didn't expect that. I think we didn't really prep for them. You know, our main focus was on that OWCS game. I think we definitely just like played down to them. You know, they're a decent team, but that should have never been that close. You know, after how we played yesterday, I think it was just like night and day difference. We just played a lot worse, and I'm glad we pulled it back that last map. That was a bit more of how we play normally. So, yeah, we won. So.
Well, speaking of the last map, one thing that was really interesting, of course, is that it didn't start off super well, right? And you suddenly have the pressure of this was an elimination match. If you had lost, your key, of course, would be getting crushed immediately after this. Instead, you get to do the crushing. But going into this, what was going through your mind as you look at this as like, uh-oh, we're getting behind on push, and everyone knows that's pretty bad usually.
Yeah, I mean, Colosseum is one of the maps as well, like at a push. Like when you're at a disadvantage, it's even harder to come back from. But I mean, I think we all just trust each other to do what we need to do. And, we had a bit of a sloppy start, but I mean, that was like the whole series. So I'm glad we, started playing like our usual selves and shooting back. So.
Looking forward, you guys have kind of said you have the identity of both playing up to your opponents and I guess recently playing a little bit down, depending on the situation. What opponent are you looking to play most now that you're in the playoffs tomorrow?
Well, I believe we play Falcons, so that'll be an interesting game. Hopefully you get to play on the main stage. I mean, it's kind of boring playing on the B stage every game, I can't lie. We'll see the Falcons' energy of the crowd. That'll be a good match. I think we can, hopefully we don't play as we did today, but we got a day to figure that out.
Well, I do have good news for you. We'll be on the main stage tomorrow. This is the final day here for the B stream, so you'll be there with all the pressure, all the hometown crowd, all the cheers, and all that comes with it. I guess final question here is, have you enjoyed your time in Riyadh, and how's the tournament been for you overall?
Yeah, I mean, it's been great. I think our match yesterday against OWCS was like our first true test of like who we're going to verse this tournament. We hadn't really able to practice much against like actual good sim teams and the Diva players, so that was like a really good practice. Like we know we weren't getting knocked out from losing that game, so we kind of treated it as a scrim just to learn from. I think we're much more confident versing the sim Diva comps from now on heading into the tournament. So hopefully we get to go far. We'll see.
All right, well, thank you so much, Kuffa. Congratulations and good luck tomorrow as you head into the playoffs.
Thanks, CP. And yeah, Kuffa there from GK, who have done an amazing job there. Still thinking about yesterday's events, though, and how that's been playing there. But interesting kind of treating that as like scrims to learn of moving forward in this competition.
I think that was one of my favorite interviews we've had here at this tournament because a lot of players will give the safe answer, a lot of players will give the kind answer. I think Kuffa was both honest about some of their failings and shortcomings, but also about what they learned yesterday. And I think everyone kind of had that read that felt like a little bit of a reality check, both in that they could actually nearly upset the favorite team, but also that like there are some issues that can be solved and why they weren't quite able to do it. They learned a lot about, especially about the Diva that he mentioned there.
Yeah, I mean, it's very nice to see that Kuffa's willing to be vulnerable about the fact that they do not only go to map 5 versus OWCS, they also do it versus Team CC, and something isn't right about that. I believe despite the fact that they bootcamped in Korea, they actually didn't get that much practice versus the European sim teams because there's a little bit of a pact for the European teams to hide their Symmetra, at least to some extent, so they could still have the surprise factor when they showed up here at the Esports World Cup.
That's right. We're actually going to take a look now, I think, at the brackets and how Group A, I believe, panned out here first and foremost. There you can see exactly how it's going to go down. We have ourselves a Falcons at 3-2 victory, but then we see the decider match there, 1-1. We see that, Wolf.
Yeah, it looks like it's still ongoing there between Weibo and VP. And based on how these two teams have been playing so far this tournament and going the distance every time, this isn't really a shock. It went the distance last time as well.
Ultimately, I mean, I think if VP can take down Weibo, that would be huge. A really close result between Falcons and Weibo. That was more or less expected. These two rosters, they always clash and they always go close. But VP, they've been struggling a little bit throughout this tournament, but apparently they've kicked it into third gear, or maybe fifth gear this time around, as they've taken down AG 3-0 earlier on in the bracket.
That's right. Here you can see here now. That obviously the results are coming through thick and fast here. Obviously, us being here on the Overwatch 2B stream, we've seen some of our teams competing. We're seeing them on the screen now, but getting that chance to play on the main stage now as we move into the kind of latter stage of the competition. We have a key crush. I believe we're seeing a key crush here as well. Well, we love a key crush.
Yeah, so every team that is eliminated here at the Esports World Cup, regardless of the esport you're competing in, will mean that your key is crushed, and the team that defeats you has the pleasure of doing it here. So we are going to see one in action right now.
Look at the intensity there.
I mean, it seems Vestola is having a deeply emotional moment right now, crushing AGAL's key. You can see it in his eyes. This is a deeply emotional moment for him. Perhaps it's his first key crush. Everybody remembers their first.
The shot there as well.
The smash. When it gets to the bottom of the press and that pressure actually creates that tension and that snap, that's when you hear that loud bang. And I guess there was a reason why we're watching his face and not the key, so we could see his reaction there. And what's left of the key, we'll see the instant replay here on how it goes down as you'll hear that bang a second time.
Well, it's one of the iconic things here at the Esports World Cup. You know, when you defeat a foe, you get to physically do something as well to kind of say we vanquished the foe as well. And you can see here as it comes down and bends and breaks that key, and it'll happen many more times across the course of this competition here in Riyadh this summer. But yeah, you can see players there as well. I mean, a little startled there, Vestola, but you know, it's a cool moment. It's something that adds kind of a bit of a unforgettable moment as well to these proceedings.
Of course, and I mean, you can tell that they upgraded the key crusher this time around, because there's nothing left of that key down at the bottom. It is an absolute bloodbath in there, or a gold bath perhaps.
Last year we had some bends, right, and sometimes we had a little snap, but this year, like you said, there's been an upgrade, and I think players have watched enough of the other esports to realize, like, if you don't take your hand off the press, it's gonna smash. And I think a lot of players are like, I want to see that happen.
We're going to see what happened in Group B now as well. Here, let's take a look at our bracket and see how that went down. And I think inevitably we're going to see a key crush as well after this. Let's take a look at that bracket now. Group B, I mean, we've had all of our groups there over the course of the last 2 days here. We've seen kind of like these kind of like back and forths in our brackets, and it's been interesting to kind of, we talked about kind of the highlights of getting a chance to play on the main stage. Having been here with the B stream though, you can see that we've had Group B matchups here as well. We saw Crazy Raccoons yesterday. We had an amazing matchup there as well.
Obviously I've been on this stream all day and I hadn't been able to see the Varel series. I thought Varel would be able to beat Rock, but I didn't think it was going to be this close, and the fact that it goes to 5 there is super interesting. And now Varel versus TL for that decider, that should be a sick one.
That will be really interesting, honestly, because I mean, what we just saw here with Geekay, the fact that these North American alleged overdogs can still be pushed to the brink by the Asia Pacific region. Varel will be another test of that. Varel, they showed signs of life versus Crazy Raccoon. They've clearly come out to play today after their result versus Rock. Really going to be a test as to how do Team Liquid stand the test of the bright lights.
It was. I thought Team Liquid yesterday. I mean, we saw they put on a real show for us, didn't they? I mean, they were a really impressive outfit. I think are going to go far in this competition.
I mean, Tree versus Varel DPS sounds sick to me. I mean, I don't know, guys. Like, Varel has a really deep roster. Obviously, adding some Korean counterparts to their team this year as well, but I gotta say, as much as I've been kind of the Varel champion, I think that Team Liquid are gonna have the edge there.
Yeah, I mean, I've always had nothing but love for Top Dragon, and ever since he was added to Varel, I was quite happy to see him there, but I do feel as if I am going to be... Oh, there's Top Dragon right there, actually, on the screen, taking another key to Pound Town.
The guy on the left is the key master, by the way. He's the one who keeps all the keys here across all the esports at Esports World Cup, so he's the guy who lets the players press the button. He's the guy who tries to tell them to stop before it breaks, but recently have not been listening to him. We'll see how Top Dragon does on this one.
I totally envy Fancy there. We saw as well. Fancy, the stage host on the main stage there, knowing full well to take a step back. Just I like that, like precautionary there. But I mean, bit stone faced there. I mean, Varel though, having defeated out Rock, is again we get to see a key being crushed and. That's a good feeling, isn't it? There's something weirdly, there's a weird enjoyment that comes from seeing the key being smashed to pieces like that.
Without a doubt. I mean, I can see it in Top Dragon's face. I can feel it in my own heart. You can see that a metallurgist was consulted for this year's key composition because they crush like a dream.
I feel like Top Dragon there almost felt guilty. Like you see his expression, he's ooh, that was a pretty big snap.
I've just never heard the term before, crush like a dream. It's weird, but I like it. It's great. It's great. We're going to see other brackets now as well here and to see exactly how they fared. Coming in the thick and fast is, of course, Group C. And we saw Alcad yesterday here on the B stream. Of course, we've seen Geeke here as well, who'll be soon crushing a key also. But, I mean, again, we've had some great matchups. We see a lot of 3-2s there, 3-0s. But there's definitely been some big moments, and we've enjoyed every single one of them, Hunter.
These are the groups that we covered today, right? These are the ones we're most familiar with. So, 2 keys crushed across that bracket. And I don't know if we're going to watch both of them or not there, since one is probably happening like as we speak in live on the main stage. But it was a pretty exciting group. I think we had some clear underdogs in it that didn't perform, but it ended up being a closer series there in the end.
Yep, I think this is the Zocorp key crush here as well, fellas. It's a third time for us seeing this now.
I've never seen the Keymaster.
Is that the Keymaster doing the crush?
The Keymaster's just like, I'm taking this into my own hands.
What a job that is, by the way, being the Keymaster, just crushing keys.
I was thinking, how do I apply for that job next year? I was getting a bit sick of standing up here on the caster's desk. Maybe Keymaster had a better ring to it.
Oh, it does. Being a Keymaster sounds awesome.
It's probably because CC had to play that match right afterwards, and so like couldn't actually have time to go over there to the main stage and crush it, so they gave it to the Keymaster there. For those of you who don't know, by the way, your key represents your ability to continue on in the tournament, and the reason why it's a key is because you actually put it into the trophy if you win. So the symbolism of your key being crushed is like it will no longer fit in the trophy. You have no chance of actually unlocking that victory.
Yeah, I love the elements here. It's obviously all part of the STC Club Championship that we see, and the totem that you see as well, the different kind of like the keys going. I love the fact that the Esports World Cup's kind of embraced this. It kind of adds another level of enormity to the whole situation, right?
There's a big sense of story and continuity between the years of the Esports World Cup. The club champions, they're crowned. The clubs that win, if you're eliminated in the following year, you get VIP treatment after you were knocked out. I mean, there's so much that goes into this tournament, and year after year after year, the club champions, I mean, they'll be reaping the rewards of that.
Yeah, certainly. Of course, there was 4 groups over the course of this Overwatch 2 championship as well, the Midseason Championship. You can see Group D, the final one of our groups here, and we see T1 sitting pretty there, advancing to the playoffs. But it's not really easy. I mean, some of these matchups have been a lot tighter than we thought.
Yeah, I mean, T1 having a relatively easy road, obviously taking the 5-0 on their road to moving to playoffs tomorrow. I mentioned at the top of the day, it was a long time ago now, that I think T1 has looked the most consistent of our Korean squads. But when we consider the opposition they faced, maybe we shouldn't read too much into it just yet as we move into playoffs.
Exactly right. The competition level is only going to go up from here. Teams of the caliber of the Gatos, Guapos, they are well and truly out of the competition at this point. All that remains are the top dogs. And T1, I mean, they've secured themselves a top seed, which might give them a little bit more room to breathe before they have to go up against a Falcons or anything else of the like in single elim. But truly, all of the teams that remain in top 8, top tier.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it'll be interesting as well to see what happens later on with Twisted Mind and Sign. That's actually played out on the A stream later on as well, so you can watch that in a short while's time. That'll be really interesting to see that one. But I think we're all excited to see how that one goes, because I mean, it's a rematch. We love that of kind of a vengeance story here, and certainly early on with a 3-0 victory here on the B stream, it was really impressive from them.
Yeah, it's really hard to say who I want to favor there. Like we saw Quartz popping off, looked so good today. It was riding that momentum. But sometimes if you need that momentum to actually perform at that level, we'll see if that consistency matches up later on today, because it's been a while, right? Like hours have gone by. It's a little bit later in the night. Maybe you're not necessarily feeling that fire that you were feeling earlier. You've got to find consistency, because momentum alone is not enough to have those types of performances, especially on a bigger stage where he's playing against that in front of that big home crowd for the first time.
Sometimes that home crowd can be invigorating for the away team, though. We're going to have Sign Esports coming in. They're going to step out onto the stage, probably be booed as they step out. Everybody's going to be screaming for every single kill that is secured on the side of Twisted Minds. It's going to be an incredible atmosphere in the arena for this elimination game.
Oh, it really is. And we can see the Keymaster, I mean, living their best life here with another key crushing. Unreal. This is the Gatos Guapos. We saw them earlier on the B stream, but yeah, go ahead.
I spent a lot of time with the Keymaster when I was here for League of Legends, and like
That's a weird thing to say,
He's
but I
so
like it.
careful. This is Guapos' key, of course. He's so careful and meticulous about how the keys are handled. By the way, you're not allowed to touch them with your hands because they're so valuable. Obviously, you have a cloth, and he's constantly polishing them as he puts them up because it needs to look really nice when you, of course, put that in the trophy. So much care is taken. It must feel really ironic that he is now the one who's crushing the keys. He's spent so much care over.
I know. We're going to take a look now at the Sony MVP of the day as well here, who has been our MVP ultimately. And we can see here that it is Lethal, and I think we can all agree, absolutely deserved here. It has been exactly that, Lethal at the course of GK's time here up against Team CC.
Ultimately, give Lethal an angle and he will provide you with a fight win time and time again. All he did throughout the day was find a position, corral people into corners, or rip their heads clean off.
Yeah, straight up he deserved of the Sony MVP. I think there were some honorable mentions you could have for today, like Quartz, who just had an amazing performance on the Cassidy, but a lot of DPS credit today. I think yesterday we had a little bit more tank and support focus at times, but it has been DPS players who have ruled the day here at the Esports World Cup.
I got to say, Pineapple as well has been unreal today as well, right, Hunter?
Continually a hidden gem, always hiding in the shadow of somebody else. Lethal is awarded the MVP, but we've got to give some credit to Pineapple. He cannot escape the shadows. Now he's been eliminated too, so it's going to be real hard to crawl out now.
Yeah, absolutely right. We're almost at the end of our time here. Obviously, we have the A stream as well, which is going to play out that matchup later that was planned for the B stream. It's all going to come your way with Sign and Twisted Minds as well. Do not miss that, obviously. Make sure you see that there. I guess kind of final thoughts from us here on the desk as well, lads, as we kind of wrap things up here and proceed. It's crazy.
It's kind of weird because obviously we were going to be commentating that, so I kind of had this vision of like I didn't prepare a speech just to like this is going to be the end of our tournament over here. Like,
yeah.
Like, I think you did great, Hunter. Like you were awesome.
Good job.
CP, I know you can hear me back there. Like awesome job, man.
Yeah. Well, we could predictions as well. We could do predictions of who we think is going to win this entire thing. We've seen it over the last few days. Like, there's a lot of contention for that top spot, but who will walk away as the victor of Overwatch 2 here at EWC, do you think?
I think this might come across as a hot take, but I do still believe even the competition was weaker. I think T1 looks to be the strongest team for me right now. I think they're the scariest team. They were super consistent. No quarter given. Like, they didn't actually play, oh, okay, we're stronger than these opponents, we're going to mess around. It looked like every single step of the way, every moment they were playing almost perfect Overwatch. So that's to me the scariest thing you could face.
I think I might have to give it to Falcons. We didn't actually have Falcons playing on the B stream, but I do feel that they've made some roster additions throughout the stage, and it looks like it's really finally starting to gel for them. They struggled in Stage 2. They had to come through the last chance qualifier, but they've come out swinging. And I really think that Falcons, when they match up against these top-tier teams, they have the flexibility to do it all.
Absolutely right here. As the host of this, I need to completely sit on the fence and say that everyone's a winner. Brilliant. Thank you, guys. So there you go. Thank you all so much for tuning in to watch this with us the last 2 days. We've had an amazing time here. Wolf, Hunter, and ZP as well, of course. All the players, this wider production team. There are so many people that put this all together for us as well, who've been absolutely incredible at the course of this. But of course, this isn't over. You have yourself as well the remainder of the Overwatch 2 Midseason Championships here at the Esports World Cup, continuing on the A stream. You'll see the main stage coming your way for the final chapters of this competition as well over the next 2 days. For myself as well, Adam, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. We leave you with the Kadia match highlights, and we look forward to seeing you again very, very soon. Take care, and goodbye from us for now. Take care.
keep going.